Hello guys, welcome back to Netcode-Hub channel. I am Frederick and I'm happy to have you here today. I believe you've seen what we're going to talk about today, isn't it? Yes, I believe you guys have been waiting for this for a long time, and that is the time. Alright, but before we jump right into this, make sure you have please subscribed to this channel and also hit on that notification bell. And also, if you enjoy what you're going to see today, please don't forget to like this video, because when you do that, it helps this channel grow very well. I offer training sessions to people who are interested in Blazor. That's Blazor Server, Blazor WebAssembly, .NET MARI, Blazor Hybrid, and our web services talking about the web API. So if you're interested, I have an email and a video description. Hook me up, or you can write me through that mail. Now, when we are done with this, I believe I'm going to put everything together and now put it at the GitHub. Okay, so let's jump right into this. What you see, it is not actually a complete one. It is just the forefront. That is what I have built, okay? Nothing else. The rest, you are not going to do it together. So I do, you do, I do, you do. Then we move forward. Now, it's just, you'll be saying this, what is it? It's not a slideshow. Yeah, it's a slideshow, okay? And this is what you know. It has the iPhone, it has the iPhone. I'm talking about the iPhone, not actually only iPhone, but any other phone as well, okay? So, and you can see how this by me. This by me, they are empty buttons. If I click, nothing happens. You can see nothing happens here. I have not implemented them. We're going to do it together, you and I, okay? And it has this new, these are, let me say, they are badges. You have new, and you can see there's a 13 plus. It tells you the quantity of this specific product that we have. We have the image here, and we have a search button, and we have this home, this product, and etc. All these are going to be implemented. You and I are going to do it together. We also have an account. That's going to be an authentication system. But for now, this is just a bootstrap. As soon as you've seen this, you know where it's coming from, isn't it? Yes, but this is what I did. If I refresh this, now you see we have this search icon. Okay, so as soon as I click on it, then the search icon fades off. Then I have this new one. It's very simple to implement that. We're going to have a look with that too. And I think also the featured item. This is just a customized slideshow. Here, we are not using any slideshow like a bootstrap or any third-party component. It is just a card that I display. Then display this as an icon, as an image. If you want to make it an image, then that's what you're going to do. You're going to do skip and tick. Skip and tick, right? So if I click on this one, currently I have 8 here. I think they are 10 or so. You can see how this is the last one. As soon as I click here, I have the rest. I click here, it doesn't go again. Maybe that's what we can do. During our formation, we can decide to hide this. So as soon as it doesn't go anywhere, we can hide this. As soon as I get the last session, you can also hide this. Well, you can beautify it as you want. Okay, but for now, we're going to have a look on how to build this interface. Then we can now move on with this. If you want to buy me coffee to support this channel, and specifically this project too, I'll be glad to take that one. So we are going to use .NET 8 WebAssembly core hosted project. We're going to create an API for that's going to be for our server. We're going to create our shell library to be added, and so we're going to add the Blazor WebAssembly. Yes. So that's what we're going to do. It's going to be the core set one. Now let's see. So with this, the name of this project is going to be the demo Blazor.NET 8 eCommerce. Then I'll add the specific commerce that is a phone shop. So when you go to GitHub, you check the name and it will be there. So let me close all this. Then stop. So let me just create file new project. So before you can have a look with this, or before you can take part in this, you have to have this .NET 8 installed, the SDK installed. I believe you've done that. So the first thing that we're going to do here, we can go in for our API, our web API, and that's the ASP.NET Core Web API. Now the name, this is going to be the API. So with this is a solution. So let me write here solution. And now this is too long for this. I'm going to write here as a shop, phone shop server. So this is going to be phone shop. So this is phone shop server. Then let's have it created. You know, the framework version must be 8.0. Authentication type is none. We're going to create a customized one. So let's click on create. Are you done adding yours? Let's add the next one, and that's going to be the client. So let's right click on the solution name and now add a new project. This time around we choose Blazor WebAssembly standalone. If you can't have that, it's over here. So choose find Blazor, and you're gonna see it here. Blazor WebAssembly standalone. You must have it somewhere else. That is this one. So this is gonna be online. This is gonna be a phone shop client. So there's a client. You choose 8.0 as well. Authentication type is none. Now create. Okay, now we add the last part, and that's going to be the class library. So choose, come here for library, and now you can see class library for C#. Click on this, and now let's say this is phone shop. And would I say this is shared or shared library? Yes, so this is shared library. So that's what you're going to do. Make sure it is also 8.0. Now, the stuffs that both are going to use, we put them in the library. But if it is limited to a specific project, they're going to put it under that specific project. Okay. If you don't understand this, don't worry. When we start with it, you get it. Okay. So let's do some cleanup. And we delete that. You can also go to the controller from this API. We delete that and also delete the class. Now, when you go to program.ts file, let's check. We have, okay, so we have Swagger that we need to build this. We see also from program.cs file. Let's see. Okay. Now let's check the client section. Then we can also remove. We have this in here. Now check pages, weather forecast. You can remove this too. Let's remove the counter. And let's go to www folder. We have this sample folder. It contains just the JSON file for weather forecast. We don't need it, so let's also remove that. I believe all set. Now let's build this application together. So right click and I go to build solution. And I can see it is restoring some NuGet packages. So let's wait. All right, so you can see that, yes, succeeded. So all the 3 projects are built successfully. That's great. I hope you have also yours done, isn't it? Now, the next to do here is we are going to install some package. You want to configure this as the old WebAssembly, okay? So as soon as I start the server as the startup project, I start to run that, and it's going to run the clients. So that's going to be the ESP Blazor. Is it ESP.NET Core hosted? So the server section, right click on dependencies. Let's add NuGet package. And it's going to install asp.component. Let's see. I think I have it here. So component. We click on the browse section. Then I think components. So do I have it? Component.webassembly.server. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. Microsoft.ASP.NET Core.component.webassembly.server is too long. So this, make sure you install it to the server section. So click on it. Now let's install that. Okay, so it is asking us, are you missing some namespace? Okay, so I think all set. Now, if I decide to build it again, what's going to happen? Let's see, I have it installed. Let's see, build this. Okay, so built. Now let's go to the server. Let's configure the server first. So go to server and go to the program.cs file. Now in here, we are going to be using app.use WebAssembly. So where we have this, if it's in the development stage, then we want to use this WebAssembly. Also, we want to change, instead of using controller only, we're going to use controllers with views. So here, we are going to change this to controllers with views and also add razor pages. Now, I believe when you create this, that is when you use this auto render mode and now you create this WebAssembly, it comes in with the server already. But this time around, you want to have access to an API, okay, on web API. So that's why we are using this called state section. And this is .NET 8, but we are referring to a project in .NET 7 or 6. Okay, so maybe we can have, when we have time, we're going to have a look on that maybe in the next project. For now, let's have a look with this. Now we have this set, and we have also our used WebAssembly debugging. The next thing that we're going to do is we have to use Blazor framework files, and also we need to add the static files so we can have access to the www folder. And we have authorization already. We can use map razor pages. So with this, we're going to also add this map razor pages, and let's also map controllers. So map controllers, and now map fallback. So to this index.html, and that is what you find in here. Then we have app.run. So that's what we need to do. Now after doing this, when you run this project, it's going to run the API. Okay, let's try that and see. I'm done with this. If I click on this, server is set to setup. Run this. Oh, I said it. You can see we have the API displayed. So we are going to configure it. So the WebAssembly will just run. The last end here is to go to the client. So we have, this is the client section. Now we have properties here. So line settings. We have this here. All right. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to copy this. Then, so this. Then let's go to the server. Now you can see we have properties, line settings. You want to make it run the WebAssembly. So where we have this line URL, replace it with what you copied. So this and this and that and this. Yes. So this is what we want to do, or we have to do. Let's save this. And now let's add the client to this project. So right click on dependencies from the server and I click on add project reference. Let's add the two references to the two projects. Let's go to the client. Right click on dependencies, add project reference. Now let's choose only the shared. So click on OK. Now let's build this once again. Okay, so I'll show you one benefit of creating this, configuring your own co-hosted project. Now let's run this. So when you create this ASP co-hosted project defaultly, you don't have access to the API. Okay, unless maybe you install some Swagger and try to make some configuration. But when we do this, you're going to have access to our client, and you're also going to have access to our API. Let's make this run, and I'll show you. All right, so there is the one. Now the same endpoint, you can just grab this. We can paste it here, and I use Swagger. So this is going to run the Swagger, and I'm going to have our Blazor WebAssembly here. So we can test our API. We can test them if they are working. And we can also test our web app if it is also working. Isn't that beautiful? Yes, it is. I believe you've done the same. If you're not able to do this, please pause here and I'll try to go back small so you get it. So the next one here, once you have this, we're going to create our model for this product. And I'm going to make it as maybe a font or a product. Let's say product. So I'll just close all this because you are done with them. You don't need them anymore. Yes. Now let's go to the shared. So we're going to work on the shared first. So we have the shared project. Where is it? This one. Let's create a folder and I'll name it as models. Not this. So here, new folder. And I'll name this as models. Now with this model, we're going to have one model and it is going to be product. So products. And now inside this product model, we're going to make here as public. And with this, maybe you're going to have these properties. We have the ID, the name, description, price. We have this is going to be the base64 image, quantity, and our date uploaded is equal to today. The date that you're going to upload and there. Now the next thing to do here is I want us to add one property to it if it is featured. So let's make a duplicate of here, and it's going to be Boolean expression and say is it featured. So if it is a featured product, then we're going to put it maybe top there, okay, as a featured product. You can just clear these ones because we don't need them to simplify the work. Okay, so we have this as our product, and in this, for now, we're going to create one model, okay, and that's going for product. When as we get this project built, we're going to also increase the models, okay. But for now, let's maintain this product. To have access to database, we need to install some packages, and you need to install efcore.tools. We have to also install efcore SQL Server too. So these are the packages that I think we need to install for now, so we can have access to the server, okay, and that's database. So now let's see from the server, right click on the dependencies. And now let's manage NuGet packages. Let's install this here. So efcore. And now this efcore, we need efcore. There's a efcore, so let's install that. You make sure it is the 8.0 version. We need to install tools. So let's search for tools. This is the tools. Let's install. Then we install the SQL Server. Okay, so SQL Server 2, we have to install that. So when we check, you see we have them here, right? So these are the packages that we want for now. Let's close this. After this, we're going to create our AppDB contest. And let's create a folder to the server, because this AppDB contest here is going to be used by the server. So no project again. We add a folder to the server. And now you can name it any name that you want, but I'll say data. Let's create a class with this. And that's going to be a contest class. And this contest class, we're going to have access to our database. I'm going to say AppDB contest. So we installed efcore, so we can have access to this DB contest. It is a class in the efcore package that we installed. So we have to use anti-framework. Now this is what you're going to do. Control period. We're going to create this constructor and pass in this options. And now here we're going to specify this AppDB, which is going to inherit from this DB contest class. After that, we can create our database. So we say DB set. Then pass in the model. So create database, and I use this product as the database columns. Now the name of the database table must be product. So that is the name. And maybe defaultly we can set this to default because that is the only database that we're going to create. So we save that. All right, so all set. Now the next to do here is to create our configuration settings in the app setting.json. So I believe you know how to do this, isn't it? Yeah, if you know, then pause the video, try your hands on it, and now let's see. I'm going to give this as default. That's what I normally use if you'll be watching my videos. Now here, server, since I'm working with the same computer, I have it as local, and it understands the database here is going to be, well, let me say demo shop DB. Yes. Then we're going to have trusted connection. So trusted is underscore, take note. Then connection, set this to true. And also let's try the server certificate. So trust server certificate, set this to true. Okay. If you don't do this, you might have an error trying to run this migration. So make sure you do this, write it correctly as you can see from here. Okay. Now that we have this, we have to restart the settings in the program.cs file. So in here, before this app build, I'm going to create a var space. This is going to do all our steps. So I'm going to say starting. I'm going to say ending. Okay, so I won't get you confused. Now here, let me remove one. So here I'm going to say builder.services.addDB_context, passing the addDB_context class that we created. And also this needs to specify an options. The options will help us, we'll see what I've done. The options will help us to have access to the SQL server. So these options, and now in here we say options.use SQL server, and now we can just have access to builder.configuration.get connection string. And do you remember we are going to get the default? Do you know where this default is coming from? It is coming from the app.json. And in case this is null, then throw new, maybe in case you delete this, invalid operation exception, and now we can say that. So connection string not found. It's good that you handle errors, okay? In case this is a future error, in case there's any other issue or there's some issue that you unintentionally delete that, then let me move this here. So we can just terminate this here. So this is our configuration that we need to do. Control KD, we can format it to 1. Now that we are done, we can build this application and I'll try to run database migration to get our table or database created. Now, since we have installed the efcore.tools, we can do this peacefully without any error, okay? But I think here, for us to have this done successfully, let's go to the server, click on it. Now here, invariant globalization, please turn this to false, else there'll be a problem. Now let's go to package manager console. So set for tools, then you get package manager, click the console. That is where we're going to perform a database migration to create or to put all the code here into an actual database and the tables for us. So CLS can clear this. Make sure you have this server selected, and I will say add-migration. Let's add a name. I normally use first for it. So you can also give it a name that you want. You can even specify it with your name. So funny, right? Now let's wait. Okay, so it is done. Forget about this yellow, guys. Now what we're going to do here is update database. Oh, this is not working. Okay, so update database. Okay, so let's update this too. Okay, so now it is running this and I'm creating the table for us. So when we run this management studio, let me just see if I have this. Okay, I have one here already. Or even without using this Measurement Studio, if you're not having that installed, we can also check from SQL Server Objects. So click on Views, then check for SQL Server Object Explorer. You want to have everything here. Then wait for this to open. Open this up. Now this is, let's see, if I open this is not what I want. So we're going to create a new connection. So click on this, and now the server name, it is the same desktop. So if I click on local, that is a server name. Okay, so choose a server name for this computer. Now authentication is the same using Windows. Click on connect, and now this is going to get connected. Let's see. So trust server certificates, yes, set this to true. Connect this and have it connected. So if I open this, go to databases, and I can see I have this demo shop DB. So this is a database. Currently, if I open it, you can see data tables. You have product table, which will be going to be here after it gets refreshed, and that is it. So this is a table. Okay, so you can just right click on this and then view data, and our table is going to be empty because we have not added any record yet. Let's see, so we can close this. That's our table here. Good, so we have this. So the next thing to do here is to create our contract, and that's going to be the interface. We're going to create one interface which will be used by the server and also the client. So which project do you think to be suitable to hold this? I believe you said it is a library, isn't it? That is it. So let's close all this. Then let's go to the library, and now here right click on this. Let's add a folder, and I name this as going to be the contract. So with this contract, we are going to create one interface in it, and we're going to say this is going to be a class of interface, and let's say this is iProduct. Now then this iProduct, we're building this little by little. So for now, we are going to have a tags of add product. So tags of response, then add product. Let's make this as public. You can remove all unnecessary users to simplify the class. Now this service response, we have to create it. So let's put it in the shared project here in our models, or we can put it in a response folder. So let's add another one here, new folder, and now let's say this is responses, and the name of the next model that's going to be service response. Okay, now within this service response, what do you think will be the properties that you're going to have in this service response? For now, let's have just this, a record class of this. We have our flag, we have our message. As we move on, maybe we can expand this a little bit. Okay, but for now, with this, okay, control period, we're going to remove this. Very simple class. All right, so control period, you have to include the namespace here. Maybe you can create a global class to include our namespaces, but maybe for now this is okay. Let's have it set. Now I need to create an implementation. Now this implementation is limited to the server. The server needs as a repository to have in connection with the AppDB context to get data from the database and also make an input, output, and etc. So instead of putting the interface here, it won't be a good idea because here no one's going to use this interface. That's going to be the implementation. So let's make it as limited. So we go to the server, and I right click on this, create a folder here, and now maybe this folder we can name it as repository. So repository, and now with this we're going to create product repository class. So this is going to be product repository. Now this is going to inherit from the interface. So I product control period, you can have access to that. And now this has one method. To control period, let's implement the interface. We have to create constructor so we can inject our AppDB context class to make an input to AppDB context. Create an instance, control period, let's inject this. Let's create and initialize this. So create and assign the field. Okay. Now when it comes to the addition or add-in, we can just make some checks up and see first if the model coming in, it is not null. This is going to be checked from the client section, but maybe it's good to also validate here before you add it to the database or make any query. So yeah, we can say that if the model coming in here is null, then you want to just return the new service response. So new service response. Then in here, what we need to do here is to specify the response here. So this is going to be false, and no, not flash, it's false. They're going to have, we're going to say model is null, something like that. Okay, you can just put it like that. And now let's make here as an async. Okay. So in case it is not null, then we can just check a name and see if this has been added already. So to do that, we can create one method to check the name, and this must return a service response. So down here, we can call this method to check name. We pass in the name, and I'll check from the database and see if the name is equal to the name that is coming in here. Okay, so if not, maybe you can just convert this to lowercase. So to lower will be okay. And now let's also check this name to also to lower as well. So to lower to will work. So let's convert this to lower. I think so. All right. So we have this, and in case return here, if product is null. So if product is null here, then we are returning true. Else we return false, and now display this product already exists. So let's call this method in here. So we're going to make a check first, and I'll see if it is there already. And we need to specify the name, passing the model name. So we can just copy this, and now in here we're going to say that here we're using the tuple, so we can extract the output from this service here. You see we have this flag and our message. We pass in the model name, and now with this, what we're going to do, we can now check if true, meaning it is null. So if it is null, then we want to just add. Okay. So you can see appdb context.product.add. Then there's a commit. Where from this commit, this is what I did. You can see that you're going to be using appdb.savechanges more time. So it is good to create a simple class to handle that, so you can be calling them anytime that you want. So from that commit, I have the definition in here, and it is just a simple class which is going to use save changes from the appdb context. So down here, you're going to say private is a private class, and here you're saying that commit and appdb context or save changes. So we commit this. It means that after adding, we save changes. Then return saved. So you can even add product saved or etc. So in it, the output that you want to add, you can override and put it over here. If not, then return the message, because you know, in case it is not null, we're going to have this product already exist, and we return that message from the tuple over here. Return that message in from this. Okay, and that'll be all. Okay, so we have this saved. Let's save this. Now we have our implementation done. What's the next thing to do? We need to register this in the program.cs file. So here, let's create a DI. That's the dependency injection. So builder.services.add. Let's use scope. And now scope, we need the interface first, and have its corresponding repository. So this is going to be product repository, and here we can terminate it. Okay, so now we have this set. The next to do here is to create our controller. So let's have a look how to create a controller for this. So let's close all these, save them. I believe here we are the same level, isn't it? Let's go to the controller. Right click on this, let's add a new controller here. And it's going to be product, I think so. So let's use an API, then empty one. So here we're going to make it as product. So product controller. And we have the route specify API slash the name of this controller, that is a product. Now we need to create our constructor for this so we can inject. So this is CTOR. Okay. Then we have to inject our repository. So let's create an interface. We inject our interface here. Then we say this is product service. This is product service control period. Then we can create an assigned field. Okay. So the first one is we're going to have this HTTP get. And now this get, it is just getting the product list, isn't it? So, okay, so we did not get a product list. And I think we have to add it to the repository and now the contract. So the iProduct, let's get the entire product list. We're going to say task. Then this is going to be list of product. I believe you got this right. So list of products is a get all products. All right. And maybe we can have access to get featured product, isn't it? And yes, so let's see. We can have access to this. Or can we specify this? And maybe we can say this is bool. We can use featured product. So you can also get the same featured product and also get the same product. If get featured product is false, it means we want to get all product. But in case featured product is true, it means you want to get only featured product. And all of these must be in a list. So instead of creating a separate method for them, you can use one. Okay, so we won't have cumbersome a lot of codes in our application. Now let's go to the repository here. We need to implement this interface control period. Implement it like that. So we have this get all product, it has this parameter. Then here we're going to check if true, if featured product. If true, then we're going to get all featured product, isn't it? Then that's what we're going to do. We can return appdb context dot product dot where. Now this where we're going to specify this dot featured. So this means it's true. Then dot to list async, return it. Okay. Else, then return await appdb context dot product dot to list async. So this must be an async. Okay, so here must also be an await. So this is all that we are doing. We check if it is featured, get the same. If it is not featured, get this. But you see, with the featured, we are specifying a function here. So we're making a check, right? And then here return everything. So this is going to be both featured and not featured product. But this is also limited to only featured product. Maybe in case you want to have access to the products which are not featured too, you can also do that. I believe now you have the idea. You can implement your own. Okay. So in the controller, we can have get, and this is going to be a public async task. So we can make it action, or let's make it specific. Okay, so task, and we say this action result. Let's specify a list of product. So list of product control period. Let's include this. Okay. Then we say get our product. Now we need to pass in. So Boolean, we say featured product. So featured. Okay, so with this, we can open this, and now we're going to have access to var product. So it's equal to await. Then let's call this product service. So product service over here dot get all product, and I'll pass in this featured. Okay, so after that you're going to return okay. So that's what we are doing. Now since we have this, we can return this okay, but it returns okay if only this. There's an error here. Now if this is null, well, here cannot be null. Okay, if this is false, then we want to return only the all product. In case it is true, we want to return all featured. And now this method is going to handle the two guys in there. Okay, if this is null, well, it means the communication was established successfully. So you can return the same okay. You can return not found or exception or bad request when the parameter that you send here is inaccurate, or the parameter that you're going to receive is inaccurate. But for now, let's maintain this. Okay, we have a lot of response codes that we can send. This is 200. We have bad requests. We have not found. We haven't gotten there. So let's maintain what we have here. Okay, now let's add product, and this is going to be HTTP post. Okay, now post, we can copy the same signature of, well, let's have a public async task, and we're going to have action results, and this return a service response. So this service response, we're going to say add product, and on the payload here it is product, and now let me make it as model. So this is a payload, and now we're going to check if this product or if this model is null. Although this will not be null, but it's good that you check. So return bad request. Then do you want to pass in model state? You want to pass in model is null. Okay, let's pass in our own. Okay, in case it is not, then var product is equal to await. Then you can have product service dot add product, then pass in this model. Then in case this works, there's no need for us to return it. Let's return okay, and I'll pass in the results. So product. Oh, it's not product. No, there is. Don't say it's not it's a service response. So it's not product. We can say this a response. Okay, so let's return also. We can check it, and later on we can display the error to the user. So let's return the results in here. Is a result or response? So this must be a response. All right, so let's save this. So this is what we want to do for two products. We have this, the first one, get a product. We can specify it as featured or not. Then we also want to add product. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. Now let's try this and see if this is working. So let's run this, and I'll check our API first. Okay, so now that we have this, we can just grab this and now check the Swagger. And I'm going to have access to our controller. So that's the get and post. So if I click on get, we have to get, you see we have this featured product. When we leave this, we can just click on try this out. We pass in false. It means that you want to get the whole list of products. Now click on execute, and this must return null because there's no product yet. Because we have everything. Now when we also set this to true, it means get only featured one, and it's still the same. Let's try to add. So post, try this out. And now here, you can see featured is true. So let's set this to false. Now click on execute. Let's see, so you can see we have flag is true, product saved. Response is working. Now let's see for get product. And now featured is false. Execute this. We have it because featured is false, because featured is false. Now let's get those ones which are featured as true. It's empty. You see? Good. So we have done the next one here is to create configure or consume this service in the client section so we can receive or display them here. So now let's close this and let's go to app. So I'm going to close everything from here. You know, I told you that we are done with an API. We are not tackling the API for now. We are done with it. So for now, let's tackle the client section. So control, go to the Solution Explorer. We can just close the API, that is the server, and now open the client, and that's a WebAssembly. So the very first thing that we're going to do here is we want to create a component which we're going to use to add and also update product. So either you want to add a product, that's the phone, or you want to update the phone data. Okay, so you're creating one component to serve two ways. Now let's create it in here. Then I'm going to say add or update product component. Yes, I wanted to say control, but it's not control, it's component. Okay, so let's put in the pages folder. Let's right click and now add a component. And I'm going to say add or update product component. Okay. So we have this. We can just, for now, we can clear everything, or we can even clear the title here. This H3, we don't need it. Now, what we need here is to specify maybe the route. Okay. So here, we're going to specify this page. And now for now, let's make it as add product. Whoa, see what I've done? So let me do it well. So add product. Yes. So there is a route. So as soon as I navigate to page, the base URL / add product, I have to be navigated to this page. Okay. Now here, the thing to do here is we're going to create an instance of this product. So that's our product model that we created. So we create an instance here as my product. Control period, we are going to inject this. But instead of using this, let's grab this, cut this. Let's go to the import, because you'll be using this often. So here we can add it here like that. So all the time, or any component that you create, you can be using this product namespace in there. Okay. So the next to do here is, once we have this, we're going to have maybe our div. So let's say our class. And this is going to be our container. Let's use container for this adding. And let's have our div class. And here we're going to have our row. You know, this is a bootstrap things. And I believe you know how to do that. So close your eyes and now let's do it, as I've closed mine. Okay, so I have this and I'm going to use column MD. Let's use 6. Okay, so column MD6. So it will be beside us. Let's use that. And now in here, once you have this, Control KD, let's mark it to 1. And now we are going to use an edit form. So edit form. Now this edit form, let's specify the model. And then the model here, it is my product. So which model are you going to handle it with my product? Let's have this enhance. Now this enhance is a new feature introduced in .NET 8. Now it allows the page to get reloaded without reload the whole application. So if I click on that button, it is type submit, the page or that section gets reloaded, but not the entire page. It's a good enhancement, so you make sure you add that. Now on valid submit, you want to also specify handle save. So handle save. So save product. That is a method. So in here, let's specify our data annotations by data for this to handle all errors. And you want to summarize it, so you need a validation summary in here. So I like to use this to clear all this. Okay, So now we have this. Let's have our div. And now here, the class that you're going to have is going to be a card. Now with this card, for now, let's have a card title. So we have a div class. And you want to set up the card title. So card, and here you can use title, you can use header. I like to use header because I love this match. And this is just, let's say, add product. Okay, so for now, you're making a static. You're going to make it dynamic, but for now, let's make it a static. So we have add product. And in that, let's also have our class. Now this class is going to be a card body. So this card body, you're going to specify this. And aside from this card body, let's have the last one as div. And this is going to be a card footer. And you know what footer means, right? So card footer. And this card footer, you want to have this button. And now the name of this button is going to be like. The type of this button is going to be submit. Because we're going to submit to this method here. So handle save, let's do ritual. And let's have a class. So the class of this, maybe you're going to use a class of btn. I like btn outline. So outline primary, maybe this or info primary, that is this primary is be okay for us. And let's say this is save product. Okay, so save, we can change the name here. We can make it add product or save product. Anyone is still going to work. Okay, so let's make that save product for general one. Even when we update it, we can say save product as well. All right, now in here, what we're going to do here is we need to install some client libraries such as Bootstrap icons. I think so. So or font awesome. So to do that, let's install this. So we can be using these icons in here. Okay, because we want to make our work beautiful. So maybe we can use font icons or font awesome. So to do that, let's click on Solution Explorer. Now, after you've clicked on this Solution Explorer, we have to navigate to the client section and search for Add Client Library. So I click on this www root folder and I click on Add. You can see you have this client library. So we are going to add Bootstrap. Let's use, is it Bootstrap or Font Awesome? Wow, let's use Font Awesome. So type in Font Awesome here and let's see if you're going to have access to that library. Okay, so Font Awesome. Okay, so we have this. This is a Font Awesome. And the current version here, it is 6.5.1. This is a library, so click on install. And I make sure here you can see restore operation started. And it's going to be added into this folder. So we're going to have Font Awesome here added. As soon as this has finished, you can see it is restoring this for us. So you see done. And we have the Font Awesome. So once we have this, the next thing that you're going to do here is let's open this. You see it has CSS and it has JS. That is the two folders that we need. Okay. All the other icons are found in this sprite and also this web form. But we need the CSS. So open it and you see we have this all.css. So it is all in one. We go back to the same www folder because we have this index. Click on this index and I drag and drop this anywhere that you want to add. So let's dive it here. We're making a reference to this Font Awesome. We have the CSS added. Now let's add the JS, the JavaScript. So also because we have this all.js, you want to add the minified version because it is always advisable to use the minified version because you know WebAssembly is going to be downloaded to the client browser. So for tempering, user tempering, I think when you use the minified version, it's going to remove some of the long names and now use them with a single or characters to minify it in a long one run. All right. So we have this set. That's right. We are done without the configuration. Now let's go and use it. So here we can have this added. You can use this I. And now here we're going to have a class. And we're going to say FA, stand for Font Awesome. Then FA, Font Awesome. We can use something like, do we have add? We can use something like plus. Okay. So this is going to be FA plus. And I believe this is going to have access to the Font Awesome. Okay. Now, and that is save data. So let's see. But we can even change here to add, etc. But for now, let's maintain this. Now let's copy this and let's run the implementation for that. So we're going to say void or async task. Remember that is an async task. Let's paste this and we have the block code. Okay. So this is what we have. And once you have this button here as a footer, we can also start with the card body. So with the card body, let's have this first one as an input, maybe product name. So you can use product name here. So we have this form group, input text, and we bind it to product name. And the class here is for form control. For Bootstrap 10s, you're going to have it set. And also, the next thing we are doing here is you want to add the next one. And this is going to be the number. So input price. And this is number. You can specify that. Also, we have this quantity. So you want to also add quantity. And this is a quantity. So let's see. So the quantity will also be a number. So you can specify the number in there as a product quantity. Okay. And we have a product description. So this is going to be a text area. So we have product description. And maybe you can have a column span, etc. Maybe do you have that feature in it? Well, you need to change yourself to set up the number of rows in here. Okay, so let's see. Now the next thing to do here is we are going to upload an image. Okay, so this image upload, we firstly want to have this, the same div section. And with that div section, we are having the label here. And now with this label, we want to display when you upload an image and there's an error. Maybe we want to specify only PNG images, but you did select the JPG. You want to display an error here on top of the section, the label. We don't want to use maybe a dialog box to handle that. We can use dialog box to handle that, but maybe since there's an information, there's more info that we want to display, we can toggle between the label and the message. So that's why we see I have this image upload message. So it is checking if this is equal to empty, then display this. So if this is equal to empty, if yes, then display empty. But in case it is not, then display test danger. It means you want to form a class. Remember, this is a class. So we are just manipulating the class to have the text known as a red. So because when you have error in upload, you want to display it as a red color. So this is a method to get a red color. And here we check that this is the actual message. So we check if the image upload is equal to the same thing as empty. Then want to display this upload image. It means there's no error. They want to display the label. But in case there's error, then display the error and apply this test danger to it. I believe this is clear. When we get to definition for this, you understand it. Okay, so don't worry. We have our input file. There's a class, and you see this an onChange event. So when the event here changes, or when a file here gets changed, this event is going to get fired. So we need to create a method for this, and also we need to create a variable to handle this message. Okay, so this is all that we need to do for now. And the next thing to do here is I want us to use something like with this submit button. Maybe I want us to create another busy button. And now what is that busy button? Busy button can be found in a Bootstrap. I am not going to Bootstrap for now, okay? But I'm going to show you how it works. We want to use a spinner in that busy button. So as soon as you click on it, that spinner gets spinning until the process is being completed. And in doing so, let me do this well. Okay, so instead of this button here as a button outline primary, we are going to cut this. Okay, I like to put this in this, so I won't confuse you, to put it in just one line, okay? Like horizontal form. Now here, once you have this, I'll just grab this from this section, cut this, and I'll paste it here. Okay, now what I'm saying here is, if show save button is true, then show this, right? Else, show this. So after it is showing this, it's still going to show this busy button. And on this busy button, we have a method, a variable bind to it, and we are saying show busy button. So where from this show busy button? Let's have a look with it, how to create that show busy button. It's just a matter of creating a component, and I rename it as busy button, which has a button with a spinner from Bootstrap. Okay, now let's have a look on creating that busy button before we come to the implementation for this variables and this method. So we are creating a busy button, and let's go to Solution Explorer, and where we have our pages folder, let's create one component and I name it as busy button. So busy button component, as you can see from here, and this is what it's doing. It could see that it has a parameter here as a show busy button, and we are saying if this is true, then show this button. You know, this is a spinner. Have you seen spinner border? Is a spinner, so it's going to spin, and the button here, it is disabled. So this is what you want to do. You want to handle user interaction. When a user click on the button and there's a process going on, we want to update the user that there's a process going on. If not, the user can click on the button more than 3 times, and which maybe will just halt the system, or it will just send the same method again to the server, which has already been sent already. So we don't want to do that. We want to skip it. So what we do here is we hide or we disabled the save button and then display a spinner button, which runs for user to know that there's a process going on. So he or she must wait. So that is what we are doing. Let's save this and can just open it again. So you see it's well, I dislike the fading aspect. So you have a parameter, and this is a name, is a Boolean expression. So you see, as soon as it is true, then display the spinner button. Okay, so we have it. Let's come back here. I need to create a variable to handle this, so we can toggle between this save and now this show busy button. Okay, so to do that, let's go back. So here, where the code section is, let's create a string variable to handle the image upload. So initially, this is set to empty. So if this is empty, then display what? Upload image. That is it for the start, when this has no data. Okay, now if I click on this, what should happen? There's a method known as the input change. So input file change event. And this has to get fired as soon as the a file changes. So here, we have this method. And let me just override this one. Okay, so there is the upload image. So when this file change, we want to, when this input file change, call this method, and this is a method. It is coming as a parameter as this input file change event acts. This argument contains, we create an instance as E, so we can have access to the file. Now here we did not add multiple, so it means we are adding one image. Okay, so here we get the format of this. But how can we get the format? We have to check the name of the file. Does it contain this .png? So we convert this to lowercase, and now we check. Okay, so does it contain this PNG? So if yes, that's when it's going to function. But if no, then we are saying that this image upload message is equal to PNG files needed. So in such case, this has a data now. Now it checks here. Does it have a data? Yes, it has it. Then it's going to change it to this data and now assign the text as danger. That means if you select an image which is not PNG, JPG or JPEG or etc., you're going to have access. You're going to have this error message displayed. But in case everything is working, it is a PNG file, then we state or we cache the format in here. So after creating the format, we have to resize it. We create a buffer size, we open read it so we can have access to the size. And aside from that, we are converting this into base64 string. But before that, we need to specify this format. Data, then a semicolon. Is it colon or semicolon? That's a colon, right? We specify the format. Remember the format here is the image slice PNG, and it is in a base64 string, and we convert to base64 string with the buffer that we have. When we are done with that, then it means everything is working. Set this image default to empty. Then we have this string here. So let's set my product.base64 image to this string that we have, and set this image to empty because we are not using this anymore. We are done working with this. So to clear it, remove the memory, or to free the memory, then you have to return. Okay, so that's what we are doing here. And when this button is get clicked, what is it doing? So for now, as I speak, the image has its string created or selected already. And maybe you have also the data here populated. we can run our own queries, or we can run our own system to check for validations. But since we have this, what you do here is we go to the model, and now on top of this model, where we have the shared library, you will see that we have a models folder. We have this product class. Now here I specify the required attribute on top. So that's what's going to use. Maybe the quantity here must be required. Okay, and maybe it should be more than what? 0. So the range should be 0 up to maybe 99999, etc. So we can just grab this and let's put it on top here. So the range should be, we don't have to pass in 0 because you can put an item which have the quantity of 0. No. And it should be 9999999. For now, you can extend it, but for now, let's maintain this as what? As is it 99,999? That's what we're going to do. Okay, for this quantity. And now, as it featured for that one, you can decide to set this to, if defaultly set to false. Okay, so maybe default you can set this to false by default. You can override it anytime that you want to do it. And now we have the date set over here. So this date has a default value, so we don't need to specify this required. Feature also has a default value, so we don't need to set this required on top. Now we have this. Let's see. So we have this set. Now in this method, what are we doing? Before we check this, let's have a look with the features or the UI when you run this. I believe you knew you're going to have an error, isn't it? Because we did not specify the show button. Yes, so that's why we need to set that before we move on. Okay, so let's handle that first. So what we need to do here, let's create a public variable here to handle the show button. And maybe let's put, because you're going to use a dialog box to display message, so let's set it here as a show busy button. And we have it set. So I believe you're not going to have any issue again. And now save, show save button 2, we need to set that as well. So let's see, and show save. So we're going to toggle between the two. Don't worry, I'm going to explain them to you for now later on. Let's run this and see the UI that we have now. So the app is ready. Now let's navigate to add product. So this is what we have. You can see we have this add product, and we have the name, we have the price, and we have the quantity, the description, and the upload image. So for now, defaultly it is an upload image. If I click on, so we have this plus, if I click on save product, you can see I have all these errors in here. And our quantity, we said the range supposed to be 1, 0 up to, let's check it out and see if we're able to do it well. So we go to the product, and our quantity, the range must be, okay, so it must be 1. Let's save this. Now let's check it out. So save this, and okay, it hasn't refreshed yet. Let's see, refresh this. All right, so let's do it again. Now add product. Okay, so we have it. Now if I click on save product, you see I must have all of these red because I need to specify this. Now you see it has the base image field is required. The field price must be between this. The quantity must also be between 1 and 9999. The name is required. So this validation is working as expected. Now if I click on save button, what should happen? We want to toggle, as soon as I click on save button, we want to hide this save button and I'll display the busy button, that's the spinner button. So it desists or it prevents the user from clicking on the button again. Okay, so let's have a look with that. Now when you come here, you can see there's supposed to be a class because the view here, we must have the page divided into 2. So you forgot this, so it's supposed to be class like this, double S. Okay. Now, when I click on this, what should happen? The first thing I do here is we want to set this button, this save button. So show save button. Let's set this to false. You know, defaultly, as soon as you run the page, it is set to true, so it is showing. Now let's set this to false. So is this equal to false? It means if I click on that button, then hide the save button. If I hide that, then I'm going to show this. So show busy button is set to true. And if I set this here, let's set this true. If I set this here, it's going to show this button. Notice the show button variable bound to. So it's just going to show this button. This button is going to be a busy button, which is also disabled. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do here is, in case this button, this is false, okay, this button is going to show. And in case this shows, this button must be false. Okay. So we don't want to be running it on ourselves. We can just use a simple negation to handle that. So instead of setting this to true, we can just set this, the opposite of this. And you know, what is the opposite of this save button? It is true. So if this becomes true, then the show button is going to be false. If this is false, this becomes true. If this is true, it becomes false. Okay. So at the time, show busy button becomes the opposite of the show save button. All right. Now, we have this set. Let's save this. I believe this is clear, isn't it? If you are not, pause it and try to go back and listen it again, okay? We're setting it in an opposite of this. So you can just automatically render it without we have to create another method to handle those. Okay. Now, what we're doing here is we want to check if the image has been selected. Then we check if string here, it is not null or empty from this base image. Then we want to show this dialog box if string here it is null or empty. Take note, I said not null, but rather I did not negate it. It is null. So if the user did not select an image, then message dialog box dot set dialog values. So where from this method, it is a method that we are using a dialog in .NET 8 to handle that. I've made a video on how to use .NET 8 dialog element. And that's really what I'm using. In here, I am going for a type, an alert type, and an alert message. So you see, I have warning and I have the message in here. And also I have this set message dialog. What are these methods doing here? Don't worry. Let's start with creating or having this method set. So let's first create this component. You know, this is a component that we need to create. So let's go to solution. Now in the pages folder, let's create this component in here. And I'm going to say it is a message dialog. The responsibility of this guy here is to display messages to the user, either a success message or an error message. Okay, so we're going to customize it to make it in a dynamic form that when you have an error, you can call this display. And also when you have a success message, you can also call the save dialog element to display that. We are using a dialog element. By the end of the day, we are putting it in the component. So it's going to be a dialog component. Okay, so you can keep this and you can be using it in your subsequent project that you'll be doing. I believe you're going to do that. Okay. So we have this dialog element from .NET 8, and you can see we have this as my ID, and we have this the style. These are all CSS styles, and I believe you are good at CSS than I do. We have the card header, as you can see from here, and there's notifications, and the card body. You can see this an alert type. So we're using a div class of alert and alert type, and you specify the message. So alert type here could be alert danger, alert warning, alert info, alert primary. Okay. So we're going to specify that based on the state of the message that you want to pass in. And now you're passing the message in here. We have a card footer, and that is a okay or agreed or all right. You can rename it anytime that you want, any name that you want, you can give it to it. And now you want to set up the button based on the alert type. So if this is a danger, you're going to have danger here. If this is info, you're going to have info. If it is success, you're going to have success displayed in here. And you know, there's a form method as dialog. So as soon as I click on OK, this form can get hidden. Now we specify this here as the alert type and alert and this message. Defaultly, we set them to empty. I believe you'll be asking yourself, why? Why don't you create this as a parameter? Yes, we don't want to do that because we want to perform status change. So you want to create a private method in it so we can be setting this method ourselves. So you see, we have a private method. And now we say we have alert type and now the message. So instead of calling this, setting the values for these guys here, no, we create a method and we set the values from this method we set the values from these parameters or these variables through the method that we have defined. After that, we can call the status change. And that's exactly what this is doing. You can see that this alert type has been assigned the value to this alert. So these are going to come from outside the world. Okay, so outside the scope. Then we set it to the values for this. Aside from that, use this state as change, which will render the application or the content to have these messages set over here, and now refresh the app to get them notified. Okay, now here it is show message. So here too, after setting this, having these values as a current state, then we want to invoke this void. And now here it is a JavaScript method that we are calling. If you've watched that video, I'll put it at the description. You will see we call the same method show dialog JavaScript. Okay, so this is a method that we are calling a JavaScript. And you know we have this error here because if you want to invoke JavaScript, definitely you need an interface for this Java runtime. So we can do that quickly. From here, let's go to the import. Let's create once and for all. So here we're going to say @inject, and let's inject IJS runtime. I believe you've seen that before. And let's say JS. You save this, and now when you go back to the message dialog box, you're going to say this is going to get lost because we have the interface or the instance created or injected in the import.razor file. Okay, so this must be off now as I speak. It should go off. Now let's see if I close this and if I open it again, I have to see this gone. Okay, yeah, it is because it has now found the root and it is in the import file. You can see from this, it has been injected. Okay, now we have this. So this is the message. So anytime that you want to show this, call this method. Anytime that you want to set the values, call this method. Very simple, isn't it? So it seems like it is a state that we are creating. This a local state. Okay, this is not a global state. It's a local state that we are creating, but we have a global method that we can invoke it outside the component, and we're going to set the state of this and also perform a state has changed to re-render the component and then get at the current values that we need. So once you have this, let's go to the add or update component and I'll consume that. Since we have method here, the question is how can we call this method? We are not using an event callback or an action type to return or to notify. Here we're using a method in here. The best way to do that is use the ref attribute. I hope I've made a video on how to use the ref attribute to handle method in a chat component. So we have to add this as a chat component first. And now down here, let's add a chat component. So we can do that from down there, and in here let's paste this chat component, and that's a message dialog that we have. We set it as ref message dialog. Now when you create this reference referring to this method, this component, it means that all public method in this component is going to be available in this message dialog reference here. So to do that, we can also create an instance of this reference to match the component state here. So on top of this, I like to group them. So on top here, we say message dialog, and this we set to nullable because you can call a method, you can pass in empty one, and we have to make it as nullable. So we have nullable here, we create an instance, and now we're saying that message dialog.set dialog values. We pass in the alert type, and there's the alert message. I believe this is clear. When we are done, you want to call this set message dialog. Here, once you set the values, it's going to call a state has changed, isn't it? Because if I peep this here, if I click on peak definition, it's going to set what state has changed, as you can see from this. And we need to call this method. But this method will be called often. So why don't you create another separate component so you can be calling it all the time? You know, in programming, one thing that you have to take note here, it is do not repeat yourself. Do not repeat yourself. Okay, so the code that you create, you make sure you create an extensible one that you can be using in and out of your application. So you don't want to repeat ourselves. So in order to do that, we want to create a component. Is it a component or a class to handle that? So the class, this is what the class is going to do. Let's put it down here. And on this class, we say it is set message dialog. What is it going to do? We are saying that await message.show. So we are calling this message dialog. We call this, okay, to show the message. After showing the message, we want to set show button to false, because show busy button here has to hide because there's an output from the API. So when there's an output, we don't want to start showing the spinner. No, the process is completed. So the spinner should off, and now the show save button should come to life. All right, so that's exactly what we are doing. Or even with this, we can say that this show save button is equal to the opposite of this. So we can also do same here. So instead of setting this to true, we can say it is an opposite of the show message. So both of them can show at the same time. One must be off, one must be on. One must be off, one must be on. Anytime the show button here is false, this save button is going to be true. And we call this state has changed. This state has changed here is going to be called inside this method here. But here we have the show button from this section. So we need to also call state has changed. So this means that we are calling state has changed twice. So this is what we can do. We can also create this in a component and I'll call the state has changed in here. But for now, don't worry. We call state has changed in this component and we call state has changed in also the parent component. And it's still going to work, okay? No confusion. I don't want to confuse you much with a lot of code. We want to do it step by step. I believe you love it. Okay. So that is this one. That's what we need to do. Let's save this. And that is it. Now here, we need to use is an async task. So if this is null, then we display this message. But what if in case it is not? In case it is not empty, it has data. Then we are going to call our service and display the results. So here we are using the tuple. So tuple here, we are making an explicit output, explicit outcome. You know, this method is going to return, the product service is going to return a flag and also a message. So if you check our controller, I don't want to go back, but for now, let's say this is our product service. We're going to go to solution and I'll check the service. We have our product service in the client section. Let's see. We have our services. Where is it? So let's see where our service is going to handle. Okay, so this means we have not created any service, but we are trying to call this service. Wow, I forgot to create it. All right, so let's pause here and I'll create this service before we come back here and I'll utilize it. So when I come, I'm going to explain this to you. Okay, so for now, skip this and now let's create the service. So quickly we go to solution and now in the client section, right click on the client project. Let's add the folder here and this folder I'm going to say, okay, so let's stop this. It is still running. Let's say this is a client service. So yeah, I'm going to say it's a client service. So client services. Okay. So I want to make it as client service because it's going to handle all client services. So services will be okay. Then in that, let's have access to a class. And on this class, I can make it as client service. And I think this will help. So client service. Okay, or client services. So this client services, this is what it's going to do. It's going to inherit from the iProduct. This is an interface of iProduct. And this iProduct is coming from the contract folder from the shared library. And it has some method that we need to implement. So control period, we implement the other interfaces here. We have two interfaces in there. And this interface that we use in our API. We do the same thing here. We don't want to create two interfaces. No, which have the same method or types. So then we can just create one and use them here and there. We make it in a smart way, then we move on with it. Okay. So now that we have this service, since we're going to make a call to an API, let's inject an HTTP client. And we can do that from a primary constructor. From now onwards, anytime that I create .NET 8 projects, I'm going to use primary constructors because that's a new one and that's what we need to use. Okay, we want to upgrade our coding style. So let's use the new ones and to use that to skip a whole lot of writing, a whole lot of code. So here, let's pass in, we need to inject HTTP client. Let's create an instance here. And that's all. We need not to inject this. Okay, we have it created already. And that will be all. Okay. So once we have this, let's go in there and register this before quickly we forget. So we go to the program in the same client section. Now in here, we say builder.services. So .services.add scope. Now with this scope, you're going to specify the iProduct as an interface. Then you're going to say it is a client service. So client services here. And we can now close like this. Okay, so we Control KD, save it well. And let's go back to the client services. we have it injected. All right, so from add product, what are you going to do in the add product? Before you create an add product, we want to create a general static method to handle that, okay? And this static method, we want to have access to the base URL. So on top here, let's have this base URL specified, and it's from the API/product. Do you know where we get this from? Go to this solution, now go to the server, and now you can see from the controller, you have this product controller, and around here there's an API/controller. And the name of that controller here, it is a product, so it is an API/product. I believe it's clear. Can we continue on? That's right. Now let's see, we also need to specify a JSON visualization options. Now I also made a video on communication from a client and a server made easy because of the new .NET 8 visualization. You can specify this from the top of the model, or you can do this inside the options. So let's create one option here to handle all requests. So this has to return this. So let's specify it on top here. This is going to return a JSON serializer options. Okay, so we're going to call this method to return this. Now it is a static. We are returning a new instance of this. Allow training commerce we set to true. Also property name case insensitive here, it is true. So maybe if I have name capital and I have names lowercase, we want to check that they should, as soon as it has the name, the same spellings, it should match it. You shouldn't check either it's capital, so it's going to skip it. No. And now here, property naming policy, we're going to use camel case. Camel case starts with lowercase and uppercase. So that's a camel case. And now on mapping member handling, we set it to skip. For now, we are not handling, or we are not skipping any member. When you check the product, when getting from the API, it is only ID, even ID when posting, it is only ID that's not going to provide a value for it. So all the rest is going to have a value. But in case we decide to retrieve that and skip any of the property here, you're not going to have issue. At first, you're going to have issue, but because of the .NET 8, wow, .NET 8, this property, we can now skip that without having any issue. I believe this is clear. Okay, so we have these two methods. These are static and they are general one that you're going to be using often and often. So that's why I put them on top here. Now, the first thing to do here is you want to first get a string content, because you're going to make a post. So in a post, we have to specify a string content. And now we also create one method to handle the string content. So here, this method is going to handle the string content. Then paste it here. So here, this is what this method is going to do. We have a private static is a string content as a return type. And now the name is generate string content. We pass in the serialized object. And now here we create a new instance of this string content. We pass in the serialized object as a payload coming in here. And we want to specify the encoding type as UTF-8. And our application type here is /JSON, because we are posting a JSON to the API. So we need to specify this also. Okay. Now that is this one. So all these methods, they are general one that you're going to be using often. So that's why I decided to put them here. So you can be using this. In case you want to use this outside the scope of this, you can put them in a separate class. Then you can make it a static, so you can be using them both class and outside models. But for now, let's maintain it here because we want to handle everything in here. Okay, now let's have a look with the next one. Serialized object and now the serialized object. So we're going to have three aspects. The first one here, it is if I want to serialize object, what can I do? So if I want to serialize object, it's going to return a string, because you know this model here is going to be an object. You want to make it as a generic. So even when I call this method, I pass in the t value, it's still going to serialize it. That's why I made it as an object. I did not specify as a product. If you make this product, it means you are limited. You want to make it as contain a global one. So any model can be serialized through this method. So we serialize it into a JSON. We pass in this JSON option from this down here, which is going to return what I explained earlier on. Okay. Then the next one here, you want to deserialize it. And now we want to return a t value. So this is also a generic. And I want to return a t value. We did not specify it. We pass in the JavaScript. JavaScript. Whoa, it's a JSON string here. And now it's going to deserialize it into a t value, then return this t value. Okay. Now that we have this set, we also want to return our enumerable. Maybe this could be a list form. This visualization is only a single model. What of in case we get all products, we want to visualize them. We cannot be calling this one and one and one and one and one. No, we don't do that. We want to create a method to handle both. That's a bulk of what? Product. And let's put it down here. So visualize, and now this is what it's doing. You can see it's an I enumerable of T. Visualize JSON string list. You pass in as a list of T. Then this is the same string, and now we want to visualize it in a list form, and I'm passing this JSON string, and also passing the options, and that is all. So the return type here, it is an I enumerable, that is a list of T. The return type of this is just a single T, right? Good. So now we have this at the general ones, and you're going to be using this often. That's why I just have to set them on top as a static ones. So the instance of these are created once in the memory, and that's all. So memory usage is also very vital and crucial in the application. So at the time you want to, as soon as you use static, it means that the instance is created once and now kept and can be using it often. Okay, so let's see how to add product. So to add product, we can just have one method to handle this. So there's an add product, and you can override it with this method to add product. It is returning a service response and is coming with the model as a payload. So get responses is equal to HTTP client dot post async, passing the base URL. Then we have to pass in generate string content and now serialize this object passing this model. Okay, so that's all that we are doing. Base URL is the base URL here, API/product. We need to pass in the string content. So here, generate string content. And now this string content here, it needs a serialized object. So the model that we pass as a model, we want to serialize it first before we pass into this string content. And now you see within one line of code, we're able to do that since we have them extracted separately method down here. Okay, now let's read response. So we check if response here, it is true. If it is false, you can see we are negating it. So if the status code here, it is false, okay, then you want to return this. The question is, what is the range of status code? It is not actually 200. It is 200, 201. Let me actually show you the status code. The range that we say it is success. So this side gives you all the complete HTTP status code. Now you see, if I say it is success, it means it starts from 200 and it ends up to 226. So if the response is found within any of this range, then it is what? It is success. And that is exactly what we are getting here. So in case it is success, in case it is not success, it means it couldn't get connected to the database at all. Meaning you want to return error occurred, try again later. But in case it's able to get connected to the API, then you're going to read the response from the API as a string. Then you want to deserialize the response into a response object, whereby this response, say if I peep it, it has the Boolean expression, you can say it has the message as a record class. So we can going to convert it into this, and now we can return this service response. So you can see we are returning this as a service response in here. Okay, so that's an add. Now, when you go to the next one, that is to get the list of products. We can also get a whole list in here. And now you can see from here, we need to have, is the featured item? Then we can now get the featured item. In case it is not, you can also return that. Okay, so let's have a look with this too. Then the next thing to do here is you're going to check and read the response if it is success. So if this results or if this response, so let's make that response. If this response is not success, return this null, because here is a list, so return null. Else, then want to deserialize it as a list of products, and I return this result. Okay, so if it is not null, then you see from here that you say response.content.read as string async. Then we are going to deserialize it into a list form, and I return this. And now let's change this to iList as well. Okay, so this is going to be solved. And now when you come here, we change it to this a list. So here it is a list of products. And maybe instead of this, we will have to convert this into a list, then return it to this. Okay, so to do that, we can just specify this dot. Will two lists work for this? Okay, so two lists. will work because you're converting this to a list. Now let's see. So use collection expression. So okay, so maybe this is also a new one that we can actually use. Return it as a list form into this list of products. Okay. So the next thing to do here is we're going to design our front page. Okay. And with this front page, we need a carousel view. So maybe we can install a SyncFusion component. So right click on dependencies on the client, and I click on manage NuGet packages. And now in there, we're going to install SyncFusion.blazor.navigations. So here, you're going to install SyncFusion.blazor.navigations. So with this package, you need to install that. Aside from this, I would like to use the version of 23.1.36 because I have a key for this, and you can just get a community license key for free. Check, I'll put maybe that video in the video description. Those who don't know how to claim a free license key from the SyncFusion component. Now, aside from this, let's wait for this to get installed. We check the output, and it is installed now. Now, aside from this, let's also install the Themes package with the same version of 23.1.36. So that is this one. So 231.36. Let's install this. So when we are done installing this, we have to make some references in the index.html by adding the JavaScript file and also the CSS. So we have to do that. After this has installed, we can close this and let's navigate to the index.html. Now here, let's include, that is the JavaScript, this is the Bootstrap theme, and also let's include the JS file in here. Okay, so let's save this. Now let's go to solution. Now in the pages folder, we're going to create one component here, and it's going to name it as a front. Let's say, how should you name it? Front page component. So let's add a new component, and it's going to be front page component. So with this front page component, we want to have our carousel view in there. But before we do that, we need to create a list of products. So let's handle this. Let's create an instance of a list of products here so we can retrieve the product list from an API. And also, when you go to the import section, we want to inject the interface in there. And now the interface is going to be the iProduct. So this is going to be iClient. So this is going to be instead of iProduct and now product service. So iProduct, and instead of using this product service, we can also create as client service. Okay, so client service. Now control period. Let's include the namespace in here. Now let's go back to the front page. So you're going to have access to control period. You're going to have access to our models. Let's save this. Let me close this and open it again. Okay, so it is saved now. It is now working. And the next thing to do here is, once you have this list, is you have to create a method to get the data from an API. And in that, we can call this method as retrieve product. So here, this is going to retrieve a product from the API. So you see retrieve product. And now we check if this product contains data, then clear it. If not, then we're going to say that product service, and this is going to be a client service, not product service. So client service dot get all products. Let's have a look with the import section, and now see this client service. And now from here, we paste this, and now it has dot get all product. Okay, so it is the same thing. Now this must be an async, and now wait, let's see what the issue is. It is saying, okay, so we need to specify this. Now here, we want to get featured items. Okay, so maybe you want to get featured items. So you pass in here as true. and it's going to be the featured item. So featured item, we pass in that through to get all featured item. Or maybe we can specify it, let's say featured is true. Will this work? We cannot do this. Okay, so let's pass here as featured. Okay. All right, so it is not advisable to specify something like this, no magic variable. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to say that bool, and here it is saying featured is equal to true. Then let's grab this featured and now paste it here. Okay. Now we return if result is null, then return it. But in case it is not, then we're going to loop through. So instead of with this, we can loop through this result because we've converted this into a list already. So we can say this var I in the result, then product list dot add I. We can just remove this. Okay. So we're going to have a product, and this is going to be the featured. So featured product. So in here, let's say this is featured product list. Okay, so featured product list. Now with this featured product list, we can just replace it, and I replace it here. So this here is retrieving a featured product list. So featured products. Okay. Now we have this as I speak. Now let's come and loop through this whilst we display them in a slideshow using this carousel. So we can do that from this container. Let's see. Let me just grab the whole container here so I can just explain, go through with you. So on top here, I'm going to have this. Now let's see. The first one here, it is a featured container. So we are looping through the list. So let's copy this. And on top here, we say if.count is equal to 0, or we're going to say that if.count, if product list.any, we can use this. Let's see if it supports. So .any. Okay. So if it contains any, then what are we doing here? We want to loop through. We want to come here and execute this. Now with this carousel item, Control K, we have to include this namespace. So we include it over here, but we can just cut this and now go to the import and import it here. So we can be using it all the time in different components. We go back again, and this underlined here must be off. Okay, so let's see if I close this and open it again. I must have that solved. It's still there. Okay, it's going to go. So we have this, and we set this button visibility. We set it to on hover. So if I put the cursor on the carousel, I want to see the forward and then the previous, the next and then the previous button. And meshing effect here, we set it to slide. You want to slide it. We have fade, we have slide. You can go in for any one. You can see from here, we have fade, we have a customized one, and you can just use a slide too, because we have slide over here, and that's what we are using. Autoplay is set to true. As soon as the page starts, it should start. Show indicators also to true, so we can have the indicators shown below. Now with this product featured, we want to just pick only 5 and then display them in the carousel. So pick 5 of them. So we order them by the date, and I'll take just 5 of them and I'll display in the carousel. The rest will be displayed in the featured component itself. Okay, now when you open this carousel, we can just create this template, and we see it is just an image. You have this image over here, which are this base default image. We set the weight and the height. You flow to an end to display to the is it the right side? Yeah, the right side. And now we set this container into a flexible one. So we see we are centering it, and we set the position at the top to expand it to an end. And here we this is just a bootstrap class that I am using in here. As you can see, we have as a paragraph whereby I want to display the name of the product. You can see this is the name of the product. I'm using the font family of impact, and now there's the CSS class added to that with a text indent of 2. And you can see from here, I'm using this also as a We have superscript and now subscript. So you want to show a superscript of this, the name, if it is a new, the label, and also the quantity. So we have a method known as get new label, and now we pass in the date. So we are checking if the date it is less than or it is less than. Let's see the method. From this get label, we want to check and return a new badge. Okay, so in here we want to return the new badge here. So you can see it is returning a string. We accept the date here, and at the maximum date that is supposed to load from the day that the product was uploaded to be 30 days. During that period, we must have a new tag because the product is new. If it exceeds 30 days, the product must be null. The new tag must be null because it is no more new. It has lasted for 30 days. So we check if you subtract today's date from the day that is uploaded, we convert it into days. If it is less than or equal to this maximum days, it means we want to return new. In case it is not, return null, and that's going to be null, means it's not going to display anything at all. So here you see we call this method in here and we call it to check if it's going to be new or not. Aside from that, we are checking for the position. Now check from this, it's also a badge that we are using here. Now what is this badge doing? We are checking the product quantity. So we check if the product quantity minus 1 is greater than 0. Meaning maybe if the quantity that you added, maybe if I add one product and the quantity that I have in stock is only 1, then if I subtract 1 from that, it's going to be 0. Meaning this statement is going to be false. In case it is that, then display the product quantity as 1. But in case it is 2 and I subtract 1 from it and becomes 1, it means that 1 is greater than 0. If so, then display the product quantity minus 1 plus. So it means that you want to tell the person that the quantity that we have in stock, it is the quantity minus 1 plus. It means you have more than that. Okay. It is a new feature that I'm adding. You can also decide to create your own. Okay. But it seems you want to tell the person that we have more than 1 plus or more than 2 plus, meaning we have 3. So 2 plus, meaning 2 and upwards, we have 8. Now you see from also here, we're getting the description. Now the description, we don't want to display all the description. We want to substring it to maybe 40 and append dot to it. So we call a method to handle that. And now this method, we're going to have the implementation here to handle that method. And this is going to come from down here. So we accept in the description, and then there's the append dot. So we have 3 dots. The maximum length of the text or that's the description must be 40. We get the length of the current description coming in. We store it over here. So we are saying that if the description length here it is greater than maximum length, that is the 40, then use a length, take a substring of it, 0, and now pick up to 100. Okay, so here's supposed to be 100, I think so, because you are starting from 0 and I'm picking 100. So if the maximum length here must be 100. So if the maximum length it is greater than the length of this, or if the length of the description coming in here greater than the maximum length, it means you have the text about 120 or 150. If so, then pick only 100 and now append the 3 dots to it. So you're going to have 100 characters or 100 text, then, or is it 100 characters? Then you're going to have append 1, 2, 3 as dots to it. It means there's more. But in case it is less than 100, then it means display 8 in there and do not append any dots. So that is what this also method is doing to get us the description from this area. Okay. Now the rest here is we have a button, and on this button we are using an H tag, horizontal tag as a bootstrap. Gap is 1, and then the flexible here is the center. And we want to have 2 buttons, details and now buy now. So here we are using a font icon with cat plus and now buy now. Okay, so for now we are not implementing any of this. It is just a design that we are creating. And we have this previous button template, and we have next button template. Now, we are using a carousel, so we can specify a template in there. The first template is going to be the child template. So aside from this, we have this previous button template, and now we are customizing our own. I want to use, so I went online and I got some images that I can use for this. So I named them less than and greater than. Okay, so that's what I'm using. And now this template can be found in here in the resources. So I created a folder called resources and I'll put them in there. So I'm going to copy this solution and now in the www root folder, I'm going to paste it in here from that. So paste it, and now that is a resources folder. So if I open this, we have this greater than, you can see, and we have less than. Okay, so this is what I have. And aside from that, we are showing them here, and we set the height and the width. We set the style color, and we set, when you come to the style, we set this to let's see, this is a style. You want to use pointer to handle that. So we come here and now we have to create a style for this. So style, and now we use this pound key and we say cursor. This cursor, you want to have it as pointer. So as soon as you point the mouse on those images, that's the less than or the previous and the next, you want to show as a pointer in there. And now this is an indicator template. So with these indicators, we are creating a class and a name as indicators. So with this indicator, you want to customize our own indicator. Okay, so we can do that, and with the class of it is going to be the indicator. So let's go, this, we're going to be using this somewhere else. So I prefer we put all this. Okay, so we remove this. And now you go to the app.css, that's the general one, and I'll put them there. So the same CSS, you can see we have this app.css. Now down here, let's try to include this here. So we go back and I'm going to have that classes set, and we can just paste them in there. So in here, let's have our custom. So let's say this is our custom styles. So I can just comment this. Now down here, I'll paste this. Now all this that you see here, it is from the Syncfusion. So if you want to customize the indicator, you can use this class to do that. So that is what I made of. And here is the star cursor. So you can see we have this cursor as pointer, and we have star buttons. Also set this border to radius to 0. So these buttons are called here. So star buttons, when you check this front component, when you check our button section from this angle, you know, we have these two buttons here, and now we have this buy now, and also go to details. From this, we have ID star button. So you want to set them into a block form. That's a button shape, and that's what we are doing in here. If you are not able to type everything, don't worry, I'll put it at the GitHub, so you can just go in there and clone it. Okay, it will be there waiting for you patiently. Okay, so we have our featured tags done completely, and I think we are good to go now. Now what we need to do next here is we have to configure our layout. So let's go to the same section, the client, and now the same layout, because we have this main layout. And now in that main layout, we want to override it, and we want to remove all the default one. So here, we replace it with this. We have to go to create a navigation bar from this section. Okay, so a navigation bar is going to be a component that you're going to create. Now with this, you're going to use a Bootstrap class to handle that. When you go to Bootstrap documentation, you're going to have access to a list of navigation bars. You can just copy any of them, and that's what I use to create this navigation bar. So solution, we create a component in this layout, and I'll name it as navigation bar. Now you can see this is a Bootstrap class that I'm using from a Bootstrap. As you can see from here, just a button. Nav toggle, as you know already in the Bootstrap, it is there. The code is there. What I did was I changed the home, product, and our services, testimonial, and our contact. Okay, that's all thing that I did in it. This is a default one for account, and now you're going to be changing this later on. Now the next button here, it is show search icon. I have this search component created. That is, if I want to show or hide search icons, what can I do? So you can see we have this button, and this button means search clicked. So if I click on this, this is just an icon, and you can see it's a magnifying glass from a font awesome. And if I click on this icon, I want to set this show search to true, and I set this show search icon to false. Okay, so I have the implementation here over here. Now defaultly, show search icon is true when you run the page. When this is clicked, you want to set the show search here to true. So this is show search. This is set to true, and now show search icon must set to the opposite of this. That's going to be the false. So two of them cannot have the same state. One must be the opposite of the another one, and that is this one. Okay, now let's create this search component. So maybe if you don't know where to grab this, I'll put the documentation, the link to this specific reference, this navbar in the description. So you can just click on it, go to the Bootstrap docs, and then grab it for free. Now let's have a look at this search component. So you have to create a component known as search component. And now this search component is going to handle all search. So here we create one component. Now name it as search component, and it's just a form. Deflex, we have a search text box, and we have a button. Okay, so that's a button, and as you can see, that is it. All right. I think we are almost done, but one thing that I need to do here is to create our featured section. Okay, but for now, let's run it and see. So this is what you need to do. We go back to the home.razor, and now within the home.razor, we need to include our front component. Since we are done handling that, let's check our solution, then go to home.razor, and now here let's remove everything. Let's paste this here. This is our front page. Save this. So inside of this, it must be a client service. So in my client service, they're going to have add product. Okay, then we want to now, before we jump to that, you will see we check it. If it is true, then set this dialog values, set success, and now set it over here. If it is false too, then display the response that is coming from the server, and now show the dialog box. Okay, after that, return. And now let's check. So from this section, from where we have our front page here, we call this method, but we did not call it when the page initializes, right? So to do that, we need to specify. Okay, so it is now, we've changed the method name. So this one in the program.cs, that is the client section. Take note. Now here, you can register the component anywhere. Okay, so let's register this and control period. Okay, so it's been added already. Now let's see. So let's save this. So we go to the solution, and where we have this www folder, we're going to create a new folder, name it as JS. So we open this, and now with this, we create this dialog.js. So this is a simple method. We have www, this JS, and it is called dialog.js. And in that dialog, that is what we are having, dialog.js. So we are having this method. So this is not what we want for now, so we can remove all this method. Okay, now we need only this. So window.show dialog, and now we want to grab the div element which has an ID, and now show this model. Okay, so that's what we are doing. So in the index folder, you can see now we've added the JavaScript for the dialog, so we have to reference it in the application. Okay, so down here, let's reference it here. So we just have to go in there, and now we have to drag the dialog.js and now paste it in here. Okay, so this is all that we need to do. Now let's save this, and let's run the application and see what we have now. So as the page loads, let's first check if the JavaScript file that we created for the dialog box has been downloaded into the browser. We can do that from just going to the developer tools, and in here, click on the application, and you can see where we have the frames, come to the top, click on the top one. Next, we have scripts. So click on it, and you can see we have our dialog.js, and this is the simple method that we have. We're going to call it. That's right. Now we have this ready. Let's navigate to, that is the add product. And now in here, we are going to add product and see the next thing that's going to happen. So we have this, and as you know, I have this that I can, let me just copy this. I have an Apple Pro 15 like this, the same thing. Okay, so instead of this Pro Max, I think this has been added already. Or we can just go back to the app where we have a product table. You can see we can highlight all these and now delete them. So let's delete this as well. Now when you refresh this, I think you are not having any record again. Okay, so we have extra records. Let's remove everything in it. Refresh it. So save this, refresh this, and it is empty now. Okay, so we go back to the app, then Apple Pro Max. Let's specify the size or the price. Okay, now the quantity, it is 25. We have a description, and we're going to specify the description in here. Okay, so now the description that I just copied and pasted. Okay, so it tells you the battery and the camera, the display, and etc. performance. Now let's choose an image for this, and I'm going to choose maybe this image. Now click on save and processing. So please wait. Let's see. Good. So you can see now we have notification, product saved, right? And you can see we have okay. So I click on OK, and it is now off. So we are done. If I click on it again, it's still going to happen. You see processing, and I stop. You see we have a notification product exists, and the button here, it is danger. So this is a dynamic dialog element that we have implemented. Okay, let's add another one. We want to add 2. So Apple 14. You can just change this to 14. You can maintain the same price here. Let's say this is 5. The quantity, it is 20. Okay, 20 here. Let's make that 1. Then let's see. So let's use image here. And this Apple 14. Or let's use this. Save this. So saved. Now let's go to localhost. So let's see the main display now and see what we have now. You can see now we have 2 items. And the 2 items that we have, we did not specify as a Boolean expression. We did not specify as a feature, so we have nothing in here, right? Now let's go to the app again in here. Let's refresh this, and now let's set this to true. Featured, so we set this to true, and set this also to true. Now let's save this, refresh this up, and now in here, let me just go to inspect element. And let's go to the network tab. Let's refresh it. Now let's see if a product call will be made here to retrieve it. So network. Okay. So let's see. We have the data in here. And you see we have our less than greater than images. And when you check this, we have our font shop, right? We have our product here, and the feature is true. So when you go to preview, you will see we have the 2 items in here, and that is what we have. You can see now we have the icon. Check here. You can see this is 1. Have you seen? So this is 1. It means it is. You have the quantity here. It is 1. So it did not add the plus. Let's wait for the next one to see. So the next one, you can just okay. So you can see here you have plus because here it is 25 minus 1 making 24 plus. It means more than 24. This is a description, and in case it is more than 100, append dot with, and that's what we have. So we see we have this and the customized indicator that we created. We see we have this over here, and these are the images that we copied. You see as soon as I put the mouse on, it turns to that is this an icon, as you can see from this. But if I click on this account, you see I'm not seeing the pop-up because we did not install this that is the bootstrap. Yes, I never forgot bootstrap. Yeah, the bootstrap. So now you've seen that this is working. The let's do here is let's install that component. So let's close it. So let's go to solution. Now in the www, that is the CSS or www root folder. Right click on this. Let's click on add client side library. And in here we're going to type in bootstrap. I think 5.6. That's the current version. 5.3.2. So let's have to install. We are installing into the target location of the www root folder, and in that you're going to create a folder for bootstrap and now install. So let's wait for this session to get restored in here for us. You can see this running this to get it installed. All right, so it seems like we have it already here. So we go to the CS file, And now let's navigate to the index. So in here, you can see we have a default bootstrap here. So we're going to remove this default bootstrap. And let's include the new one that we have just added. So bootstrap, you want to use the minified version. So here, let's drag this to this section. And you want the minified one. So let's remove the second one because you don't need that. And now let's include the JavaScript file too. Maybe you can put it down here. And that to be found in the JS JavaScript. And now you want the bundle.js. So include that too. And now you want to use the minified one. So let's remove the rest. Save this. Let's run this and see. So I've added some images in here, some product in here. Now, when you check because I have about 10 or so, but since we are taking only 5, because when you check this front page component, we are taking only 5 from here. The list that we have, we take only 5. And we did that from, let's see where we are using that. That is the front page. So from the carousel, let's see. Okay, so you can see that we are looping through and now we are taking only 5 out of them. And that is the reason why you see I have a lot, but I'm seeing only 5 here. Now the next here is how do you display the rest as a featured item down here? Let's have a look on how to do that. So let's close this and let's go to application. Now in the pages folder, we are going to create one component and it's going to be a featured product component. So featured product component. It is here. This is what we are doing. We are using this div container fluid and margin top as 5 to give enough space on top. We have a horizontal line to separate it. And we have this as featured text on top. And here we are customizing to my font. So where from this font, I just downloaded a font from the internet. And now let me just grab this font. You go to the Solution Explorer. In the www folder, I open it and now let me paste it here. It's in the folder called font. What is the name of this font? That is this. It is just a vermin.ttf, so true type format. So this is a font style that I've created. And now with this, you have to register this or you have to link this font with the application. So we're going to create a class. This is going to be a CSS isolation. We don't want this class to load for all the entire application. You want to isolate it and load when the that's a header component, that's the navigation component has been loaded. So we go to the folder where we have our pages. And this is the pages. You can see we have this layout. We have our navigation bar.razor. So we're going to create a class, a CSS class, and I'll name it as navigation bar.razor.css. So it is there even already. I've added it already, as you can see, navigation bar.razor.css. And now in that, you can see that we're adding the font face. The family name here, it is what my font. And now you can see we have the source here, and it's the font folder. And I'll go to a file called vermin.ttf. And at the top bar, we want to set the font style to this my font. And our text align, we set to center. So this is CSS installation. It's going to load as soon as this component also get loaded to the application. Okay, so now we have this. I think our view is going to change. You can just test this up quickly and I'll check it out. All right, so you see that we have it applied to the header in here, and that is exactly what you can see from this header, from the home app to this account. Now, if I click on this, because I have this pop-up because we have linked the JavaScript or the bundle.js file from the Bootstrap that we installed. So our drop-down also working here. Okay, now let's go back and check how to work with the featured item. So we go back again, and now in here from the featured product component that we created, what we did here was we just have to copy what we have in the front page, because actually don't have to copy it because we're not going to use a carousel for now. This is what we are doing. we have just a div class, a container fluid, and we have this. So you can see we are returning a featured product here. Now this featured product, we have this button as a previous button, click, and it's the same less than that we are using. We have down here as a greater than, and it's the same next button. So we are implementing our skip and take ourselves. Now here we are checking that if the featured item, if it has any, okay, then we're going to create a card with this and check if the card date is less than today's date. If item.date updated, okay, so dot add days, so dot add days, we want it to last for 30 days, okay, it is less than datetime.now, so meaning that it has expired, datetime.now. So if the date in there, it is less than this, it means the date has expired. But in case it is not, they want to display this. All right, so this is what we can do. If it is less than today's date, meaning you don't want to display anything, but if it is greater than today's date, then you want to display new. So if it hasn't expired, or if it expires, then display just a badge, okay, and then the badge returns nothing. There's nothing here. In case it is not, then display new, or display an empty badge. And now the next thing, display an image, and with the image, set the source to this item image. This is the height, and now this is the width. And also we want to have these styles max width and the minimum width attached to it. We have a product cover. This is going to be for product cover, and we set this the background color for this, and we also display the item name. Now you see we set as a class here child image. Now what are we doing with the child image? When you come down here, you can see that from the child image, we have this product cover. This is a div class. We set the width, the font size, the height, the border radius, and etc. so we can display the name of the item in it. Now, if it is hovered, you want to set the opacity to 1. But in case the whole image itself is being hovered, then the whole image defaultly we set the opacity to 1, the cursor as pointer. In case this child image here is hovered, then you want to set the opacity to 0.5. Now this is a child image. So any of the image that's going to be rendered from this for each loop is going to have maybe a class which is going to be assigned to any of the image, child image. Now, when that image is being hovered, you want to set the opacity to 0. 0.5, that is a half of it. Okay, so it becomes like blur or so. But in case it is not, if the mouse out, then display as 1, the full 1. Okay, so that's what we are doing, very simple one. Now, the next thing is how to implement the next button and the skip previous button. We need to use skip and tick. So here, with the code section, we have this a list of product list, and maybe this could be a featured list. And when we run the application, we are calling this method, which is going to call the API from that's our server, return a list of products. From here, we set the feature to true because we want to grab all featured items. And here we don't even need to look to convert this to a list because it is not an R enumerable. So we can straightly use this and look through this. Okay, and I'll set it to add it to this product list. Aside from that, then you want to load data. So where from this load data? Now, when you check the definition for this load data, it is over here. You're going to apply the skip and tick. Now we set the page size. So the number of items or image that you want to display per is going to be the page size, that is 8. Currently, if I skip, the current value here is 0, tick is 8. So skip page size is 8, skip 8, and I'll tick 8. So we create a list of featured product list. Now with this is what we are doing. We are getting the whole product list that has been rendered over here. Then skip the current skip, that is the 0, and I'll take the current tick, that is 8. Convert to a list, and I'll give it to this get data. Now when you have that, increase this skip. This skip here, it is the counter, that is 0. Increase it by 8, that's the page size, because you've taken 8, then get the current skip count here. Now check if the featured product has data, clear it, loop to the list that we have in here, and I'll display it. That's to load data. So this method gets loaded as soon as the page initializes, and the retrieve product for getting from the API has been occurred or processed. Now the next thing here is to, if I click on the previous and on the next button, what should happen? Here we are checking that if skip is equal to 8, then return. Why returning? Because defaultly, as soon as the page loads, skip is going to be 8. Default skip is 0. As soon as the page loads, it's going to add plus 8 to it, page size, making 8. So if skip is 8, meaning it has loaded the default first 8. We don't need to go back, we don't need to go forward. Okay, so previous, we can't go to previous because it's 8 and that's the current one, but I can go to the next one. Now, if previous is clicked and it is not equal to 8, then we are going to get the next product by product list.skip. It's going to skip this page. The current value that we have for the skip, we're going to multiply the page times 2 from the skip and to remove it, and I'll take the next 8. So if it is 24, this 8 times will be 16. So it's simple as 24, then come back to 8. Then 8 is going to pick the next 8. That's going to be the previous one. Then we also do the same thing. We clear, we loop through, and we add. When next is clicked, then we check. So if the skip, the current value of the skip that we have, it is greater than the product list, it means we have to return because there's no data again. Else, we're going to skip it and I'll take. Skip the current skip and I'll take the take that is an 8. Add to the page size and I'll loop through it and I'll add it. Okay. Now that's what we are doing. This is in part. Can clear this. And from this featured list, that is what we are looping through from this angle. Featured list. Now, once you're done with this, the next thing to do here is we go to the home page and now we are going to create a column class of 12 and display this in there. So down here, we can make it as MD of 12 as empty 5. That's the margin top 5 to create a vast space from here to this. Call this component and now let's run this application and see what we have now. Well, and you can see that it has now worked. So you can see we have it in here. We have these icons. Now, currently, if I click on the nothing happens because there's no, the current skip here, it is 8. So there's no previous one and I can't go forward. I can't go back. But if I click on this, what happens? I can now pick the next one. And if I click on it again, you see nothing also happens because the count of this is now greater than the skip count is greater than the product list because it added 8 plus 8 making 16. While this is not also 16. Okay, so there's an 8 plus 3, this is almost 11. So it is greater and it's not going to move forward. Now see, if I click on backward, it's going to subtract the 8 from it and I can now go back again. If I click on it again, you see nothing happens and now this is working. If I hover the mouse, you can see it turns to the opacity here is 0.5. If I remove the mouse, it turns to 1. Check this is the product container. You can see we have it set over here nicely and we have the product name displayed in here. You can add a lot of stuff in here if you want to do that as well. We're going to optimize it. So instead of creating or depending on one interface for the server and now the client, what we're going to do here is we're going to create separate interfaces for each. Okay. Now this is what we're going to do first. We go to our server side. Now in our server side, you can see we have our repository. And that is the interface definition. And now when you go to the shared library, you can see we have this contract, and that is what contains the general interface for product. Now with this, we want this to get limited or limit to only the server because the server is going to use this. We're going to create same for the client. But the reason why I am saying that is when you have your application, you don't need to be calling the API for retrieving data all the time. When the application launches or it gets ready and you retrieve the data for the first time, there must be a way to keep that data in order not to call the API again. Unless maybe a delete or an update method has been erased or has been called. If not, data which has been received from the API must be kept and it must be utilized in the whole application. And that is the kind of techniques we want to implement in this. When we have our product categories and our product list, we don't want to be calling the product API all the time to get the list once we've had the list already. What we do here is the first time that you receive the list, we want to cache it, store it somewhere so that you can just manipulate the whole application with the list that you have cached. Isn't that beautiful? Yes. And you know, that needs a little bit of code to add. And that's the reason why I am separating this interface from the service. Okay, so with this, having this understanding, thank you. And now let's see. So I'm going to move this. Let's move this iProduct. So move yours to this repository. Okay, so you're going to see, you're going to have this iProduct. You're going to have this product repository. But as soon as you move, you must change the namespace. So let's grab the namespace for this. That's the interface. That's the implementation class. And I go to the interface and I insert the contract and then library. Just put in this repository. That's the namespace. It still remains the same. Nothing is changed. Still the same. Just that you've changed the location. That is all. So this interface, it is no more public. It is just limited to the API only. Now, let's come back to the contract. So once we are in here, we want to also move this to the client, because here, the service that you're going to create here is going to be used by only the client. That is a WebAssembly. So we don't want to put in something that is limited to the client into the shared project that the server can have access to without necessary needful for that. Okay, so we're going to move it. Now here, let's go to the client, and that is the Blazor WebAssembly app. So that is the client one. And we see from the service that we have here, let's also move a copy of this iProduct to the service. You see? And now we can now delete this contract folder. So as you did for the interface for this server, we must do same. So let's click on the client service. Let's grab the namespace in here. Let's go to the interface and now change the namespace. If you're not able to do this, please pause the video and roll back and I'm trying to do it. Okay, it is not something difficult. You can do it yourself, and I trust you. You can do that. Okay, so let's move on. If you are done with this, now we have our interface, but we have the same interface appearing twice from the server and on the client. So in order not to contradict ourselves, what we're going to do here is we're going to give it another name. Let's rename this. So maybe since it's going to be a service, I would like to put it as an iProduct service. So iProduct service. And I believe this will be suitable for yours too. Or you can also give it any name of your choice. As usual, I can even add your name to it if you want to do that. Okay. So let's change this to iProduct service. So we have an interface and we have a client service. But when it comes to the client service, you see this inheriting from this iProduct. So definitely, you know what we're going to do, right? What we're going to do, just here service, and that is it. Let's remove this folder or this namespace because it is no more available. Now save it. It is the same. Okay, nothing changes. The same. Okay, so that is the first thing that we have to do. The second thing that we're going to focus on here is creating our category model. So let's go to this models folder in the library, and now right click on the models. Let's create one more class, and it's going to be category. Now in this, you may decide to add more properties to this, but for the purpose of this video and making things simple for you and others, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to pass in only 2 properties. Only 2, okay? So the first one is going to be the ID. As you know, in EF Core, when I try to apply migration in database, then we must have an ID as a primary key. So we have an ID. We are not going to concentrate much on the ID. What we need here is going to be the next one here. Then that's going to be the string, and here it is what? Category name. So in naming conventions, you have the category already. So do not say category name. Don't write category name. Just pass in only name, because you know that this category is a model and it has properties as name. That is it. Okay, so short names. It's fine. It's fine. So don't use long ones. Okay, so now we have this set. We have to establish the relationship. Now let's say here's going to be a relationship, and now you want to have this one category may have a list of products. Okay, one category may have a list of products. So what do you think will be the name for this, or the type of this relationship? I believe you've got it, right? That is a one-to-many. Okay, so let's establish our relationship. So we're going to say this is a list of, then let's pass in the model that you want to create a relationship with. And now we're going to say it is products. Now let's make this as nullable, so that when we are inserting data into this category, it doesn't stress on to pass or to provide values for this product. So you can decide to skip this and it must work. Okay, so that's a relationship. And now let me specify this as one-to-many. I believe this is simple and clear to you, right? So one-to-many, I believe you know what it means. Let me add the O for you. Okay, so now let's do the same to the product. Now once we have this one-to-many, meaning the product is going to be what? Many-to-one, isn't it? So let's check down here, and here let's say our relationship again. And this is going to be many-to-one. Why are we having many-to-one? Many of these products are going to have one category, and that is all. So we're going to have, maybe we're talking about Apple iPhones, you have iPhone, you have 12, 11, 10, and etc. All is going to have access to one category as Apple phones. So that's the category, and these are the products. So many-to-one, and that's going to be for this. Now let's have our property. And in here, we're going to say it is a category. We have to also set this as nullable, and we're going to set this category. And in here, we're going to specify the relationship property, and it's going to be int. I'm going to say category ID. This is all the relationship that we need. Okay, one-to-many, many-to-one. That's all we need. I believe you've understood this, isn't it? Thank you. Let's move on. After doing this, our EF or our migration has been updated, and we need to reapply it. So it can also create the same relationship using a foreign key and etc. So let's do that. Before we do that, let's build this project first. All right, so you can see we have a lot of errors to fix, and it's about the contract folder that we deleted. So it means you have to get rid of all of these from the following section. So let's do it. And when you check this, it's supposed to be iProduct. This is coming in from, let's check it out. So it is coming from, let's first check the client's program.cs file. And instead of this product, it's supposed to be product.service, product service, because you are making a reference to the client service. And also let's check the controller service, that's an API or the server service, program.cs file. And now in here, it must be iProduct, and that is it. Okay, but we have to remove this also. Control period, we can remove unnecessary usings or namespaces. Okay. Let's go back again and now check the next thing that we can do. So it is here, right? It is. We have to also correct this. This is coming from the product service. So this is coming from our controller. So this is going to be a product, and we have to include the namespace in here. And I remove this contract folder. So pause the video and do all these cleanup, and we can now move on. Or you follow me, do mine as you also do yours. Okay, you do mine. I do mine, you do yours. So let's say aside from that, we can also check again which is left. All right, this is solved. Controller, they are all solved. Now let's try it again and see if it's going to work. All right, so mine is done. Is yours also done? Good job. Now let's see. So we are going there to perform migration. But when you establish the relationship and you want to reapply migration, I suggest it's better that we clear up the table itself, so we don't have any error in that. So we go back, you see this migration folder, let's remove it. And in our SQL Server object, what is even the name of this database? We say it is demo shop. So you go back to SQL Server objects. If you're not finding yours, go to view and you're going to find this there. Now in our server, that's our desktop, GT8. Now you can see from the database, we're going to have this as what? Demo shop. And I'm going to clean this. Or let me just remove this. So delete, close existing connection, click on OK, and it's going to delete that database and all records in it. So we're going to now create a new migration. So click on Package Manager Console, and first of all, add migration. And I'll give it a name. I normally use first. This is done. So we're going to perform a database update. So let's update it. I'm going to say that update database, very simple one. Yes, and this is also done. So now when we check our table, if I refresh the database, we must see our new database table added, demo shop DB. Now if I click on tables, I might see 2 tables now. No, it's still going to be 1 because we did not add a category table. Yes, I knew. You saw it, right? And you didn't tell me. Okay, so we have a category table in here. Let's see, but did we actually add? Let's go to solution. Let's check our AppDB contest class, and the server project, go to the data AppDB contest, and we did not, but we still have the table added. Well, maybe it's from the EFA that we are using. That's the new one. So category, and now let's say this categories. Now, the name of our database that we created in the app.setting.json here, if I may find it, what is the database name that we use? And if I check this, it is demo shop DB. Now, if you check this, demo shop DB, okay, so you have the same table and categories. Let's see what we have. If I click on open data or view data, we have this ID and now the name. And now when we also check our product, we also have same. We have the category ID set over here. And that is the relationship. Okay. Now we have this set, but I think we have this table added at the RDB contest. So I believe we have to do it again. Now let's see if this will work. So add migration. Update table. Okay, so we have the sets. So new name, categories, yes. So you can see it defaultly created the name for us, but we want to specify it our own name, create a foreign key, and that's what, as you can see. Let's make this work. So we say update, then database. So you know, one good thing about this EF core 8 here, it is the EF core 8 is even if you decide not to add the table reference in the context class, it still got you covered. As you can see, we had that and now we have it. So that's fine, but we want to do it in our own way. So let's close this up, and now we have this set. The next thing we're going to do here is we're going to create our interface for product and also for the category. You know, we could have created one generic interface which we can inherit from the service, both the product and the category. But in order to make this simple and clear to you guys, I decided to use only separate interfaces and implementation classes. Okay. Let's focus on that. If you know how to create the generic, that is fine. You can also implement it. Maybe remind me in the next video, we're going to learn how to use this generic interfaces or generic repository in application. The next project we're going to do, we're going to learn how to integrate that. But for now, let's create a separate interfaces and implementation class for each. Okay. So with this, you know, this is outmoded because we have the C# version 12. That's the primary constructor. So we can use primary constructor instead of this to make it one line, very simple one. Okay. Now, maybe you don't know what a primary constructor is. What primary constructor here is a new one implemented in C# version of 12. And what it does is, you know, these models here, or this class, is going to be used or going to be available in the whole application, in the whole model, this class. So you can decide to put it on top here to make it available or accessible in the whole application. So that is it. So all classes that you want to make it available in this, put it in this constructor section, and off you go. That is a new improvement, and it is also a good optimization for code, making it readable and also simple to read as well. All right, so let's see the next thing to do. Let's go to solution. Now in the repo, we're going to create in our API. So let me close the client section first. Now in the data folder, not the data folder, close it up, come to the repository, and in here we are going to create one interface. And even you can make a copy of this. You know, we have this iProduct, so copy and paste. That is the best way to work fast. Copy and paste. Okay, so fast working mode activated. And now here we're going to say iCategory. So iCategory, and it's going to have the same thing. So iCategory. I know there's an interface, as you can see from it's an interface. And now here, instead of this product, it is what category. So take note, we have to make these modifications, and now we can move on. For the response, it is the same. We can grab a list of this category, and now here we need not to pass in any parameter, and let's change this to get all categories. Okay, so categories, I believe so. That's fine. So we have this set. The next thing we're going to do here is we have an interface. We have to create an implementation class, but you know we want to create one class for all. So although we have this iCategory here, when you go to the repository, we have this product repository. Let's create also a repository for this. When we get to the client section, then we can inherit from one class for all the interfaces. So right click on this. Maybe we can just copy and paste this, isn't it? So copy and paste it. The best way to work fast is to copy and paste. And I'm going to say this is going to be I, not I anymore. It's going to be a category repository. The reason why we say this repository here, it contains a definition for a specific method. So category, am I spelling it wrongly? Yeah, category. Okay, so that is it. Now this has to inherit from not iProduct, rather iCategory. Take note, so we make this change here, and you know we still inherit from the AppDB context, and from this we can copy this. Supposed to be category repository like this. You paste it, make a copy of this, and I believe that's all. All right, we have our AppDB context class injected into the primary constructor, as you know I've explained earlier on. And here instead of add product, it's going to be what? So pause the video and try to correct these things so we can move on. So iProduct, iCategory, that's going to be add category, right? And you're going to have a category model. If the model is null, then return this. The same thing, right? And now here, check name, you can check model name as well. But in case it is not, everything is working, then we say categories.add model and commit it, save it, return. Instead of product, we say category saved. Very simple and clear. Okay. Now the next thing we're going to do here is the same thing as getting the list of this category and get all categories, not product anymore. So we're going to say yes, we have it set, and there's this interface method does not contain any parameter, so we have to get rid of them. And if featured, no, we don't want to return any feature. We are not checking anything. What we're doing here is we want to return this with a category list. Category list, return it to a list or creating a list form and a return. So you can put it in one line. And this, I think, since it's just a one line of code, we can use this lambda expression. Okay, so it's also another way to make code clean and readable too. Very simple as well. So we have this, and it is returning this category.toList. Fantastic, we are done. Now here it is a check name, so it's taking up the category name. Now check from this categories. So AppDB context.categories. I'm not getting this. Let's see. I'm going to say here category. And now let's say it seems like we are missing one closing. or we are having multiple one. I think so. Let's see, yeah, we are having multiple one. Control D. Let's see what we have. So we have this. We have to remove that. Yes. Problem solved. One needs to be added to get it closed. Control KD. Formatted well or saved. So dot categories, and you can see we have the pop-up, and at the first or default, so you can see we are checking up the name, and we check if it's equal to this name. You want to check and see that is that category being added already, or it is a new guy coming in. If it's a new guy, then return null. Okay, if it is not, return product already exists. And if you return this, it means that it's not going to be added to the database table. So return category is null. It's a question mark. If yes, return this. If no, then return product exists. Exist, not exist, exist. All right, so we have this set, and that is all that we need to do. So here, okay, so we have an error here. Let's check it out. Category, and we have the tags. What are we doing wrong here? It is saying that to implement this add product, and it needs this product. Add category, the service tag of add category. We have this list of category. Check name is a private method. Save is a private method. Okay, so let's check this I category, and I can see, let's see which one is talking about. Add product, get all categories. Maybe that might be the issue. Get all categories, and still okay. So Control K. Let's implement this. Tag service dot add products. Oh, so it's supposed to be add category. Let's check this. So not add product, add category. I believe you saw it, right? Thank you for doing it before seeing it. Okay, now we have this, and I believe this is simple and clear, right? Okay, so if you're not understanding this, then maybe it's come from the base. Please check I think the episode 1 or 2 where we started with this. I explained them, and because you're making a duplicate of this, and I'll change the value. So I believe it's clear. Yeah. So let's save this, and we can now close it. So we have our interface. What we need to do next is let's create a DI between the interface and the implementation. So go to the program. That's going to be the server or the API program, and we can make a duplicate of this. And now instead of the I products, say what? Do it yourself. So I category, and now this is going to be a category repository. I believe you are done. That's fine. So we have our class created and injected. What are you going to do next? You're going to create our controller to handle this, okay, to create our endpoint to handle that. So, when we go to the solution and I will check this controllers folder, we have products here. So the same thing, the fast way to do is to make a copy. So let's copy this, and I'm going to say, so it's category controller. And now with this category controller, we can just copy this name and I replace it with this. We have our I category instead, not product. And I will say category service. Okay, so we grab this service, and now here get all. We're going to have access to, you can put this in the next line, then get all categories. Then we return okay with it. The same thing applies to the post to add category. And now this is going to be category, and then the model. And we check if it is null, return this. But in case it is not, then here we go in for category service dot add category. And that is all. Our controller is set and done. Let's run this application and I'll see if the API is working, so we can try in some category data, fill in, and now check it up and see if it is working as you and I expect it to work. So what you see here, it is a UI for the client. Now we are not done with the UI, so we want to navigate you there. The other one, that is an API. So we're going for the Swagger. And there you go. We have our Swagger available. You can see we have our category endpoint in here. Now if I click on get key work, you see we have this property that we did not removed. So let's quickly, I hope you've done yours, but I did not do mine. So let me remove mine. Okay, so I am done. Now let's see it again in case it will not be available now, in case it gets refreshed. But no, I'm not sure hot reload is working. So let me do it myself. So let's see. Now I'm going to navigate to the Swagger again. And now let's see. Yeah, I have it now. Now get category. And if I click on get it, I must have no, right? Did you get yours? Yes. Did you see this? Did you get the same thing as I'm getting here? Then good job. It means you're on the right path. So let's close this and now let's try to add one category and see. Good. So you can see from here that we have, since we created a relationship between the category list and now the product list, definitely is going to combine this as a model in order for us to provide data for it. Whenever you want to call, we want to post data to the table. But we can skip this. No reason why. We can skip this product model properties. The reason of being skipping this is when you check, when we were establishing the relationship, go back and let me show you one thing. When you go to the category, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Okay, so let's go back again and check it out. Solution, then check this category model. You know that we added this nullable. That is the reason why you can do that with it. In case we remove this, let's see what happens. So let's say this is off now. Okay, this is off. And let's see. So let's see, maybe we have a suggestion to make. Okay, so we have this set, right? Let's save this. Let's rebuild this. And if we try to provide a category, only category name without providing the products, a list of products, let's see the error that you're going to have. And after doing that, you come back and put that question mark there, making it as nullable. And we're going to also run it again and I'm trying to provide data. And I will check that one out and see what will happen. So you know what to do. The next time that you want to start a relationship, you don't forget to add that question mark. It was very important. Now let's check our Swagger. So let's add category. So I'm going to clear all this code because you are not adding products. You only want to add category. So let's clear this, starting from where we have this list, this array list into this. Make sure you move this, the trailing comma. And now let's say there's an Apple font. Do I say iFont? Apple font to be okay. Let's grab this. We're going to be pasting it again. If I click on execute, let's see what happens. Okay. See what happened? It's telling us that the product field is required. That is a model that it is questioned for. The product, you can see it is a list. As you can see here, it is a list. So it means that you cannot add a product, only product name. You must provide a list. But this time I don't want to provide the list because that is not the right time to add or the right place to add product, isn't it? It is. So then you want to find a way to skip it. And you can do that by putting on that Mr. question mark. So put on that here. Save this. And you know what you're going to do? Right, let's rerun this application again. And now we're going to check and see if you're going to have the same suggestion or the same error code, or this time around it's going to work. Okay, so let's navigate and in here /Swagger. Okay, it's even there. Now let's check it up. I copied, right? Did you also copy yours? So there's no time to waste, right? So don't let us waste time. I'm going to paste this and let's click on execute. Whoa, let's see. That's fine. That's it. So you can see we have category saved. Now let's go back to the category, get category, and I click on try it out, click on execute, and I see what we have. Oh, we have one data in it, and there's a one record. Now you can see from here that we have this product as null. Yes, we want it to maintain null, okay? Because we want this to get in connection with the category, and that's what we want to do. We are going to look at consuming category API endpoint in a Blazor WebAssembly eCommerce app. So you can see here we have a folder called pages, and that is where we have all our components. We want to organize it because, you know, when creating a package or when creating an app, organization is very important. If you organize your work, it becomes very easy or easier for you to identify a component in it. So you can group them. So we're going to create 3 folders, and that is what we're going to be using to group them. You're going to have a category pages, you're going to have other pages, you're going to have a product pages as well. So quickly, let's create these 3 folders. So we do that in the pages folder. Okay, so I'm going to create the first one, and here I'm going to say category pages. And this is going to contain all our category components. We're also going to have product pages. And the last one is going to be other pages. So all our share components can also be put in here. I'm going to say other pages. So I am not saying that you should use the same name for yours, right? You can give it a different name altogether. Okay, so in this, let's try to put this here. So you see there's an add or update product component. So definitely it's going to go into this product pages. So move into the product pages. And also when you have this busy button, it must be in the other pages because it's a shared component that we are using. If you check this, we have this busy button. That is this one I'm talking about. So drag this to the other pages. I think there's an issue here. You can see the add or update must be in the product like this. Okay, then busy button must be inside the other pages. I believe you're doing the same thing. Now featured product must be inside the product pages. And we have front page that is also, it could also be in the product pages. Okay, now message dialog must be in the other page. Okay, so we have our components organized. Now if I close this, let's see, so other pages featured product must be in the product. And our message dialog must be inside the other pages. That's fine. Busy button must be in the other pages like this. Okay, so that is what we need. Now if I close all of these they have this mother component that is a home .razor. So that's the parent component that we are using here. Now we have to change the references. So control period, let's include the namespace for this. So here we're using this phoneshop.page.product pages. This is where it's coming from. Okay, so we have it saved here. Okay, so I believe let's build it and see. In case you have any linking wrong issue, we're going to have it popped up. So let's build this. We can only build the client section. So we see we have one pop-up and it's saying that the message dialog, it is not found. So where is it? Okay, so this one, we have to use control period and we have to use the namespace instead. So as you can see, there's a namespace. So we can just go up here, grab this, cut this, save. Let's go to the import and paste it over there. So that's going to be the import.razor. And now let's add it here. Okay, so we can also add the other 2 pages too, because definitely we are going to be using them. So pages, then dot, we have our product pages. So we've created our endpoint for the category. So we must also create a service to call this category from the API. So let's go in there now and do that. And when you go to solution, because we have a service folder created, let's add one interface, and that's going to be iCategory service. So let's go in for an interface in here. And now the name is going to be iCategory service. So in this is what you want to do. We want to add category, and also we want to get all categories. So we're going to add two methods here. So it is return a service response when we add, and I get all categories. So let's create an interface. So no, that's going to be in the implementation class. So instead of creating the implementation class, you want to organize this in one file. So we have our client service. So let's add it here so we can implement this. So this is going to be I category service. Now control period, we are going to implement the interface of this. That is the two methods that we have added. Okay, so we have them here, add category and also get all categories. So maybe we can put this. It's going to be categories. And now on top here, that is product. So as you can see, we have this method, right? This method are here. And maybe what we're going to do here is we can put this in one static class so we can be using them maybe somewhere else. Okay, so let's do that. Because when we get to authentication, we're going to use the serialized and undeserialized content. So let's put it in one static class. And let's create a class here in the services folder. Now let's name it as, what name should we give it to? Generics, I think, or general? Generics or general? Well, let's use this general because they're going to be a general method that we're going to be calling. So this is going to be a static class. So static class means it creates the instance once and it can be used all over. It keeps it so that it can be used all over in the application. Okay, so we don't want to be creating an instance of this all the time. So let's make it as one, boom, and that's all. Okay, like a gun. All right, so let's cut this and let's move it into this class. And all of these must not be private anymore. They must be public. So we can have access to us outside the scope of this. So let's make them public. All right. So we see that once we have this, definitely we're going to have an error in the client service, isn't it? So what we're going to do here is, in creating a static class, you don't need to inject it. You don't need to register it or create a dependency injection. No, you don't have to do that. What you do here is just use the class directly in the application and boom, that is all. Okay, no stress, it's stress-free. So let's say it's general dot, and that's all that we need. So here too, we need the same general. So in programming, one of the rules here says that do not repeat yourself. So we don't want to be copying and pasting all this stuff. So we put it in one class, as you know, and we can now be using it all over everywhere that you want to call it. So let's say general dot, and that is all. Okay, so you can see we have a simple class here, a simple method as well. So control period, let's remove all these using it because we don't need them here. All right, so we have this. We can also have another one. So here, instead of having base URL, we're going to say this is product base URL. Maybe some you like to prefer maybe using the product base URL and setting up only the API. Okay, so you can pass in the name and add, but I also like to store it here. So category base URL. So here, instead of the product, it's going to be category. I believe you're getting it. Because when we check an API, it's a category API. All right, so once you have that, it means that you have to make changes to where we use this base URL. So I believe you are doing the same. That is it. So we have it set and done. Now let's go to the add category. It is the same as this. Okay, so what we're going to do here is, I like copy and paste much because it makes coding very, it makes it easier. Yeah, easier than typing. So let's paste this in here. And now what we're going to do here is we're going to change this from what? Tell me. Yes, from this category, from the product to category base URI. So let's add it here. Now, I believe so. So here we're making a post. This must be an async because since it's a task, you must have an async to wait. And that is it. Okay, we also check our response and error. Okay, try again, the same thing. And we have same thing here. So maybe this is what we can do. We can just, we have one class like this. We also have another one like this. You see? So can we do something to return? Or can we do something here so we can put this in one class? We can be calling this to check. Yes, we can do that. Let's figure out how to do this. So maybe in here, let's try to pattern something. There's going to be a private. And what is going to be the return type here? It's going to be HTTP response. So HTTP response. I told you that once you do this, you also optimize our code to make it very simple and clear. We don't want to repeat stuff. So it's return a response. And now here we are going to say check response. Okay. Now with this, what is it accepting? It is also accepting the same thing here because it is accepting the same response. So it is accepting the HTTP message, response message as response. Then in here, so maybe we don't want to return this response. We want to return this service response. Okay, so let's make it as this private service response. And you pass in the HTTP response message, and now we can move this. So read response, let's cut this, and let's paste it here. So this response, when we check and the status code, it is, well, as you can see from this, it is not success. As you can see, we are negating it. So it is not success. Then I want to return this response. But in case it is success, what you're going to do, then maybe we can return true. Or we can return something like this. So let's see, we can just copy this. And let's paste in here. Else. So that is if the response here, it is in success code, then let's return here as true. And there's going to be, we can make it as null. You don't return any message. Okay. So with this, we are checking. So what we're going to do here is, let's copy this. And now we're going to say that since we're going to return this service response, we're going to say var and response is equal to. Now let's call this passing this response. You see? And that is all. So with this response, this is supposed to be results. Or this, it is accepting this model. As you can see, it's accepting the flag and a message. So maybe we can even say that flag and message. You see, so this is a tuple that we are using. Now this flag and message, we want to return this. So once we have this, what we can do, or maybe we can also return true because then we have to return this response. So let's make it as results. So we can get all of them. Then we say if results, not response, the results dot, and now the results has a flag. So if this is true, then what you want to do, or if this is false. So if this is false, meaning it is returning this. Okay, then what we're going to do here is return results. So this is a code optimization. We're optimizing it and we want to create a general so we can be using it all the time. So here we check, we call this, we pass in this response. It comes in and check the status code. Is it found in the status code? If yes, then return true. If no, return false. And then we are checking if it is false, meaning it is returning this. Then return the response here to the tags here, and that is all. But in case it is not, then we have this result in here, and now we are going to read it as a content. So with this too, we can also put this in one line. So maybe down here or here, we can say that it is a private and return a string, and we say read content. So this read content, what can we pass in? We can pass in this response. Okay, so let's pass in the same HTTP response message, and I will say this also response. So let's make this as response. And now in this, we are now going to move this. You cut this here, then you return it. So instead of using this, here must be an async. And you know that as soon as it becomes an async, it must be a task of, then you have to pass in the return type as string. So here we want to return this. Okay, so in order to do that, we can use this lambda expression to handle this. So let's make it this lambda, and I remove this. Okay, so Control KD, we format it well. So this too, we are reading the response as a string. So we just have to copy this. Then we come here and I will say var content is equal to, or we can still make it an API response. So API response is equal to, here must be an await, paste in the name, then there is a method, and now this method needs in what? If you check this, it needs in an HTTP message response, so you pass in the result like this. No, it's not response because this is coming as a service response, so you pass in this response instead. So you pass in this. You see? So we have two methods that we can be using all over again. All right. So now we have this add product is done. And we can copy the same add product here. We grab this and I will go to the add category. And in here, we can just paste this. Now let's go in and I'll grab the category base URL, come here and I'll replace it. So you can see that we are using this general method. Now let's put this method down at the base so we can say it is a general method. So we say this is general method. So instead of repeating this severally, we are going to create it once, then we can now be using. So let's see, control period. This we can make it as a static, and we can also make this, let's see, as a static as well. But since we have an async task, yeah, let's run it and see if it is possible. Okay, so it is now set and done. All right, so you can see here we are done. That is it. We are done for this. Let's go to the add categories. That is the get all categories. So we can also copy the same thing from here. And now with this, let's paste this here. Maybe you'll be asking yourself, why shouldn't we check? Yeah, we can also check this. So this is going to be an async. But you know that here we are returning, you want to grab this and we are returning, check here, this is a task. So this task, it must be a task, a list. So you must have a list of products that we should return. When you check this, we are returning a list of products. So here must also be a list of category. So here must be a list of category. You can just grab this from here and now paste it. Okay, and with this we have this product base and we are not passing any query string. So it's an API passing our product, and this is going to be our category base URL. So that is all that we need. So you can see that we can still make good use of this check response. You know, this check response, what is it doing? You know, it checks it and I return a service response. So maybe this is what we can do. We can just grab this check response. Then here we can just say that. So var result is equal to, we can now check response, passing this response. Okay, and now see, if the response is in status code, you're going to return true. Okay, but if not, it's going to return false. So we're going to say that if result dot, no, that is this result that we have to get. So if this result dot so flag, so this means that's going to return true, and I'll be saying that if false, then we can return now. Okay, so you can see we are also checking out this. So if this result dot flag is false, then we can return now. Or maybe we can just use a tuple in here as a flag and as message. So with this message, we are not going to use this message, so we can use this card to hold this message. Then we say if this flag, so let's remove all this. So if it is false, then return now. We don't need the message, that's why we're using this card to hold that. Okay, then here we have this response. So result is equal to now read content as string. So we're going to read this response in here. So we can also call this content, and I'm going to say result is equal to await, then call this, and now let's pass in the response, and that is all. So and now in here we have to pass in the results in this to serialize it, and now since this is the category, we have to provide a t value, and that is a category, and that is it. So we're able to also optimize this. Now what else? Let's grab this and also paste it to this. That's going to be the category section. This is going to be the product. And now in here, maybe we can paste it here and try to change some stuff in. So instead of this, the response, we're going to use this response. And that is all. So here we do this. And now let's change this to product. So instead of category, it's going to be product. And that is it. So you can see that both of these methods, or these four methods, are using the general method that we created in here. All right, so that is what we have to do in this. So do you know, even with the code that we have now, we can still optimize it. Maybe you're asking yourself, wow, what are you to do again? I believe all is said and done. Yes, although it is said, but we can still do it. Let me give you this scenario. You know that this application we are using in the Blazor WebAssembly. So it means that the whole services are going to be downloaded into the client browser, and the app is going to run from the client browser. I believe by now you know what WebAssembly does, isn't it? I give you a thumbs up because I know you have responded. Just that it is only when the client needs the data from an API, that is where a communication must be created. The API must, the app must send a link to an API to retrieve the data. Now, when we create our product in our category, we're going to create a list. And now with the list, we're going to be calling the API. So anytime the app calls or the app wants to retrieve the category, it has to call an API. Even though it has called it initially and we have the data at hand, as soon as we view it, we discard it and we have to call it again. So let's say when you have 1,000 or 10,000 more people using the application, and each of them is calling the API one by one, you can see there's going to be a load on the API or the server. So what you're going to do here is, if it is not only delete or update or addition of new one, we don't want to call the API. If it is get, that I retrieve the list of category or the list of product from the API, we have to cache it in the browser so that anytime that I navigate to the next component, or if I return, I must see the same data. I need not to call an API. I'll call the API when I add a new data or I make an edit or an update. So take note. I believe this is clear. Yes, so we want to improve the performance of our system. So we don't want to be calling or making a redundant call once the data has been provided already. We call the same API to retrieve the same data that has been served to you already. We retrieve it, we save it, and now we use it. I believe this is clear. Good. So let's try to modify this code to suit what we want. Okay. So here, instead of us retrieving the list, we want to make it as a task, and it's not going to retrieve anything. So we have a task in here. Okay. So we just make this call, and it's going to retrieve. So we can say that if it is false, we are not retrieving now, we are not returning now, we want to return only. And now this two, we are not going to call this. We are not going to return the list here. We are going to store this list and now put it somewhere. But before we get into this, I'm going to bring this back. Okay, let's go to the endpoint in the iCategory service. And now in here, we are going to add all categories. We're going to cache this. So let's create one property and we're going to store this. So when we store, anytime that we retrieve the data, we store it in here. So anytime that you need the data, come to this variable here, which is a list of category, and I retrieve it from here. Instead of going to the API to make a call, wasting time and resources. No, it is already prepared for you. Take it and now consume it. And that is all. So once we have this, but we can do this, we cannot do this without using an action. Because when we retrieve this data, we want to refresh or tell the application or the components who's going to subscribe to this that a data has been retrieved. Even when we call the data from the API, we have to notify the component to also get themselves updated. Okay, so whatever thing that happens in here must also happen outside. So we have to do that. We can use an action to do that. And that is the reason why I am bringing this action. So action, we can also use an event callback, but for now, let's use an action because event callback has a status change object in it that refreshes the application all the time. But maybe in actions, we don't want to reload the application. We want to just notify, tell some people something, and that is all. We want to convey a message, and that will be all. Okay, so we say category action. So we have two methods added. I hope this is clear and you're doing the same. Thank you. Let's save this. And now let's go back to the client service. Definitely, we're going to have an error in here because we need to implement these interfaces. You see that? Good. So once we have this set, control period, let's implement the interfaces here. So you can see we have this action, and all the time actions must be nullable. Take note. So we have our get and we have our set accessors. So let's make sure we put them in the correct format. Okay, now the list is going to be also get and now set. So let's remove this and now have our get and set. That's fine. Okay. So we have this. The next thing that we're going to do here is if we check down here, let's first work on a category before we work on the product. Okay. So we want to return null from this side. And now with this, instead of returning this, we're going to say that it is the data is equal to, then we want to store it in here. So in here, we can just remove this so we can store it here. Now, first thing that we're doing here is we are going to check if all this category, so if this list is empty. So let me just minimize this because I'm working on the category. So if this all categories list, it is empty, that is when we want to make a call to the API. So this get all categories, and now we can check it from here. You want to say that if this is null, then call this category. So get this response, and we call this over the same thing as this. Okay, so we are calling this as a response from this. We can just cut this, replace this here, and here we need to check the status, and now passing the response to serialize this. So since we have our own already, we can just grab this, cut this, and I replace this with this. Okay, so we check our response, then we return null. So we're going to return in case the response is not in the status code. And in case it is, then we're going to read the content, and I'm going to deserialize this list. Okay, over here. Then after deserializing this, so instead of storing this here, we can just come here and now copy this. So anytime that this method is called, we get the value or the list from the database, and now we cache it in here. Okay, so once we have this image, we have to look to this so we can store this. Let's see. So we say add an explicit cast. So it's a list, and okay, so all categories, Send is a list. We list of categories. We are also discharging it as a list from the results, because this result is coming as a list. Then we add it to this. Aside from that, we invoke this. So when this method is called, any component which are subscribed to this method is going to re-render or going to get notified to retrieve the current data that we have. This is going to work only when this category it is null. Okay. If not, then we're going to return. Anytime that we call this method, it's going to return empty here. Nothing going to happen because this all categories here, it is not null. Take note. But the next thing is, what in case we add data or we delete data? Then what can we do? In such case, we don't want to clear all this category content. Okay, and then get it again. You can also clear this. There are several ways to do that. You can set this category content to null and then call this method. When you do that, it's going to call this method again and assign the list to these categories. But maybe we can also force get all data. So we can force get all categories. So in doing that, we can just make a method like this. So we can just get all categories, get all categories. And now we can just create another method. But I prefer anytime that you want to get all categories, you want to force get, we set this all category to null. So that's the why we've created it here. We set this to null. And as soon as we set this to null and call this method, this will be now going to execute this and I'll assign it to that. So we can use this one method in two multiple ways. Okay. So now that we have this category set, let's also do the same for the product. So we have one method which is going to be used all the time. Now we go back to the same general, and now not the general, we go back to so this is going to be the iCategory service. We go to the iProduct service. So we have an iProduct service, and let's create another list in here. So instead of this is going to be task. Okay, so get all product, and now within this task, we're going to have a list of products. So a list of products. And we're going to say all product. And we can now pass in this. Is it featured or not? We can pass in this, or we don't need to. This is just a list. Okay, so we can just save it like this. So all product. Now let's save this. And now when we go back to the client service, we also have to add an action in here to invoke it. So let's put this on top. So product action, and that is also, let's go back to the client service. And in the product, there is a category, so we are done with the category. Get all category to we are done. Now when you check this product, we have this get all, so this must be a task. That is all, and let's implement the other two. So we have the list and then the action. So we can just create this. Okay. So that is it. We have this also set. Now when you get to the get all product. So in here, we can create one method in here as private. And this is going to return HTTP response message, and I will say this is get product. So from API. Okay, then in here we're going to specify a boolean, and that is it featured or not? So is it featured? If it is featured, then we want to pass in and I'll grab this. So we're going to say we're going to cut this from here. And now in here, let's paste this. So here this must be an async. And as soon as you have an async, you must also have a task. And this must be surrounded like this. Okay. So we are returning and now passing here featured. So if it is true, this is going to be true. If it is a false, this is going to be false. So here, let's use this lambda expression to handle this. So that's what we are doing. So we can be calling this often. So we call this method passing the type, is it featured or not, then we can retrieve that is get products from the API. Okay, there's going to be a list of products. Okay, so now we have this. What we're going to do here is let's copy this, and now in here we're going to say so var let's have a look at this response is equal to an await. Then we can call this method get product. Now pass in this featured, and then that will be all. Okay, so with this, what is the next thing to do? So anytime that we call this method, we check if the featured product that is coming in, it is true or false. So we can copy this, and now we can say if this is true, it means you want to call method. That is, we want to get all products which are only featured. Okay. And if this is false, it means we want to get all products which we want to get all the products. So we're going to paste this here. And if this, we can negate it here if it is false. So if it is true, then check this. And here we can also check if this is true. And so let's see. And okay, all products. So this all product is null. That is where we want to make a call. So in this case, we call this method. So we can just call this. Let's call now check. So we cut this in here. We call this method. As you can see from this, we pass in the featured, and that's going to be the true. And here we check the response. And if it is not working, we return. But in case it's working, we want to read the content from this. So you read this content from this. After reading this content, instead of returning this, we're not going to return. As we did for the category, we are also going to just assign this. So let's remove all this. And I'm going to say all product is equal to. And definitely we are going to cast it to the product. So control period. Let's add an explicit cast. Then let's set it like that. Okay, so that is when this is true. And now all product is null. Okay, in case it is not, then going to return. Then we're going to say return. Or you can just leave it. So instead of it finishing and now coming up to the next one like this, we can just have return in here. So it doesn't come to the next one. Then in case this is false, what can we do? We can do same. So we can just grab this and now paste this here. You see? And we pass in the false in here. And I'm going to pass in the object name in here. So instead of repeating this code, can we make it in a simple way? Yes, we can. So we're going to cut this like that. Then let's also create one method. Today we are optimizing the code very well. So we say this is a private. And here we're going to say get product. So this get product, and now this method is going to let this return a list. So this should return a list. So this is going to be a task, and this will return a list of products. Okay, so get product, and now what you're going to do here is we pass in bool featured, and let's paste in this. So you must have this closing one. Control KD. And now in here, let's pass in, let's paste what we have here. Okay. So this must be an async. Okay. So this is what you're going to do. Since this, we are putting it into one form, then we can just cut this from here. Then we can paste it here. So we are getting this response, then we can remove this. So here, what you need here is pass in this the value here, and it's going to check. So we call this method, pass in this method, we pass in here, and check if everything is working. Then, in case it is not, then return null. But in case it is working, then you want to read content of this, and now we have this, so we can return this. So let's remove this one. Okay, so we are returning this list. Okay, so that's what we are doing. Now we save that. So when we come here, we can just remove this. And now we are saying that if this is null, that is featured product. If this is true, come here, if it is true, and now if all products also null, then you want to call this method. So we say var results is equal to await. Let's paste this, and now pass in this featured product. Okay, so after we receive it, what we're going to do next here is this is going to return a list. So we can just remove this, and this is a featured product. So this get all products. So we're going to say this get all product is equal to, maybe we can assign it straight ahead like this. Okay, so we can assign it. Then maybe we can return. So that is all. And in case it is not, in case you want to retrieve only featured product, so this means that you have to also add a featured product. So we go to the iProduct service, and we're going to copy same, and now we say this is featured product. So you want to retrieve only featured products, we go back again, and now in here we can implement this. So we can just duplicate this, and I say featured product. Then we can copy this, and we can assign this. Okay, so here we copy, then we assign. So making this as featured, assign it here, and I will check if this is false, and featured is featured product. So if this is false and our featured product is null, that's only when you want to, that's only when we want to call this. Okay, so we have this set, and here we can also return this. But once we are done, aside from that, so instead of returning this, maybe this is what we can do. We want to check this, or we can just invoke this in here. So we say product action dot invoke, and this must be nullable. We copy same, and now down here we paste it. Okay, so Control KD, that's what we are doing. So we are checking for featured product and also checking for all products. So in case so anytime that you want to make a false call, then we set this featured product to null. We set this featured product to null, or we set this all product to null. Then we call this. So when you call this, it's going to pass in a parameter as featured, and it's going to make a call to get this product, and this product is going to get from the API, and I return. So this is going to be called anytime that we want to do that. Okay, so we have optimized this code, and that's the whole code that we have in here. Very simple one. Now, when we get to this add product, that's where the problem comes in. You know, with the add product, anytime that we add, we need to call this method so we can retrieve the data which has been added from the database to add it to the current one. So in here, we copy this, get all product, and after adding it, before we return this response, okay, as access, we want to call this. So await, call this method, and now in here we want to retrieve all products, right? So we can call this and pass in this as, maybe we can specify bool. So featured, so it's true, or we can set this to false. Okay, then we can pass in this method in here. Okay, so we add it here. So what of maybe when you add and you want to, the product you added, you make it as a featured, and here you're not going to retrieve it as a featured. So maybe you can just create one method, and this is going to be just void. Let's say this is going to be an async void. And here we say retrieve or get all. All right, so get all. And we can say that in here, let's set featured, let's move these into this. So we have featured and product. So featured product, this is going to be true. And we can just make a duplicate here, and I say this is all product. So all product, and that is false. Okay, so we call this method, we pass in the featured product. So we retrieve the featured product, and now we also call the same method again, and now we pass in all product. So all product is going to be false. So after we retrieve featured product, so let me just, after we retrieve the featured product, this is going to be false. Then we also want to retrieve this all product. But before we do that, we have to set them to null. So all product is equal to null. Then featured product is also equal to null. So Control K this. So I believe that you understand this. So anytime that you want to get all, and now this method will be called after we add. So after adding this, before we return, let's call this method. And that is all. Here we don't need to make it as a task, or maybe we can make this as a task. So we can wait. Okay, so let's make this a wait. Good. So before we return this, after adding, we want to get this. When we also make a delete, we're also going to call the same method in here. Okay, now let's do same to the category. So that is the category in here, and we can say this is get all product, or let's say clear and get all product. So let me make it clear and get all product. So let's copy this and I replace it here. Okay, and we can just make a copy of this. And now when we come to the product section, down here, we can say clear and then get all categories. So let's remove this. So clear and get all categories. Okay, so now we have this. You're going to set all categories to null, and we have to remove this. We don't need any of the, because there's no parameter for that. And now with this, we don't also need this. What we need here is to call this get all categories. So await get all categories, and that is all. Because when you check this get all categories, you know that if all categories is null, that is where it is going to call this. Okay, so we do that. We call this to method, we set this to null, and we call this to method, and I think we are good to go. Now after calling this, you know, when it calls this at the end, it's going to invoke this. And when we clear this, when we clear this, and I'm making a call out of this, when we call this at the end from this get all product, it's going to invoke this. That is when all product, featured product has been added. And also when we call this again, that's from the all product to, is going to also invoke this. All right. I believe here there's a mistake here. You can see that if featured is true, meaning we want to retrieve featured product. So it must be featured for this. And now here must be, if featured is false, it means you're going for all product. Yes, so all product. Good. So we make sure we do not make mistakes. So if this is false, if featured product is false, then it means we are retrieving all product. And now if all product is null, so this is how it must be. And now featured product. So we can grab this and I'll paste it here. Yes, so that is what we want to do now. Okay, so we've spent almost getting to 1 hour now for this optimization. I believe this is clear. What I need to do here is to check if this is going to work. Okay, so we close it well. And now when you come here, we call this, we cleared and get all category, but we did not call this. So let's grab this. And after category has been added, and here, after it has been assigned to this, then we want to, so let's see, you can see, before I return a response, I wait, clear, and I'll get all categories. Okay, so this is what you're going to do. We go back to, we have from this pages, we have this home page, and in our product page, we have this featured product. Now, this featured product, it is getting all featured product. So let's see from here, we have client service.get all product. And now with this, we are passing this featured in here, whereby the featured here is set to true. Okay, so let's see what we have. It says cannot return. So here, this is what we are going to do. We call this method, we pass in the featured. And aside from that, there's a service that is this product service has a class, or that's a variable, a list of product variable here as well as all product and also as featured product. So anytime that we pass in featured product as true, it is going to call products which have a featured set to true. Then we can now assign this. So in here, we don't need to be using this anymore. So we're going to retrieve featured product. We don't need to be using this anymore. Now we can now have let's say we have this var, we can return data is equal to, then you're going to say client service. Okay, so dot, then we see we have this all product, we have featured product. So let's store this here. After that, we can call this method, but for now we're going to put a breakpoint in here, and now we're going to check if this is going to work. Then really, when you run this application, we must have null, because the data in there, we have no data in the database since we added a new migration. But let's see, if we're able to retrieve the status code of 200, it means that it is working as expected. So we have an error here. Let's check it out. It seems cannot assign this, and we need to check that is under the front page component. Yeah, so this cannot be called. And now from this client service, from all products, instead of all these, we can set this featured product. Let's see what we have in here. Under the front page component, we have featured product set. And now anytime that we call this retrieve featured product, we want to say that featured product is equal to the client service, then dot featured product. Okay, let's try it again. So we check that I have this data added manually, and let's see. So app is now ready. Let's check on API endpoint first. So in here, we paste this /swagger. So if I click on get all product, now product here, click on try this out. Now product is set to, let's say, true. So we have one product as true. You see this price is set to true, as you can see from this is the one that I just added. Now if I set this to false, now let's see, if I click on execute, then I have two products. The one that is set to true, and it's also set to false. I have the two products in here. Let's put a breakpoint in here. Click on continue, and then this must be hit. So let's see, get all product. So get all product, and it calls this. Let's see. So if I click on this, let's see the response in here. Okay, so you can see we have featured product, that the count is 1 from the database, right? And now if I click on continue, then let's see. So you can see we have the product in here. Now let's try and see, and this is test. Let's try and see. Let's pass in false to this. And we want to retrieve the two products. So we have the first one as 1, and I want to retrieve the two products. So we pass in false, save this, and now let's refresh this again. So now let's see, if I click on continue, okay, so let's see the next one. I think, okay, so this also hit. Now if I click on this, I must have, or we must have 2, because if it is false, it should retrieve all the data from the database. Let's check it out. So from here, the client service, and now the count must be 2. Yes, you can see we have all product count as 2. If you make a call again, let's see if you're going to call this. So if I click on this, and now if all products, let's click on this. If this is null, then I want to call this. Okay, but this is for the category. So we want to check from the product. This is a product. So let's put a breakpoint here. Let's put a breakpoint here. Then let's close it. All right. So now we are going to get all products. There's a method. So let's see which one will work. So we are going to call this again. All right. So this is hit. Now the value for this featured here is false. So we call this method and we're going to pass in false, right? This is false. So this featured here, it is false. Now if I click on continue, this method is going to get hit. So get all product. This is false. So if this is false, then we're going to navigate to this component or this code. Continue, and you can see we have this code. Now since it is starting for the first time, the product list here, it is null, because when you check the product list from this, you know it is null. So if it is null, then it's going to call this. So click on continue. You can see it is calling this, and we're going to, let's see, we have the data in here at the end. So it has now called, and now let's see from the featured one, we have, let's see the featured product. This is null. Now if you check this, all product, you see the count here, it is 2, right? So we have this count as 2. So click on continue. And now when you check this from the client service, we have the count must be 2. As you can see, all products, we have count as 2. So this is working. So continue. And now it's going to show, as you can see, we have it in here. Now if I also pass in, but if I run this again, let's see what's going to happen. So I'm here and I click on this product, maybe, and I decide to come back to the home. Let's see. I want us to where this can be hit. Okay, so let's refresh this page again. And now when this method gets hit, we are going to check if this client service has the data already or not. If it has the count as 2, then it's going to skip it. Let's wait. Okay, so we have it hit. Click on continue. And now in here, let's check for this. All product. This is now because we just reload the page. So this is what I'm going to do. In order to see this is working, we want to, let me stop this. Then let's go to the component. Now you can see from here we have this featured, this front page. Maybe we can add the header here on top as a front. So let's add the page so we can navigate to this page. Let's say this is front. This is for just testing. Okay, so let's now navigate to that page. And let's see from the pages layout, we have this navigation bar. And we have this product, so maybe we can navigate to front. Okay, so now let's run this again. Okay, so we do it again. So continue on, and in this case, this is false already. So we're going to call this. And you know, our product is null since it is the first time that we are calling this. So click on null. It's going to call this method. And maybe at the end here, we're going to check. Let me put a breakpoint here. Okay, so continue on. And you can see that this has been hit. So if I check this product, now the count here must be 2. So let's see. You can see now the count here, it is 2. So it has data already. Click on continue on. Now continue on. Okay, so when we check, the count is 2 from this client service. And you can see from here that we have the count as 2. Okay, so all category is null, but we have all product count is 2. And our featured product is null since because we haven't called that method yet. So click on continue on, and then the app is running in here. So if I click on this product, you can see we've navigated to the front component. And now if I click on home again, we are going to call this method. So by that time, all product has data already. So if I click on this and I'll check, you can see all product has count as 2. So we've gotten data from the API, we've cached it. And now we're making the call to get the same data again from the API. Let's see what will happen. If I click on continue on, then it's going to check from our client service. So let's see. So this is false. I mean, it's going to call this. Now click on continue on. Now let's check. Is this null? Is this product null? Let's see what happens. You can see the count is 2. So if I put a breakpoint here, instead of calling this, it's going to skip this to the end. Let's see. So let me if I click on continue on, you can see it has now ended it, and it did not call an API. So it means this is working as expected. We can also try the same thing to the other one. So you can pass in as true. Okay, so here, and now let's reload this. And now this hits. So when you check this featured, it is true. So this featured here, it is true from this section because we added it. You see that is true because we said it is true from here. So if I click on continue on, let's see. So it's going to call this. Now featured product is null initially when it loads. So you're going to hit on this. Then you're going to hit on this return. So click on continue on. Then you can see it is now getting to the next one. It's going to call this one. Click on continue on. And let's wait for the call. So the return has come. Now if I check on this featured product, you see we have the count as 1 because we have 1 product in here. So let's see. You can see we have count as 1. So if I click on continue on, it tells you that now we have the featured product count as 1. Okay, so if I click on this client service, we have our product set to null, and we have featured product as 1. Click on continue on. So now we have it in here. Now let's go to our product. So click on any, let's say product. So we navigate to the front page. Okay. And now if I click on this home, it has to call it again. By this time round, the featured product has count of 1 already. There's 1. So let's see what's going to happen. So if I click on this, now this is true. All right. This two method must be satisfied as true before this can get run. But featured product count is not null. It has 1. So it's going to skip it. Let's see what happens. It's going to skip this. And you can see it has now skipped this. And it's going to check this. So is this true? Is featured product true? So this featured product here, it is not. You see, this is true. But here we are saying, is it false? So it's going to also skip this. And now if I click on continue, and you can see we have also set. So you can see we've able to achieve what we want. And one way to also correct this. So let me just remove the breakpoint. One way to correct this, when you check the client service in here, is to, you can see we are using if, then. So if it checks this and it is not, it's going to check this. But in case it checks this and it is working, when it is done, it's going to still check this again. Okay, so maybe you can use this else. Okay, so it checks this. If it is not, then it's going to check that. If you check this and this is working, it's going to skip the else. Maybe you can also put that and it's still going to work. So you can just put in else here. Okay, so and we can just surround this with this. So you can use something like this, and this will also work. So in this case, it's going to check this. If it doesn't work, it's going to check this. But as soon as it checks this and this is working, it's going to skip the else, then come to the end. Yes, I think this is the right way in order to improve performance in the application as well. We are going to register this in program.cs file. So let's quickly go to, you can see from a solution, and now we created this iProduct service. So we go back to the program in the client service, and now in here, let's make a duplicate of this, and instead of the iProduct service, we're going to say iCategory service, because that is what we created in the previous video. And now it is inheriting from the same client service, so we leave it as it is. Now let's go to the import, and I want us to, since we have two services here, we want to change it a little bit. Instead of having this client service, the first one here is going to be a product service, and the next one is going to be, instead of the iProduct service, you know what it means, it's going to be our iCategory service, and here I'm going to say it is category service. What do you think after doing this? Definitely we're going to have an issue with it, isn't it? So quickly we can jump into it and now check. So instead of here, this client service is going to be product service. So here going to be product service. And now when we check the next one, that's a featured product queue, definitely I'm going to see here going to be also product service. Yes. So this is set and it is solved. Now let's close everything from here and let's go to our solution. And in here, we're going to create a component to add the category. Okay. So you're going to say add category page. Let's create a component with that. We can rename it with any name that you want. But with this, let's say add category page. So add category page. And now in that, we want to have just a simple edit form with our category. And in that, I'm going to just grab this because you know this already. You've done this already too. I just copied it from the add or update product. You know, we have an edit form with this. And aside from having this edit form, we have this data annotation by data to check up. We have just an input text and it is bound to this category.model. So that means we have to create our category model as an instance and initialize it from the category model. So that is what that we are doing in here. So category is going to come from the model. That's a shared model. So we can close this, and anytime that we open it again, I believe this should be solved now. Okay, yeah, so it is solved. To Control KD, we arrange it to 1. All right, so aside from what we have here, we can see we have this button. So we need to, if I click on submit, what should happen? And I can see from here, we have this message dialog service. So show save button. And now we have the same busy button over here, and now we have this variable as message dialog service. We know this already. We've done this already in the previous video. So that's what I just copied from the add or update category. What I changed was having this show dialog service in here. Now you can see we are going to use the dialog service that we created. So instead of us creating a new dialog service, why not we create a service to handle this dialog, so we can be using it all over our application. So we're going to do that. Okay, so in order to do that, first let's have our method, and we're going to have, when this button is clicked, handle save is clicked, that is the method that's going to handle. So we're going to call this message dialog service.show save button. And now to get this service, we're going to create a class known as message dialog service. Okay, so where can we create that class? We can put that inside this service folder. Since it is limited to the client section, we can create a class in here, and I'll name it as message dialog service, which is a class. Take note. Now inside this class, we want to have few properties from this, and these are the properties that we want here. We have this message dialog, and that's the component that we have created. We have the show button and show save button. This is set to true, and we have an action here. So this action is going to notify, as soon as we invoke this action, any component which has registered to this action or which has subscribed to this action is going to be notified and array render. That is exactly what this action is going to do. Okay, then here, as soon as you call this message, we call this method as set message dialog. We're going to show the dialog message. We're going to set show button to false, and now show save button to true. So that is when it is done. When process is done, we want to hide the busy button and now show save button. And if I do that, when the value of this changes, we must invoke this action so that the page that's going to subscribe to this will get notified. So we come back to this add category, and now in here we have it set in here. So let's check it out. We have these are all public variables, you can see from here. So we can call this method outside the scope of this. All right, so now let's go back to the add category. Now we have this method specified in here as a message dialog service, but we have to register this. We have to register this service in the program.cs file. Okay, so in order to do that, we go back to the program.cs file and I'll try to register that. So solution, client service, you go to program.cs file, and now in here, let's put it down here. Okay, so we have this registered, and now what we're going to do here is you can now inject this into the application and now start using it. So how do we inject it? We go back to the import, and now when we check the import, we can just create an instance of this. So solution, then check the import.razor, that is the import.razor. Then where we have these injections, we are going to inject this message dialog, and now you have a message dialog service. So you can see that even within this, you can create a class library, then we can even publish it as a package because this is a dialog service that we have created, okay? And we can keep this and we can be using this all over in a subsequent application that you're going to do. I believe you can do that. So you can create a class library, you paste it over there, so you can just inject it, register, inject it, and now start using it. Maybe you're going to have a look at maybe how to do that. Okay, so how to use the same dialog service, package it, and now maybe you try to keep it for another project. Maybe we're going to have a look at that next time. Okay, so we save this, we go back to the add category page, and in here we are using an instance of the dialog service, but normally I like to use this lowercase so we know it is coming in from the instance that we just created. So normally I like to use the lowercase, and this is going to be the camel case. So I go to import, and now here message, I'll just paste in this message dialog service. All right, so let's go back to the add category, and now what are we saying? So control period. Okay, so I think it is gone now, so we can just make a copy of this, we paste it here, and now with this we are looking up for this message dialog service, and we can just replace it with this. We've done this already, so it is a matter of putting this in the method, a class, then injecting it, creating an instance, then start using this. I've explained this earlier on, and I believe you know, isn't it? Thank you. Okay, so that is it. Now, if I click on this, we are going to call a method from this. And now this method, you have category service dot add category. You pass in this category model. If the success is true, they want to show this as success. In case it is false, they want to show this as what danger. That is this. And this is going to be used to describe or to format the button and the text. Okay, so we have this and it's working now. So what we're going to do here is let's set a page route for this. Okay, so let's say here it is page. And then this is add category. So add category. Now let's save this. And maybe let's try to save this and see. So I'm going to run this again, and now let's see what we have. Okay, so the app is ready. Now let's navigate to add category component. Now we're going to have a simple form with just a button and one input text box where we're going to supply the category name, as you can see from this. And if I click on this, I think, okay, so we have this processing, and please wait, we have an error. Maybe let's check it up and see what the error is. So object reference not set to an instance, and we can find that in the same page, line 41. So quickly, let's check it up and see what it is saying. 41. So it is talking about this message dialog service. Okay, so let's quickly check it up, and we go back to the code. Now from this add category component, we have to invoke this service. That is the action that we created. So when the page loads, we want to subscribe to that action. So that's when the page loads, we call this message dialog service, and now it has a method known as an action in it, and now we add state has changed. So when the app is dying, let me say it is disposing, we have to detach the state has changed. Okay, so we can use it from this public void dispose. So we detach it from this, and now this dispose is coming from an interface known as iDisposable. So we have to inject this iDisposable on top. And here, this is not inject, but rather we're going to implement it on top here as iDisposable. All right, so once we have this, we have to include our message dialog, the component that we created. So we can put it down here as a message dialog. And at the reference here, it is making to the reference that we created in our class. That is a message dialog service.message dialog. Okay, so if you see, there's an instance from that we injected. And that is the instance inside the application. That is a class, this class. So message dialog service, if I right click on this and now peep definition, you could say, okay, this is not showing. So, but we can check it from this angle. So message dialog service, it has an instance of this message dialog, and actually we have an instance. So we can call this method, instance of this method, and we can get access to this method. Okay, now this method has a method in it. So if I click on this, go to definition for this message dialog. If you check from this section, message dialog from the other components, other pages, this message dialog has the set dialog values. So alert type and our string message and our show message. So we're going to call this a JavaScript method to show it. We've done this earlier on. I'm just going through for you to know what it's doing. Okay, so if you don't understand this, please, I think it's in the part 2 or part 1 or part 2. Part 2, I think so. You can check that one out. I'll put the whole links under the video description. Okay, so let's concentrate on the add category. Now this is done. Instances of this has been created. We can now refresh this and now check it out. All right, so now let's navigate to add category. Now, if I click on submit, I might have these options, and this is supposed to be, let's see, so save this. This shouldn't happen. Okay, so you can see error occurred, try again. But I believe we have, let's check our component to see. We have validation message summary over here, and that is it. And now this unvalid submit. So let's quickly check the model. If it has this required attribute on top, and no, it doesn't. So you can put required attribute here, and it will restrict you to pass in data before you can run that. So let's see, click on this, and I think no. So you shouldn't execute the method at all. So let's rerun it again and then check it out. Since we have this must be required. This must have data before this method can get called. So let's wait and now see. By having the pop-up of this message dialog tells you that it is working as expected. So while this is running, we can go to this add or update component, and we're going to remove all the code and now use the class that we just created. Okay. So here, let's wait and let's check first. Add category. Okay, so if I click on save the category, you can see I have this as name thread required. As soon as I pass in, let's say this is this Samsung? It's okay. So click on save, right click on this, inspect, and now you want to check and see if get or category method will be called since we are adding a new item. So click on save, and a category, this is the post. So let's see this category, and let's see the header over here. So it is a post, and now it has returned 200, and now its category is saved. So click on OK, and as soon as I click on OK, you can see there's another method called here, and this is get. So this get, and you click on preview, you can see it has returned the whole list. So this is also working. When we post it, when you add a new category, the next is get what? We retrieve it. So if I click on this again, it tells you that you see product exists. So with the product exists, let's see. And we still have the whole list again. So maybe we can check from our repository or our service that in case it is true, that is where you want to call this. So when we check our client service, so client service, and I check this category section. So there's a category. Now add. So here we are checking it. Before we get this, here we read from the API response. We visualize it. Okay. So before we can check something in here. So to call this clear and get all categories, we can just cut this. We can cache this here as data is equal to. Then here we're going to check that if data dot, so we see we have flag if this is true, right? So let's say if this is false, okay, we want to return data. If it is false, then return data. Else, call this method and now return data again. So with this method, what it's going to do that it's going to check the code of this. What is the value? If it is false, meaning data maybe it couldn't save, then you're going to call this method again. But in case it is true, meaning the product or the name or the string has been added to the database, then it gets this and then call the category. So we can also do the same to the add product. So maybe this is what we can do. We can just copy this, and now we go to the add product where we have this add session. So in here we can just paste it here. So instead of this, we can cut this, bring this here, and now remove this. So unless it is true, that's only when this method gets called. Okay, so that's what we're doing. Now let's save this, and now let's run it again, and now check it out. The reason why that we are doing here is we want to increase the performance. You know, we are not adding anything and we are still making the call again. We don't want to do that. If you're not adding anything, a call should be made. A call should be made only when we add a new step to it. If you haven't added anything, meaning the original data, it is the same data that we have, isn't it? But when you add a new one or we make an edit or an update, that is where we want to retrieve the whole list again. We can do this to increase the performance of our application. So now let's see if I click on add category. So let's navigate to the inspect, and our network session to see the flow. So network tab, and in here, let's pass in the same Samsung. And if I click on save category, let's see what's going to happen. So you can see product already exists. Now this is the post method. So click on OK. Now check it out. So this you can see product already exists. There's no fetch data. But let's give another one as Oppo. So I haven't added this brand yet. So if I click on save, let's see what happens. So product saved, and I check to see it has now called. So this is the post method. So product saved, and the post method, as you can see, post. The payload here, it is the Oppo that we added. And now if I click on this is the get method, check the header. It is get. Go to review. You can see we have the list in here added to it. So you can see we have this list. So this is working perfectly as expected. That is it. And our dialog service is also working. So we can now close this. And now we go to this add or update product. So we can now use this message dialog service. Okay. So instead of having this, that's what we can do to this. So here, we're not going to use this show. We're going to use this message dialog service. So dot message dialog service. Is it wrong? So it is service dialog service. So dot show. Yes. So this working. You can just make a copy of this, and all that we have, we can just paste this. Okay, so this is all that we need to do. So we check, and now here we can just replace this from the dialog service, and now using the service. So all that we need to do here is to specify the dialog service in it, and that's all. Now, when it comes to the method, we have to also do same to the method. Now, making the reference, we have to include this to the reference like that. And, here's supposed to be instance or M. And aside from that, we also have to, as soon as the page loads, we want to subscribe to the event change. That is when the page initializes. So, we have the product category on change event. And as soon as we add any data, we invoke that. So we have to also subscribe to, as we did to the category, we do same over here. So category, this is not category, this is supposed to be the product. But here, we are going to return category. So let's comment this first. We're going to work on this soon. So we're going to say message dialog service dot action dot equal to status change. Now, when the app is dying up, disposing, we also have to dispose it off. So we use the dispose at the bottom here to dispose this. Okay. Now for now, category service, let's comment this. We're going to talk about it soon. So now we have this message, and we need to implement this iDisposable on top there. So we go back to the top here, and we have to implement this iDisposable. Yes. So that is all that we need to do. Now we check that when a call is being made from the product service, definitely we have to include this message service, because we are now getting the whole data from this message service. So dot, and here will be dot. Okay, so we get it from the class that we created, and we instantiated or initialized it in the import.razor by creating an instance. So aside from that, we don't need anything again. We have all sets, and let's see. Yeah, so we can now. Okay, so after doing this, the next thing we're going to do here is, now we don't need any of this anymore, because that is what you move to a class, isn't it? Yeah, that is it. So clear this quickly, get rid of them. We don't need them anymore. Okay, so that is all we have to do now. And we're going to remove this from, yes, let's remove them. And now with this, we're going to assign it. So we can just make a copy of this and now paste it here, because there's a variable which holds this show save button. All right. So you know that there's a method that is known as a message dialog service dot set message dialog, right? So where we have to, or we can just paste it here. So message dialog, and I think this we must have space, else it's going to treat it as else statement. We don't want to do that. So we can also grab the same thing from this. Anytime a call is being made, whether the status code was success or not, it should display an error or message or a success message. We still want to call this, and I'll pass in the message in here. Also, when this is called, or when maybe you did not select an image and you want to display something, we also want to show the same dialog service. Okay, so that's what we have in now. I believe this is clear and very simple. So the next thing to do here is we have to add a form or a checkbox, a drop down list, because when adding a product you have to select a category. So in order to do that, we have to call this product a category service in here. Okay, and that's the reason why we need to call this, or we subscribe to the category service anytime the category data or the list is changed. So that's why I did this. So category service.category action, we also have to register it, so that anytime a service or a method in this category service is changed, it gets this component notified, and this can also retrieve the data or the current data, so it also gets up to date. Okay, and I know once you did this, we also have to, when it's dying, remember, dispose it. Don't let it die with it. So dispose it, and that is all that we need to do. Okay, so aside from that, we are going to create a form in here. This is not actually a form, but rather you come from as after the name, we want to have a select. That's going to be a drop down. So with this select, you can see we are using this is an input select, and I will check if category service.allCategory is not null. That is only when we want to run this. So when the page loads, it's going to also call this. And now what we are doing here is we are getting the list in here. We loop through, we create an option, then we set the value as an ID, and I will set the category name in here. Now we make a bind value to the ID, because the ID, that's what we want from the list of category. Okay, so we do that in here. Okay, so the next thing is we have to call this category list. Okay, so when you navigate to this product page, the very first thing that we do here is to call this category. So if you check this client service, we have get all category. So check the category section, get all category, and I will check if all category is not null, then I want to run this. So when you call this, and it's going to check if this is not null, it's going to run this, and I'll assign the value to this, and I'm going to invoke this. Okay, so that's what we need to do. So when the page loads or initializes, we have to call it before we refresh the page, so we can have the data inside this list, this input select here. So when the page initializes, we can make a call on top here, and that's what we are doing from this. So get all categories, then it's going to call this method, and I'll set it up to populate the data and set it up to this category.allCategories, category service.allCategories, so we can loop through this. As soon as it's set to this, but then this page has finished rendering, so that's why we subscribe to this, and it's going to re-render the page again. And as soon as it's re-rendered, you're going to have this category data or all category with a whole list of data from the API. Good, that is what we are doing. I believe this is clear. I hope you've understood this. Thank you. So we can now move on with this. Now the next thing I'm going to do here is we're going to run this application to see. Now we have 2 or 3 categories created, right? So let's save this up, and now let's run this application and see from the category or the add product session. All right, so let's navigate to add product. Okay, so we have the select category, and you can see we have it. So as soon as it gets, you can see it has rendered, and now we have this list. So select category from this. If I click on this drop down, you can see now we have the category from the API, and now we can select it. So as soon as I select any of them, it gets bound to the ID, to the model that we specified. We have it set in here. And now we can now move on and add this. So let's add one data and then see. So price here is going to be 4. Let's say quantity to 7. And now maybe description with this. We can choose an image from this. So I'm going to choose any of the image. And now here I can click on Save Product. And now let's see the dialog service if it's going to make a call to the API. And our product saved. So we have this product, and that is this. Now, when we go in there and now check the product or check our API, we must see the data in there. So local, then let's see if we're going to have with the Swagger. We get from product. So get product. Try this out. And now here you want to set, so we set this to false because we want to retrieve all products, not only featured one. And I'll try to execute this. And now let's see. So you must have 3 data now. Okay, so we see this is the one that we added. And I can see that from here, we have the 4 data. And that's an Apple 15 Pro Max. We have the description, the price. Now this is the base. Now let's check the category. So we must get the category at the last section. So let's see. This is an image in base64 string. So don't worry. Don't be scared. Don't be scared, okay? Now there's an image in base64 string. And now we have quantity featured as false. We have data uploaded category, and we have category ID of 1. All right. So that is it for this. Now let's go to the next one. So after doing this, the next thing that we're going to do, we want to go in there and now correct some code in the featured product. Since we are now using a service and we are now caching up the data from the API, we have to also update that code. So we can close all this, and I can see we have this featured product. Okay, so in here, this is what we made in the other video. Now here, let's try to optimize this. We don't need to get the data we don't need to cache it here again because we've cached it already. So we're going to use it from that service. So first of all, what we're going to do here is as soon as the page loads, we want to remove this, call a method in the uninitialized. So this is the method that we need to use. We're going to clear this product list because we're not going to use this product list anymore. And with this method, when the page loads, we want to set this featured product to true because this component is about featured product. So we create this featured product to true. The reason why I did not pass in here is do not create magic code or magic variables. So you make sure you specify it, and now you can now use the variable here. Instead of passing in through straight, we can also pass in that, but it is appropriate to state it here and pass the variable in here. And now there's a product service. We want to subscribe this to this product action as soon as the page rendered. So anytime the method in this product service gets changed, this also page can get refreshed and now receive the data that you have at hand. And now when it's done, we want to load data. So where from this method is going to prevent or going to get us the data for the skip and tick. We want to retrieve the data from the service, and you want to cache it, and now we can just apply the skip and tick to get the data and display them on the featured component. So with this tool, instead of putting all one code together, we can just extract them to simple methods. So here we have a method known as skip and tick. So let's have a definition for that skip and tick method, and that is what it is doing. It is just calling it, accepting just a parameter of skip and tick. And I can see from the product service.featured product. So this is a cache data. We skip the skip and I will take the tick. We convert it to a list, and now the return type here is a list of products, and we're going to return it. So when you call this, you pass in the skip, you pass in the tick, and I can get these from this variable set up over here. Okay, so we can do that. And aside from doing this, we have to call this method as an add to featured product. Now we have to get this featured product, and we can add this to it. So we can be loading in and out to display it on the screen. So this means that we must have a list known as a featured product. So we can go away without having this list of featured products. And that is the list that I'm talking about. So let me move all this from this side, and I'll cut it, and on top here, let's paste them on top here. So this featured product is going to handle the current list. Let's say the skip is going to skip the 0, and I'll take 8. When it takes the 8, it's going to assign it to this product list. When it skip 8 and I'll take another 8, it's going to clear this container and I'll assign this 8. So all the time, this list is going to have the current tick that we have. Okay, and that is exactly what we are doing here. After loading this, then we can apply the skip and tick. And after calling this, we're going to return a list. And now with that list, as you can see, add to featured product. So you pass in the list to this method. Now this method is going to look through and also assign it to this featured product container. And that is the method in here. As you can see, it is just looping through it as an incoming product. Then we add it to this product container. So even with this, we can still optimize it. After clearing this, then what we're going to do here is, instead of looping through this, for each is a list of products, whereas this is also a list of products. Now when you create a for each loop, it's going to create a variable that's going to be the I to loop through this. And we can skip creating these variables to loop through by assigning this directly to this incoming list. So instead of, after clearing this, we can say that product list is equal to this incoming list. Then we can clear this up. So we can also do this. Okay, now the next scenario we're doing here is, as soon as the page loads, we want to dispose this. So there's no need for us to have this method. We are going to optimize them. Now the next button too, we are going to optimize the next button. As you subscribe for the state change event, we also have to untouch it or detach it anytime the page gets disposed. Okay, good. So when the page loads, we have this product list. We don't also need this, so we have to clear that. So we have this simple method. Now when the page loads, we subscribe to an event in here, and then we get all product lists. We set feature to true, so all featured products. When we have them, the default page size is 8. Okay, skip is 0 and untick is 8. So I call this method. Now this method, I call this method and I'm passing the skip and untick. Skip is 0 and untick is 8 for the default one. Now it goes to this, call this method, passing the 8 and I'm 0. So we're going to skip 0. It's going to take 8 and I'll assign it to this featured list. So what we're going to do here is we're going to loop through this featured list and I'll assign it to, as you can see, we loop through, we check if the featured list here contains data. We clear and I assign the tick one to the current list. So at the time, this featured list is going to contain the current data, the current tick values. Okay, so this is working. The next thing that we're going to do here is, after disposing it, we have to now click on the next and the previous button. So if I click on next, if I click on previous, what should happen? Now with the next button, we're also going to increase the skip, and I'm going to call the take method to handle that. So take note, we are checking if the skip here is a product service.featured product count. They want to return, because the skip cannot be greater than the total product count that we have in the featured section. If not, then we want to get the next product. So I wait, we call the skip tick, we pass in the skip, and I also pass in the tick as well. We increase the skip to the page size. So if the initial skip here is going to be, if we see that skip plus equal to page size, that's for the first time the page loads. Skip is going to be 0, tick is 8, so 0 plus 8 is going to be 8, and that's be the variable for the value for the skip. If I click on the next button, then it's going to be, we have 8 already, 8 plus 8 making 16, then it's also going to skip it. Okay, so it's going to skip the 8 and I'll take the next 8, and I'm going to add 8 to this, making 16. So when I skip it again, now 8 plus 16, then it keeps increasing like that. But if we check on the count of skip, it is bigger than the count of the featured product count. It means that there's no data anymore, then it also return. Then we also have to add it to this, the featured product. So as you can see, we clear the container and now we assign the incoming list in here. Okay, now what of the next button? If I click on the previous button, what should happen? Then we want to deduct. So here, what we're going to do is we can modify this method to handle that. And as you can see, if skip is equal to 8, then it means that is a loading skip, because as soon as the page loads, we're going to have a value of skip as 8. So if it's equal to 8, it means it is a normal one, the default one, so do nothing. But if it is that, or in case it is not this 8, then we are going to multiply the page size, that is the 8 times 2, making 16, and we're going to subtract it from this skip, and now we're going to take it. So let's say this is 16. Now page size is 8 times 2 is going to be 16. So 16 from 16 is going to be 0. It means skip is going to be 0, and I'll take 8. So I'm going to back, and I'm getting the previous one. After that, you're going to subtract it, and I keep the skip, and I'm going to add it to this product list. Okay, and I get it displayed. So this is what we are doing, and now this code, we modified it to suit what we want now. So with this, what we're going to do here is we have to loop through these featured products, and now display them here. As you can see, we are looping through it, and now we are displaying it. So when we run this, we must have the default one, the normal one that we used to have in the subsequent videos that we did. Let's save this, and now let's refresh the application and see what we have. Alright, so you can see that we have the app in here, and this is the featured product. You can see we have only one product, and that is the reason why we see this. There's no image here. So this means that the featured section is working. Now let's have a look on the carousel, and that's the front page. So let's navigate back to the component, and now we go to this front page. So in here, what are we to do? We have to subscribe to that's the product action, and we can also retrieve the data from it, and we can then loop through it and now display it in here. So in here, when the page initializes, we just have to subscribe to status change using this product service.product action. Then we can call get all product. This time around, we want to also get featured product, so we pass in the featured as true. Now if this service is called and a featured product or featured table or featured variable has a list of data already, it won't call it from the API. It's rather going to use what we have in there. So the purpose of this is to make a call. Now to get or to have access to the product, that's the featured product, then we can call in the product services dot all product or featured product. So let's go in there. Now where we have the loop, we have to specify it in here. So what we do here is with the featured product list, let's add a product service to it dot featured product. Okay, so featured products. So product service dot, this is a featured product, and that is what we need here. Okay, so we can do the same. So here we can say that if featured product is not null, so you copy this, and I say if this is not null, then that is when we want to run this code. So let's save this too. We have to also implement iDisposable, since we are subscribing to an event. When the page is disposing, we have to unsubscribe. So let's remove this, and now down here in the public dispose method, we can unsubscribe from this. So let's also save this. Now let's refresh the app and see what we have. So you can see that we have the product also here, and that is a featured product. So you can see we have only one, and that's the reason why we say this. So when we start by adding product, we're going to see them popped up in here. Alright, so let's go in there and now create our category page, because now we want to display the categories. So we can close all of these. Now we've seen that they are all working. And let's go to the solution. Now inside the pages categories, right click on the categories pages folder. Now let's add a new razor component, and this we're going to name it as categories page. Now inside this category page, what we're going to do first here is you want to grab all category lists. So when the page initializes, we want to subscribe to this event. Aside from that, we have to implement iDisposable so we can unsubscribe. So let's implement it on top here. So iDisposable, and now down here, so public, you're gonna have void dispose. So with the void dispose, then what we're going to do here is we copy this and we unsubscribe. So let's do it. And that's supposed to be minus equal to state has changed. Let's save this. You can close this up and I'll reopen it again. Okay, so we have this here. So when the page loads, we want to call this get all categories. We're going to call the API in case the all categories list is null. We're going to call the API, get the list, and now add it to the list of category that we have cached into the application. Okay, so aside from that, what we can do here is we want to loop through this. So what we're going to do here is we can create our a simple list here, and this what I'm going to use. So I'm just, you see, we are looping to this category service dot all categories in case it is not null. That is where you want to execute this. So this is just a card with just a list group. Okay, so with a list group, and you can see these are a list of buttons. So we have a default one, and this is a default one. So you can see we have all. So if I click on all, I must get all data. Aside from that, we are looping to the all category list, and I display the categories in here. So we're making a cache it here, and now we can get a category.id, and I pass into this method. In case I click on each method, this event is going to get fired and going to pass in the category ID. Now here we want to check if the section or the ID or the category clicked, or the button clicked, it is equal to what we have, so we can set this as an active. So we're going to have a blue line, there's a blue background, and now this background is we're going to check if the ID is equal to this category ID. So where from this category ID, it is just a variable that we are going to create. Now, when you create that, it's going to handle the category ID. So let's see, if I copy this, I can create a variable like this, and that is going to be category ID. So default value here, it is 0. So we're checking is category ID is equal to 0. Then it means the person has clicked on the all is selected. We want to set this to an active. But in case any of this is clicked, then the ID here won't be 0. It's going to be 1 or 2, and I will check if the ID of the current one clicked is equal to the ID that has been cached over there. Then we pass in active, else pass in null or empty. Okay. Now this button, default category button clicked. We have to handle this with event callback. So this is what we're going to do. Let's first handle the category clicked, and now it's accepting a parameter of an integer. So we can create this on top here. This accepting a parameter on this, so you can just pass it here, or let me just put them on top, and let me move this up. Okay, so now we have a parameter and it is returning an integer here, and we say category clicked event handler. So when this is clicked, what do you want to do? Category clicked, when that button is clicked, it is coming in, the payload here is an integer, so we can handle that from here. We pass in, or the payload is an integer that is coming in as a parameter. Then we set this category ID equal to the category ID that we have cached. So as soon as you click on any of the buttons, this ID is going to change, the value of this is going to change. Okay, and now we erase this event so that any page or any component that is using this component here as a child can call or can associate to this event and now return or retrieve this ID. So that's what we are doing, and it's an async type, so we have to make it as an await. Then we invoke async in here. Now the next thing is, if this button is clicked, what do you want to happen? We also do same, but before that, we want to set this to 0. So when default is clicked, we set the category ID to 0, because meaning all has been clicked. So if all is clicked, meaning we set this to 0, so we can have it here. This method is going to work as an active. Okay. then we have to create an event callback to handle that. Now this event callback returns nothing because it is just a signal that we are sending. So we need not to specify any parameter or any data type as I returned. So default category clicked, and you can see it returns empty. It's a void type, and we have to invoke it. So this is going to communicate to the parent that something has been happening here. So please, you to do whatever thing that you want to do. That is what we are saying in here. So to display this category list that we have from a database, this is what you're going to do. We have to use this category component in a parent component. So we can just close this up. Then we go to solution. Now you see inside this product folder, we're going to create one component, and this component is going to be the parent for all components. I'm going to say product list home page. So this is going to handle the product list. And now in that, I'm going to have this column MD12 with the route here as product. So maybe I'm going to have something like this. Then I can close this. Okay, so we have this, and that is a closing for the two divs. Okay, so in here, the first thing that we're going to do here is we want to create our own layout. Okay, so we want to have the column LG2, and this is going to be for the category. So we can also create this. So column LG2. And now in that, what we need to do here is we need to specify this category component. So here, let's specify the category. So there's a category component, that's a category page. So instead of all this, we can remove this. And our control period we need to use. So we can just copy this, move this to the import.razor component like this. Now let's return, and now this is going to be solved. So we can close this. Okay, so now that we have this, we can just close it, and I reopen it again. So product list homepage, and now we have this category. Now there's a method that we can subscribe to. The first method is a category clicked event. So in case each category is being clicked, we want to handle this with this method. So we have to create a definition for this method. And now this is what you're going to create for that. So we say at code. Then we have this category clicked, and now it is returning an integer. So if I hover the mouse on, you can see that the return type here, it is integer. As you can see, it's an integer that is returning. If I click on this, the event callback here, it is what integer, and we can retrieve the integer from this. All right, so we check if the category ID is equal to 0, we want to return. If not, then product service.get product by category. This we are going to create this list. We haven't created it yet. We're going to create it soon. So if ID, the category ID is maybe 1 or 2, then get this product, and I'll pass in the ID to retrieve the list of products. Okay, there's also another method that we can specify in there, and that is the default category clicked. So when all button is clicked, what do you want to do? You can pass it here. So we also create the same method in here, and if all button is clicked, we want to load a default button. So load the default. We call this method as load default. So if this is clicked, what we can do here is product by categories. We're going to set this to null, and I'm going to load default. So where from this default, we can just create a simple method down here as load data. And now in that, we are specifying product service.get all products. Okay, and I get all products, we're going to pass feature to false because I want to retrieve all product, but this is not only for featured product. All right. Now we have to subscribe because there's going to be a change in here when we call this. So we can subscribe, and now aside from that, we need to detach from the list. So we detach it with the product action. And now when the product loads, we also have to subscribe and now retrieve the product when the page initializes. So when the page initializes, we get data, we load data, as you can see, because when the page initializes and this page is being called, you want to display the list of categories at the page side. So when the page initializes, get this, call this method, and now this method is going to await load, call this method again, which is also going to get all products and are passing false as a feature. Okay, so we need to create this product service dot product by category method, so we can retrieve a category or the group of product based on the single category ID that they all have. All right, so once we've done this, in order to do that, we have to implement also the iDisposable. So implement, so iDisposable. Now let's go to the client service, and that's going to be the interface for the iCategory service. That will be the iProduct service. So in here, we are going to create a method to return or to retrieve all products with the same category. So you pass in category ID, now get product by category. So when we get product by category, where are you going to store it? We can just create another list of products here to cache all of this and now store them here. So we're saying that a list of products, and we're going to say product by category. Now let's go to the client service and implement this interface in it. So click on the client service. Now iProduct service, control period, we have to implement the interfaces here. So we can just format this well. So we have this, and the next one that we're going to talk about here, let me just minimize this. And as you can see, from this we have get product by category, and it is down here. So this is limited, or it is another product, so we can just move this, and under the product section at the last end here, we can paste this here. So what we're going to do here is we need to specify this. We set that feature to false, and now this must be an async. Okay, so there's an async. Now you see here we get all product. We pass in false to retrieve all the products. So we are calling this get all product method. We pass in feature as false, which is going to retrieve all the products. Now when do that, we are going to check get all products which have the same category ID as the one coming in here. We convert them to a list, then we assign to this product by category list that we have created here. Okay, so when you call this method, passing the ID here, we can retrieve the whole product and return or assign it to this. So you can call this method, and now the output to be stored inside this product by category list. So after making these changes, then we have to invoke this. So any pages that subscribe to this will get notified. And that's exactly what we're doing. So when you save this and I go to product list homepage, this we can now call this method. So get product by category, and now the category ID that is coming here, we pass into this method, and now it's going to populate the data and now store it onto the product by category list. So when in here, when you create one component, we can pass in the product list from the service, and now it's going to call the list of categories from the API. If it is not cached already, we're going to call the API and now cache it for us to be using often. So now we have this. Let's run this and see if you're able to retrieve the product list and now display it, since we are calling this in the column LG2 section in here. So if let's run this and see what we have now. So let's navigate to product. We have a feature, we have the carousel also working. Now let's navigate to that is a product. And in here we must have the category list at this side. So let's see. Yeah, so you can see we have that is a list, but we did not specify. You can see we have this list here. We have to increase the size of this. So let's do that so we can see everything well. You can see we have it as a card, product categories, and you can see we have this Apple phone, Samsung, and Oppo displayed in here. So we go back to the page, and that's a component, and this is going to be the category page. So here, once you have this height as 50%, maybe you can have this as maybe 80 or so. For now, let's maintain. We have this overflow as Y, and let's make it as 100%. That's going to be the max width, and let's reload this application. So let's navigate back to the product. Okay, so we have our product category, and this is the category list that we have in here. As you can see, we have this is the category. So we have product categories. We have the Apple, we have Samsung, and Oppo. Now, as soon as I click on this, you can see that this has been deactivated, and now this is going to be the activate current one. Check this up, and you can see it is working. So there's an event callback, and that is what we are using to retrieve or to do this. Yes, so this is working as expected. All right, so let's try to add another one and see. So I'm going to copy this, go to the next page here, paste it, and instead of this, I'm going to say add category. Now we have we have Apple phone, we have Samsung, we have Oppo. Maybe you can have Nokia. So let's see. So this Nokia. If I click on save this, and let's see category saved. Now let's go back, and you can see, let's try to refresh this and see whether they're going to have the Nokia attached to, or we are not going to have it. So you can see we have Nokia added. Okay, so anytime anytime a new category is clicked or is added, it's going to clear the cache data and now retrieve the current one and now store it. So anytime that you refresh this, it's going to that cache data, and that cache data is going to have the updated data as expected. We are going to look at how to display product based on category selected. So I'm going to close everything, and we're going to create a component, and this is going to be a product list component. So close all. So click on Solution Explorer. Now you can see from our pages folder, you can see we have category pages, we have other pages, and we have product pages. Right click on the product pages, and let's add one component, and it's going to be product list page. Okay, so product list page. Now within this component, this is what you want to have. It's going to be a parameter where you're going to accept a list of products. So it's just going to accept a list of products. After that, it's going to loop through and display it on the screen. This is a very simple thing that we are doing in here. Okay, we are not adding any event callback yet. So here, user can see buttons such as add to cart, share, like, but user cannot click, and now it's not going to work because you're not going to implement anything. We're going to just display the product as it is. So let's close this, and you can close this and open it again to get rid of that's a black and white, isn't it? I hate that so much. I want to see this. Okay, so in here we want to just have a loop through this, and now you want to create just a div class that's going to be a card. So you can see it's a container fluid, and here we having what, a row. So with this row we have this class as featured filter. Now we are looping through this, and we are creating this class. You know, it's a column LG2, or in case it is a medium, make it 3. In case it is small, make it 6. But that's success, and we are creating this. So inside here, we are passing an image with a width of 150 and a height of 200. And now we have this as a hovered items. So as you can see for this, we have the FF height, and this is going to be the, I said height or heart. So I love it. You can click on this to love the product. You can tweet it, or you can retweet. Maybe you can send it to Twitter to maybe you can just do something else with it. Okay, and here we can also add it to cart. What you're going to focus here mostly is the first one, that's the heart. You can just click to like it, and you can also click this to add to cart. That is what you're going to focus most. From the middle one, I'll leave it up to you, but maybe the next time I'm going to have a look. We have a video done on that, how to also maybe if you want to put something else on that, to maybe a Twitter or etc., you can also do that as well. And now we have the featured item test, which is going to be displayed at the bottom. we have the item name, we have the item price. Since it is decimal, you can see we can able to format this into a string and specify our currency and also the format that we want, dot. So that's going to be dot. That's going to be the string format for that. All right. So this is all that we need. So the next thing to do here is we are going to use this category or this component inside the main or the product list home page. So in here, we have to use the category in here. So we can provide product list page, and now we can close this up. Okay, so that here we having it, we are taking 2 and now we add the next 10, making 12, and that's going to be the full row of a page. But there's a class attached to this, and that's a CSS class. Okay, so with this class, this is what I'm going to do. We can start this class one after another. So I'll just copy this and I'll just paste it in here. Maybe when you check the GitHub repo, this class will be available. But that's what you're going to do. You're going to create a class attached to this. If you don't know how to create a CSS class, right click on the same this folder, click on add, and now maybe new item. And in here, you're going to select style. So this is a style. Now the name of the component here must be the same as the component name. Now instead of .razor, I'm going to make it .razor.css. As you can see from this, it is .razor.css, and that is the CSS isolation. So this CSS is going to load as soon as this page is being loaded into the screen. Okay, so click on and add it. And now when we add it, the CSS that we have all this CSS, and that is what we are using. Actually, we want to hover. As you can see, we have some hover text in here, and that is all that we are using in here. So I'll leave this under the video description, so you can just clean it from the GitHub. We're going to have this CSS as well. Okay. So the next thing that we need here is when you check this, we need to provide a product list. Saying this has a parameter known as a product, or product. So we need to provide this list here, so this product can render the product in the page that we created. So to do that, we have subscribed to this, and we are calling this load data. And on this load data, it is loading, or it's calling this product service and get all product, setting that feature to false, meaning getting the entire product. So in here, what we can do is we're going to have access to the product list. Then let's provide the all categories or all products. So there's we've cached this into the service that we created. So once we provide this as product, so all products here, we specify the product service dot all products, because as soon as the page loads and we call this method is going to call the get all product, which will retrieve the data from database and now cache it into this all product, so we can use this in here. All right, so now this is what we have. Let's try to run this application and see the product list that we have. So now the page is ready. So let's click on this, and I believe, okay, so it must be /product. And now we must have the list of products being displayed alongside with the category. All right, so the page is now loaded, and as you can see, if I hover the mouse on, you can see we have these icons, and that is the add to cart. We have this, that's a retweet, and this is the love. So currently, if I click on the, nothing happens because we have not implemented any. So let's see. But we have this icon here. As soon as you hover the mouse on, you can see you can have this. All right. So now we have this. The next thing we're going to do here is if I click on each category, what should happen? I want to retrieve the items in here, right? So we have 4 categories here. So we're going to set each to 1. So we're going to have 3. And we're going to use, after that, you're going to add the real product ourselves, and I'm going to see it live. Okay, so let's do this. All right, so in here, I would like to put this in a div. So maybe I'll have this card set up over here. Let's close this up. And where we have our product list home page, maybe here, I can just have this div class, and now this is a class that you want to. So let's close this. So let's see, we have to close one. Okay, so we have this set and this one, and we have to div. Okay, so we have just a card header and there's nothing here, but we have this border success as subtle. So this is just a color that you want to surround it with this. Okay, so we're going to see we have MB as 2 to just space the bottom to 2. So in here with the all product that we are providing, you can see currently defaultly when the page loads, we are providing all product. But in case we click on category and now we get product. So in this case, this product by category list is going to have the current list by product. So what we can do here is we want to check if this product or product is null. Then we want to use this product service dot, then here product by category. So we're gonna have this product by category. So anytime this product service is null, then we want to use this product by category. Okay, so Control K D, we can format this well. Okay, so let's save that. But I'm sure that this should come here. So instead of this, we should, because this is going to be changing all the time. So if this is null, that is where we want to use this product service dot all product. So this is how you want it to be done. So in case, as soon as I click on this category event clicked, and now we get pass in the ID. And now we set this method is going to set the values or the list of products into this list that has been cached in there. So as soon as this list has data, then it's going to switch up to this, and we're going to loop through this and display it on the screen. But in case this list here is null, then we're going to use the default one that is the all product. So we can save this. So let's click on the SQL Server object. Now in a category, let's open a category view data. Let's also open the product queue as view data as well. Now let's see from that category table, we have the ID of 2, 3, and 4. So we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's see from the product. We have 2, 3, and 4. So we have category. So maybe it is 1. We can set this to 2, and we can set this to 3. And maybe you can copy 1. And now we can paste. Well, can we paste this? Okay. So you can paste it as 5. And now this, we set this to 4. So let's save this. So this means that if I click on all, I'm going to get all product. If I click on individual category, I'm going to have 1 for each. Now let's run this again and now check it out. So let's navigate to the product list. Okay, so we have 4 products in here. Now that is for all. If I click on Apple, you can say I have only 1 product. If I click on Samsung, I have 1 product. If I click on Oppo, I have 1 product. If I click on Nokia, there's no product in here. So this has no product, but why is it that we're seeing? Okay, so this 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 for each. So this is this. We have this, and we have that. Okay, if I click on all, then it's going to set them to null. That is the product by category. We're going to set it to null, and therefore, if it is null, then we're going to use all products, and we have this. So a category has been implemented, and it is now working. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to go offline and try to add products. You know, we can add product from this section. We have categories added, and we have our product. So this is a product that we have, right? So this is what I'm going to do with this is add product. So that is add product. So I'm going to go offline and I'm going to add multiple products here with their images, and I'll come back so we can see this up live. Okay, so I'll be back in a minute. All right, so that is the list that you can see. So I've added some categories over here, and I have also added some products, and that is it, what you see from this. When we click on this home page, nothing happens here. The reason is we have not set any product as featured. So quickly, let's go back to our database, and maybe from our product section, if I refresh this, I'm going to have the whole list of products that have been added into the database. Now let's try to set all of them featured as true so we can display them in there. So let's set this to true. Okay, and then the last one here. So when you save this, and let's try to reload this page, and we're going to see 5 of these featured products being displayed here. And we're going to see the same list of these featured products displayed beneath here as the featured products. Let's wait for this to get loaded. Okay, so that is a list that we have from here, and when we still navigate to the product, you're gonna see all the products in the product page. Okay, so let's click on this. Now if I click on this category, it has no data. Click on the Samsung and it has this data. If I click on the Vivo, nothing happens. As soon as I click on the Apple, it has this data in here. So you can see that the app does not get reloaded, and there's no call made. If I could see from here, there's no even route specified. Click on the all, no route specified. Right click on this. Let's go to inspect element. And now let's see in here, click on the network tab. So if I click on Samsung, let's see what's going to happen here. You can see with the Samsung, nothing happens. Click on the Apple, and I can see from here, we are just retrieving the data, but we are not having any call from an API because it is coming from the memory cache. As you can see from here, it is coming in from a memory or a cache data inside the application already. So we've able to achieve what we wanted to do. Yeah, so we have this, and that is it. Okay, so the next thing we're going to talk about here is we want to have some card on top here. Now this card may display 2 products randomly picked from the featured product, and that's going to be displayed on here. So let's quickly go to the application. Let's minimize this, and in here, maybe you can create banner. Okay, let me make it as a banner. We're going to display 2 random products. So we can put this inside this product folder. So let's see, I'm going to open this, right click on the product pages. Let's add a new Razor component, and the name of this is going to be banner page. So within this page, we want to just have maybe 2. Yes. So get all products. When the page loads, we want to call this method. So maybe as soon as the page loads, we want to call this method, and this method must come in the code section. So at code, then let's paste in this. Okay, so featured product is equal to true. So you want to grab all featured products in here. Now we have to subscribe to, and also that is when it changes, you also want to change this, or maybe we can also do that. So let's have this as override, then uninitialize async. So override async, then there's going to be a task. So uninitialize async, then it must be protected. So in here, we're gonna have product service dot. So you're not having a pop-up, right? So let me close this and reopen it again. So from this banner, where is it? Okay. So we have this. Now product service dot. Now we have product action. And we say plus equal to state has changed. So you're gonna have state has changed. Now we do the same thing. Even the page is initialized already, so I didn't see that. Okay, so I just have to grab this and now paste it here. Okay, and let me just remove this from the top here. And now when the page is discarding, so public void, then we have this post. We can copy the same thing, and now we make sure we attach it before it dies up. Let's implement iDisposable in here. Okay, now we want to just have a container and now maybe some 2 divs. So let's check if featured product is not null. Then we want to grab 2. So we check if product or featured product is not null. Because here, we set this feature to true, and then we are calling this service, which will load and populate the data into this featured list that we have. So we are saying that if this is not equal to null, then we want to run this. We want to get random numbers, so random products. So we have banner 1, banner 2. We specify banner 1 to this, and then the banner 2 also to this. So we have 2 data or 2 divs. Now each div is going to randomly pick a product anytime the page is being loaded or being rendered. So we're going to have multiple pages, multiple product displayed anytime the user navigates to that, because it's an advert that you want to do. We want to portray your user to buy. So we have to randomize the products. We have to pick them randomly and to display them. Okay, so they want to make it as static. So that's what we are doing. But before we do this, we have to create a class in a method in this service, and the name is supposed to be get random product. So let's do that. Let's go to the service. So we go to the product service. So iProduct service, and now inside this iProduct service, we are going to specify a method and which is going to return just a product. So here we say that product and get random product. So let's implement this interface. We can do that from the client service. Now let's control period to this iProduct service and let's implement the interface. Okay, so implement it, and we have the interface specified in here. I think they're down here, so I'm going to grab this. And now let's go up because it's a product type. So I'll put it to this as a product type, and that's a get random product. So in here, to get random product, we can just use random. So you can see here, I don't want to have this method twice. So let me remove one. Okay. So as you can see, we check if featured product is null, then want to return because it's a feature that you want to pick data from. Now, if the list here is null, it means you cannot pick any data, so you have to return it. Now, if it has data, then you can see we are creating a random number. We create an instance, and now here we have to specify the minimum and the maximum. Now, that's what we are doing. The minimum here, we're going to find the minimum ID of this featured product. And now with the maximum, you find the maximum ID of this featured product. But what random does is you're going to pick from the minimum and a number which is lesser than the maximum. So the maximum number, that is the last ID here, won't be picked because it's the maximum number. That's why we are adding 1. So the addition of 1 is going to make it at maximum, and you're going to pick below that. which is going to include this, the next number of the maximum number of this product. So once you have this, then we are generating it, as you can see, from the next. So it is picking from the minimum and from the maximum. In between of these, you're going to pick any of them and return it, the results you can see. So the number that's going to pick, we want to check from the featured list, and I'll pick that number, check to the ID, and I retrieve it and return it to you as a product. So anytime that you call this product instance, it's going to get us a random product. And that is exactly what we are doing in the banner section. So we've called it twice. The first one get us a new product. You can also get us a new product. Now, when it comes to the description, maybe you would like to shorten the description. You don't want to display the whole description message or info over there. So remember that we did this somewhere else. When you go to the products, let's see, that is the front page. I think we made that in there. So front page, that is the carousel. You can see that down here we created, so that's the get description. So let's cut this up. Okay, save this. Let's go to the general, and this is going to be a general class, and in here let's paste this. Let's make it a static, and we have to make this as public. Okay, so public static is returning a string. It is accepting a list of a text and description, and we append dots here. And I think I've explained this long time already, so that's what we are doing. Now we can even modify this. Let's see, you can use a substring. As you can see, use range operator. We can hold a lot, but let's maintain what we have. Okay, we want to maintain this. Now when you go back to this front page, then you're going to have an error in here. So what we're going to do here is let's add the general. That's going to be the class to it. So we're going to say general dot, and now this is now solved. So when we go back to the banner page, we can also use the same class in there. Remember that you don't need to repeat yourself all the time. So using the same class, then you pass in the description, and this also you pass in the description. So if the description text is more than 100, you're going to shortcut it and now append 3 dots to it. And that's what we are doing. So anytime that this page is reloaded, it's going to have a new data set in here. Okay, so now let's see. Let's go to our product list home page, and now on top here we can add our banner. Okay, so after this, because here it is a LG10, so we want to add this banner page, and now let's save this, and now let's refresh the application and see what we have. So the app is ready. Now let's navigate to the product section. So this is the product. Yeah, so now we got it. Now you can see we have this beautiful banner displayed over here. Now you see this is a Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3, and we have Apple iPhone 15 Pro Max, right? Now let's see if I click on this, I can see I have a new one set. As you can see, this is a new one. This is the new one. Click on this, and maybe you can see I have a new one. So it keeps changing. If I go to the home page and I return back again, let's see. But while it changes, it doesn't get from an API. It only gets from the data, that is the internal data, the cache data. And it is making this app more and it's increasing the performance. Let me put it in that way. It is increasing the performance of the, you see we have a new one, Samsung W2017, and we have the same thing in here. Okay, so these also are suggesting the type of phone that the person can get, and we can actually add that. Now the last one left here, it is we want to display a banner down here. Maybe that could be a recommended product. So if I click on recommended product, maybe I'm going to have this going to a slideshow will tells you that this product have been recommended. Maybe you can create a separate model to handle that. But in this case, I'm going to use the featured product, and I'm going to display them there as a recommended product to the user. All right. So let's see how to also do that. Let me bring this video to an end. So let's close this. Okay, so let's close this, and in here we we can close all of this because we are done with each of them. Close all this. Now let's go to solution, and now in the same product, right click on this. Let's click on add a new component, and at this time around we're going to say is a recommended page. So this page, this is what we are going to do. Let me just have just a simple code that we are going to be using. Let me just grab the code in here. And if you check this code, we are creating a list of this featured product. So let me save this. Let me close this, and I'll open it again so we can get rid of that black and white. So recommended product. So you know that here when the page loads, we are subscribing to this. And here you can see we have this. We create an instance of this, a list of products. Then we cache it in here. So we create a container, we initialize to new. When the page initializes, we want to grab all featured products. So we call this in case this product, the featured product list has no data. We call this, and it's going to make an API call and now cache data for the whole application to use. If you have data in it, then we're going to say this list that we have here, we're going to assign the list of this product, featured product, to the list in here. Then we are going to call this method as populate. What is it going to do? Here, you can see that it's going to populate this. We are creating a dictionary here because we want to group the list. So we want to pick maybe 6 at a time and now group them. So you see we are creating a dictionary. The key here, it is an integer, and then the value here is a list of products. And I will give it as recommended or recommend carousel group products. So here we get end item per view. So on a line like this, how many items do you want to display? That is 6. Let's find the total product. So we get the product service.featuredproduct.count. So we want to get the whole product that we have to display in there. Aside from that, we want to find a number of groups. So we divide the total product here by the item view, that is a 6, to know the number of groups in there. Now we have an initial value of a start number, and we have skip. So start number, it is 1, and our skip is 0. So we are saying that if start number, or if the number of groups, it is less than or equal to 0, meaning here there's no product, because if I have total product and divide by this 6, I must have more than that, right? So we want to say if it is equal to 0 or less than that, then return. If not, we're going to use a while loop to group this. So while start number, that is a 1, it is less than or equal to number of groups. So there's the number of groups here. So maybe when you have 12, 12 divided by 6 is going to have 2. Start number is 1. So 1 is less than or equal to 2. Yes. So it's going to loop twice. And now when it loops twice, you're going to skip this. The current skip is 0. And now what is the current item to take? That is a 6. And the next one after taking this is going to add this to this dictionary, which comprises of the start number, that is an ID or the key. Now the value here, it is a list of products. We increase the skip, and also we increase the start number. So it's going to also loop again, and then it's going to also add it. So we're going to have a key and then the value. Key is going to be the integer, and then the value is going to be a list of products. Now once we have this, we want to loop through this. So we don't need this post. So we want to loop through this. So how do we loop through? We are going to use the carousel that we installed from the Syncfusion that we use in our front component. And in that, we are going to customize ourselves so we can have this feature in it, okay? Because that default one does not have this list. It has only one product display at a time. We want to display 6 at a time. So let's see what we're going to do. But before we do that, I suggest we also, so before we populate this, we must have this product already. So I believe we have to include the dispose. So here, because definitely when product is being added, this must also get changed. So we have to subscribe to this. And now we have to implement maybe the iDisposable on top. So here, let's implement it here. Okay, so that is this one. And now with the markup, maybe we can use container fluid, and now we're going to have this style also attached to. Very simple one. And when you check this, we're checking if featured product is not null. That is why we want to run this. We have a container fluid, and that is a row. We are using the card, and this is an SF carousel as we used previously. We have visible on hover, that is a button, and we have all these stuff in here. We've done this already in the feature. That's the first or the second. That is the second video. Now we are looping through this dictionary, okay? And now here, the first one is the key. So once you have the key, we're also looping through the key. That is the item dictionary over here. And now this key has its value, which is a list of products. So we loop through, we create a card, that's the column LG2. Then we display the 6 in here at a time. And so while this finishes the looping, it is also going to loop until the items in here finish it. So the item here, it is, I think, how many items do we have? We have 2 items here. So until these 2 items finish, it will still keep looping through. And it's going to have a group of groups, okay? A group of groups, and that's what we did. So when it's just a customized one that we are doing to achieve what we want, okay? And that is, so you can see it's the same thing that we have been doing. But don't worry, I also put this at GitHub, so you can also go in there and grab this as well. Okay. Now once you have this set, let's save this, and now let's go and use this component in the product list home page. So there's a product list home page. So once you come here at the end of this, you want to replace it, or you want to just continue with this. It is an LG12, meaning you're going to take the whole row. Then we have this card on top, and we have this recommended page. So if I save this, and let's try to run this application and see what we have now. Okay, so let's navigate to our product. And now you must see this recommended product, and that is what we have here. We have recommended section down here. Now let's wait for the list to pop up. So down here, and now let's see. Good, so we have it set. Now you can see we have the recommended product, and now we have the name of the item. We have the description. You can see we are having this append dot. When the text here is more than 100, we can do that. Maybe you can shortcut this, maybe 60 or 70, etc. But maybe you can do that yourself, and I believe so. I trust you can make it. We are going to look at authentication, authorization, and refresh token support. So you know what? The very first thing that you're going to do here is to change or to include a loader, a screen loader. See what I'm talking about. If I try to refresh this application, you can see it's going to load for data to get connected to an API, retrieve data. The communication must happen, established before data will be retrieved, and then process it and then display. Now you can see instead of just having the blank screen like this, we want to display some loader in there, so the user will know that, okay, there's a process going on, so I have to wait, and that is it. Now when you click on the home button to see what's going to happen, you can see if I refresh this, a connection must be created, established between the API and the client, and you can see all this must happen. And we want to even change, as you can see with this, we want to, the data is not available, but you can see we have these navigations, and we don't want to do that, okay? We want this to get popped up as soon as the data is ready. And I believe you can do that, isn't it? So quickly, let's use like 5 minutes to finish this. We don't want to waste much time on this because we have a lot of things to do today. Okay, so we're going to run like a rabbit. Okay, so just by the way, now let's see. So I have this small one that I'm going to make. We go back to the index, for Blazor WebAssembly, we can change the loading from the application itself. We go to the solution, and from this client section, I'm talking about the client project. You go to the, where is it? Let's go to the www root folder, and you can see we have this index. With this index, we have this by default, this what is loading SVG up to this. So we want to remove this and now paste in what we have. It's just a div of class called rectangular 1 up to 5. So we're going to have it in a style, right, using the CSS. Okay, so we have this. And the next thing to do here is going to have a CSS copied And you know what? I'm going to put the CSS in solution. Now I go back to the CSS file. We have this app.css. So maybe in here, I'll go down here and I'll try to add a custom CSS style to it. Remember, this is a custom CSS style to the carousel. Now in here, let's have, there's a custom style to screen loader. So with this, Control K C, let me comment this. And now with this style, credit goes to Michael Washington. So this is just an interesting one, very simple one as well. So I'm going to just paste the CSS style in here. I'm not sure you're able to type everything, but you can just go through them, type them. If else, then check the. Did I say if else? Okay, so if else statement, right? Okay, so if you know you can type all this, then don't worry, it will be on the repo, so you can just go in there and clone it, and that's all. You don't have to type everything. But as you can see, we're using this spinner rectangular 1 up to 5, as you can see, and we're using this keyframe to just set it in animation form. Okay, so that is what we are having in here. Very simple one. You can see that is it. Now let's save this, and when trying to read the application, you're gonna have some simple display. That's gonna be the loading. We're gonna scrap off that loading from 1 up to 100. Let's see. So I'm gonna run this. All right, so you can see this is what I'm looking at. Now this is what we have. You can see this is just a small loading, and that's what we are using to load our app. You can see we do not have that circular SVG file that starts from 0 up to 100, the default one. Now we are using this to load the application. So you can see that as soon as it finishes loading, we have the app being displayed in here. Okay, so that's the default loader. Now this site, we want to get this loaded. So what can we do so we can have that loading have an effect over this component or this component too? So what we can do is to create a component. So let's go in there and I'll create components. And you know what? You go to Solution Explorer. Now you can see from our pages folder, there's also one folder known as other pages. Let's open that and let's create one additional component. And that's what we're going to use to handle the loading aspect. Okay. Now in here, I'm going to pass the name as screen loading or loading page. Well, you can even put in your name there. Okay, it doesn't matter. Aside from that, we want to create a separate CSS class for this. So once you have this page created, you see realize the loading page, right click on the same of other pages folder. Let's click on add new item. This time we're going to create a CSS file. So we pass in here as style. Maybe you ask me, why can't we put it in the app.css, or will that won't take an effect? Okay, so let's see if that one is going to take effect. Now, with the same component that we have created, what we're going to do here is let's specify the div that we copied. I hope you remember this. Let me increase the size. So that's what we have now. Now, if I run this, nothing's going to happen now. Okay, so the second thing to do here is we're going to link this page into components. So if you have been following all the tutorials or the part that we have been doing, I mean you and I have been doing together, you know, when we check our solution, our application in such a way that we don't call the API all the time. Anytime the page loads, we don't call the API. We have a cache variable that we cache all the data in there. We call the API only when the cache variable is empty, is null. That is when the application is starting or addition or updating of a product has been occurred. Now, in that, we registered an action. Okay, this action gets invoked anytime an update has been occurred, data has been added, or there's an event, or there's another method called, or there's an operation set against. Okay, so when you check our app product service, this is our interface. We have all this. And you can see we've cached all this in here. So in order to have the loading page also get work, we want to also include this is visible. So when this is being invoked, we can set this visible to true or false, so we can hide and show this loading page. Okay, so let's add it here. And now when you go back to, okay, it's asked me to rebuild it, but I'm not ready to build it. So let me close this up. Now let's go back to the solution. And now since we have updated the interface for the product service, it means when you go to the client service and on top here, you're going to have this red line under, and that's fine. So control period, we're going to include this implement interface, and that is what we have in here. So, we want to remove this so we can have it set and get. These are the accessors that we need so we can set and now retrieve the value of this property that we have or we are creating. We save that. Okay, so we have it. How come you have it already? Okay, so you have iProduct service. We have this visible. It's visible. We come here and now here we set it to. So default, it does not have any default value for this. Okay, now as soon as I click on get all products, so here, since I click on get all products, first of all, I want to set this visible to true because here process is going to be okay. So set this to true so you can have it loading. As soon as this product gets, you have this list here, get the product that it needs, and this invoked, we want to set this to false before this invoked, so that as soon as this invoked, this value can change and it can update the UI simultaneously. So let's have this set to false. That's for the get all product. Now aside from that, when you can see that from this featured product view, let's see what we can do to do same. We can just do same to that, because when we want to get data from the API, set is visible, and as soon as the data has been retrieved and now cached in there, please set this to false, because as I speak, the data will be having, the container will be having a list of records of products in it. So I'm set this to false, invoke it so we can display all the products in there. That is what we need. Now this is a mother method of get product. You can see it is calling from an API. We pass in this parameter as a query string so we can retrieve based on the featured or not. Okay, we can do that. We did that in the 2 subsequent video past. Is it 2 or 3? You can check any of them. I think I explained it in that video. Okay, so we have this set and that is fine. All that we need to do is to go to our page and I'll try to include or use this component. So we go back to this pages folder, not other pages, this time our product pages, and I can see we have this home page. That is with this, the product list homepage links all these pages, so we can use them, we can control them in here, the view. So on top here, we can include maybe product service.visible. This is a property that we created. So if it is visible, we want to display this loading page. But in case it is not, then you're going to say if else. So else, then we want to show this. Okay, so if it is visible, we display this. That is when the product is getting data from an API, please display loading page. And now when the data is ready, please the loading page to set to off, because an event with the product list, product action is going to be invoked. As soon as invoked, this page has been subscribed to it. And as you can see, it has subscribed to the state change. As soon as the product service or product action is being invoked, this page gets re-rendered. Now when it is getting re-rendered, the value of this also gets changed. And we can hide this peacefully without any issue. That's what we are doing here. So in our main page, that's the product list page where we have our categories. As you can see from this categories, we have our banner, we have our product list page. We're going to have this loader to get loaded while the page prepared itself, getting connection with an API, communicating and organizing data to be displayed on the screen. When you check the front page too, there is a session that we can also implement the same. That is when the app loads initially. You can see we saw that we saw 2 navigations images, right? We want to hide them since the product to display are not ready. So in order to do that, we're going to do the same. So just quickly grab this, grab what we have in here, and now quickly let's go back to the front page. And then that is actually the home page. When that app loads first, that is where it has to go. So you can see we have the front page in here. And now beneath the disposable, we're going to use the same thing. and we can close this up here. So when you check this, let's see, we have if it is visible, display this, but in case it is not, then we want to hide that. So let's save this. Let me open this. Hey, let me close that. Then let me open this again. Okay, so Control KD. Let's see. Okay. So I wanted to format too well. All right, so now we have this. Let's try to load the app and see what we have. In case they couldn't work, it means you have to add the CSS to it, and we're going to do that. If this couldn't use the CSS file in our CSS code or the style in the app.css file. So you can see that the app is now loading, and that is the default one that is loading. Now let's wait to see when it gets to the home page. We must also have the same indicator, and that's the loading page to display it while it gets connected with an API. As you can see from here, it gets connected to an API, so we have the displayed. But the featured product here, we did not include that, so we have this page same. Okay, so we're gonna also edit this because this is ready. So, but we don't want to include loading here, right? We don't have two loading symbols or two loading indicators in here. No, we don't do that. We want the user to know that it is uniform, it is one. So we're going to use the same method to apply to this component, but instead of using the loading page component, we're going to skip that. It's going to be empty unless this page is ready. Let's quickly have a look on that. Then we can now jump up to our authentication system. So this can be found inside our projects. You go back to the solution explorer. Now in here, you can see we have, where is it? Do you see is a featured product? I get it. Now in here, we want to have something like this if it is false. Because you know, if the visible is true, that is where you want to display the component, the loading page. Here, if it is false, meaning the page is already loaded and communication has been established, so that is where we want to display this. So if it is false, then display this. So as I speak, when we run this, let's see the final one. So we can say goodbye to this and we can move on to what we're going to do. So it is loading. Now let's see. So this is the default one that it loads. You can even shape this to the middle if you want to do that. Okay. As you can see, this is hidden. The feature is hidden. We have only one indicator, and this keeps loading until this section is ready. Communication has been established on an API, data has been retrieved or received, and I'll try to process it and display it to the UI. That is where it's going to set you off. Yeah, you can see. And we're going to also have a pop-up with this. That's fine. You see, so we do not have any structure that get displayed while the page is not available. No, we don't do that. Hide them. When the page is ready, get them shown. And that is what it is doing. Yes, I believe you also achieved the same. Thank you and well done. Now let's quickly go to our authentication system, because that is what we want to focus in this video. This is just, by the way, is a pass-by message that I want to deliver to you, and I believe you love it. You can also implement a whole lot of loading screen if you want to. There are a lot of loading screen online that you can just go in there and search. Even with Bootstrap, it has a lot of loading indicators that you can also get them to use. I have a video done on loading screen too, so I'll put down the video description. If you want to have a separate or varieties of loading screens, you can go there and watch that video, and you're going to have access to them. And the source code also is available, so you can just go in there and grab them, integrate it, and fine, you can move on with yours. Okay. So what we're going to do here is an authentication, and I believe you know that here we're not going to use JWT. We want to use an access token. Now the access token is going to be a string that we are going to issue. This string does not contain any claim. As soon as a request is being sent from the client, it adds a token to the header. As soon as it gets to the API it's going to catch the header, retrieve the access token from the API, and now run some queries on the token, and now check if it's valid. The client has to keep them, add the access token to the header anytime they're going to make a request to a protected endpoint. Then aside from that, it keeps the reference token when the server returns the 401. as unauthorized, meaning the token has expired, then the client has to resend the refresh token so the server can use that refresh token, check it in the database, and try to get a new refresh token and an access token to the user. It returns to the client, and the client has to keep them, remove the old header, and I include a new header, and I try to make another request with this. And this must happen between the computer to computer. The user shouldn't have any idea. If the user doesn't open the network tab to see what is happening there, no, it is an out of bank area, so the user can see. What the user will see here is I click on the get data, and now I have my data. That's fine. So let's start with this. So in application, we're also going to handle with roles as well. So definitely we must have some roles for ourselves. And we are going to create two roles, administrator and now user. So if you log in, if you can buy item in our shop, you can add the item to cart. But as soon as you want to buy, you must log in. And for adding of categories, for adding of product, it is the administrator who has to do that. So two people in the row, administrator and now the user. But guess what? You can also customize it. You can even add multiple rows. When you have the concept, you can extend it to any role that you want. Okay, you can be adding a whole lot. So this is just a manual way of authentication. You're not using JWT. You're not using the default endpoint from the .NET 8 and API. We are creating our own stuff. Okay, so maybe with a step, you're going to understand what I'm going to use in the access token. So first thing is, let's go back. We have to create a model for our registration. So let's close all this since we are done with the loading. Now in solution, you can see we have this. Now I want to have a separation of consent. So if there's a model that I will never put them in the shared library because the client will not need them. It is limited to the server only. So definitely I have to put them in the server section. Okay. So you can see from the server, I have a folder called data. And then I need the data here. I'm going to add new item, and it's going to be a class, and I'm going to say user account. With the user account, I'm going to have maybe 4 properties in this, and that is all going to handle user identity. We have ID, name, email, and password. That is fine. So I hope you have the same thing. The next thing we're going to do here is we're going to assign a user role. So this user role, that is what's going to handle what the user role related to the account. So let's also create one in there, and it must happen in the same data folder. You can create a separate folder and now add it. Okay, you can do that. You can customize the way that you want. Now user role. Now with this user role, I'm going to have 3 properties. You know, since I'm going to save to database, we must have an ID. So this ID, it has user ID and a row ID. So this is like a is a relationship that we are establishing. But this time I don't want to use the actual relationship. You want to use this. This is just a loose one. Okay, the first one we can use a cascaded one, but here we want to do our own stuff. So I think this okay. We have an ID, and this is going to be for primary key, and we are not actually into this. What we are into much here, it is a user ID and a row ID. So user ID 1 and a row ID 1. Row ID 1 means administrator. User ID 1 is netcode. So if I want to gather all the information, I pick the row ID and I go to the row table and I can grab the row name. So we have not created the row yet, and the row name here I'm going to create is going to be a system row. So system rows, let's create one class for that quickly. We're going to have, I think, 2 properties. You can include the property, you can include more, but for now we're going to have system row. This time we're going to have the row ID and then the row name. The row ID here default is going to be for the primary key, and we have just the row name. That's what we have. Okay, now you have row ID and a row name. So these are the models that we need for the authentication solution, and you can see we have them in here. The next thing here is we need a token information because you're going to be saving. This is not a JWT. So, you know, JWT is a stateless. It means that the server or the code, the token must have everything that it needs for the server to authenticate it, to identify it. But this is going to be a stateful. So yeah, it means we have to catch in something so we can be looping through, checking up here and there, moving up and down to make some checks before we can give go ahead to the client endpoint. So we say token information, and I say token info. Now with this token info, I'm going to have 5 or 6 properties. How many are they? There are 6, isn't it? Yeah. There's an ID here, the ID automatically is a primary key, so we don't count this, okay? It is not what we want. This for the database section. We have a user ID, so the specific user, I want to cache in the ID in here. You want to have the access token that's going to be issued to the user, and also the refresh token. Now the expiry date for the access token, and now also the created date. Normally we're not going to use the created date, but guess what? We just want to bring it up. So maybe later on, if you want to customize it, based on this, you can retrieve the day that the token is being created, or try to do some stuff with it, okay? Do some magic with it. So you save it, and we are done with our token information. So we have these 3 models that we have created. Now the next thing to do here is, since we're going to be using them in the database, we have to include them in the appdbcontext.cs class, and that's the data context class. So click Go to Solution, and then in here you have your appdb context, right? So here we're going to add them down here, and now I'm just going to copy them. So we need 4 tables. So you can see we have user accounts, system rows, user rows, and token info. We added 4 models, and we have them set in here to create a respective database table with the various columns specified as the properties for us. Okay, we have the sets. Now the next thing we can do here is we can perform database migration, so it can create a table for us. So let's close this. We're going to build this application first, but this one I'm going to do, I want to change this section. So appdb app.json, and now here the demo shop db. So I'm going to say this YouTube shop db. So you can create a new table for us. Okay, let's build this project first. So right click, build solution. You can see that successful build, as you can see, 2 succeeded. So let's see. Now I'm going to data migration. I can just remove this because we're going to be doing it again. But guess what? The same database that you use, you can continue with this. Okay, here I want to just change it to a new one. Now with this, I'm going to add migration. So type in add-migration, and I give it a name as, whoa, what is happening? Okay. So add migration. Now the name of it is going to be first, so I'm going to pass in as first. This is going to build it, but since we built it already, it's going to make it super fast. And let's wait for it. After that, you're going to add database, update database to put the code here into an action by creating a table for us. Okay. So let's see, we have this, and no store type or specify for decimal property price. Yeah, thank you. We want to move on. So here you're going to say update dash database. Okay, so I believe we are doing the same. So now let's run this so we can generate or can create the whole table for us. Because we have system rows, token info for table, categories as a table. We have user account as table. And you can see we have the primary keys, and each here has its primary key as an ID. So that is what I was talking about. Okay, so this is what the database needs. It's not our business, but we have to bring it there for it can be used. Now we have it is done. So we have a folder, a database created. If I refresh this, try to open or access my SQL Server Object Explorer, which can be found in the Views tab, and you can find it there. If I open my tags database, and because I have YouTube shop DB, and that is it. Currently I have tables, 5 tables in all. I think so, or less. It is reloading the pages, so the table, so we can just wait for a few seconds and this will be done, okay? But we can't wait because we don't have time to wait. So we can just move on. Later on, we come back to check, and even that is it. So you see 2, 4, 6. So tables, category, product, system, rows, token info, user account, and our user rows. So within each table, there's no single item in it because you have not added anything yet. We'll do that soon, okay? Trust me. Okay, so let's close this peacefully. We can close all of this because we are done using them. We don't need them for now. So close them so we can have screen here, empty space to work on. Now, when you click on Solution Explorer, you can now go to the server, and you can see we have this repositories. That is where we have our interfaces and our repository implementations. Now, within this, you can create a folder and put all the interfaces name and name it as contract or interfaces or etc. But I don't want to create a lot of folders, so I want to just put them in one folder. So here, let's also add one interface, and this interface is going to be an interface here, and I'm going to say I use an account. I user account. That's the interface. In that, I'm going to have, let's say, do I need to create, let's have 4 methods in this, okay? But first of all, we're going to be using this. Let me copy this. Let's create this model in here. Later on, I'm going to show you the reason why we are creating this. Now, this post refresh token will be used by both the server and the API. Not the server, the API, the server and the client. So I suggest you put them in here. So where we have this, we can create a folder in the shared project and I name it as DTOs. That's a data transfer object used to transfer data from the server to the client, DTOs. So we can create this, and let me add one class in here. We're going to be adding 2 more classes for login and for user. But here we have post refresh token, which has only a single property. So we can create that, and we can specify this to only a single property. Don't worry, if you don't understand this for now, don't worry, I'll get them explained to you. Make it as public. That is what we want. Now the next question is, did we even check if the classes that we injected or we created have this public class or internal? So we can just quickly go back, user roles. It says public, token public, system roles public, and system that is fine. Okay, so we have this, and when we go back to this interface, we have what to have in our 4 methods. Now the 4 methods, one's going to be login, you're going to have registration, you're going to have get user by token, and you're going to have get refresh token. I want us to do all in one. Okay, so we won't waste time. So you can see we have register, login, and now get user by token. We have refresh token. Now service response, we have login response. But here we're not having the login response from this class. Solution, we have our responses in the shared folder. Click on service responses, and you can see we have only this. Let's update it and add more. So here I'm going to say it's equal to null. So I want to set a default property for that. Now I can just make a copy of this, and with this I'm going to say not service, rather it's going to be what? Login. That's right. So login response, and now with this login response, I believe it must have some property that we're going to be using. So login response, we must have maybe a message, you must have token, and also refresh token. So maybe what I'm going to do here is I can just copy this and replace the whole thing in here. Okay, so maybe be asking yourself, why did we not specify a property like what we did in the, where is it? In this token info and etc. like this. Okay, here we can use this record, and it gives us the access to do this. So it set a primary constructor for this, that we can specify the property or the values automatically as soon as we create this, instead of creating an instance and now passing in the assigning the property here to its value. We can pass in the value automatically, and it's going to in a smart way. Okay, bound to each. Okay, so that's what we need to do now. It's a very simple one. Okay, so there's no get or set access. Defaultly it is there, but it is hidden. Let me put it in that way. It is hidden. You cannot see it for now, but it's still going to work. So we have a message, we have a token, we have a refresh token. You can see we have all default, they are set to null. So default is set to null. Okay, now let's go back to our user account, and we can now use this. But there's one guy here as user session. What is user session? That's what we're going to use to populate our data for token generation. Okay, and for also getting user details. So we have to also create this user session to our project. The question is, where are you going to keep it? Is it from the server, from the API? Not the server, the API, the server, the client, and on the shared library, which one? Let's put it in the shared folder because it's still going to be used by both. So here we have a DTO, right click on the DTO, let's click on add a new class, and now here you're going to say user session, user section is going to have the claims that we need. So maybe you can just name it as claims, or yeah, so claims should be fine, and user section also be fine. So here we're going to have 3 properties: name, email, and row. So that's what you're going to be sending to the client. Okay, you want to send the person's name, the person's email, the person's row. Maybe in case you want anything that you want to add, you can add 1 property to this and now assign it in there. Okay. When you go back and check our user interface, you see we have all these sorts. But there's one guy here, these 2 guys, user DTO and now the login DTO. So that's what we're going to be using to transport data from the client section. If the client tries to register or login, that's what we need. So in the DTO, let's right click on add a new model, and you're going to say user DTO. You must have the 4 properties that we specify in the user account, and also you must add 1 property to it. And do you know that 1 property that we're going to be adding? Let's say you want to add confirm password, so the user can confirm the password. So we're going to make it this as public as you know, and I believe you've done this already, and good job. So here, let's go to the next one, and we need just an ID. Okay, we need our name, email, and our password. Now we have this confirm password added to this. So here you can see we have the data specified, data type.password. We have the password specified, and you can see we have an email specified attribute here, and we have a required attribute also specified on top. And that is what we need to handle this. So control period, we can clear and remove all unnecessary users to make this very simple for us. Now we have this. What else do you think we're going to do? Guess what? Yes, I heard you say login DTO, and that's right. So let's go in there and now create a login DTO. So I click on the same DTOs folder, click on add and a new class, and it's going to be login DTO. And you know, yeah, how many properties do we need? Are you saying 2? Yes, it is. We need 2 properties, and these are what? The email and password. That's correct. So we have our public. We have our email and password attached to this. Control period, we can remove unnecessary users because we don't need them. And here, control period, we can include the component model.data annotations to set this attribute on top. That's fine. So all these are required. You cannot pass in this model and I try to pass in null property in it. No, it will never happen. You're going to have an error. So we have these models created. Now, when we navigate back to the iUser account, see what happened. Yeah, it's fine. Everything is working as expected and it's intact. If you don't understand the last 2 properties or the last 2 interfaces, don't worry. Focus on the first and the second one. The second, third, and the 4th one here is going to explain itself to you. Okay, so relax. Let's work on the first one and now the second one. Okay, so I'm going to remove this, the space here, and we need to create our repository for this. So it's going to be user account repository. Let me just grab this. Let's go to the solution, and in here where we have this repository, let's right click, take note directly in the server, add, and this time I'm going to be a class, and I'm going to use the account repository. So this is what you want to do. It's a class type, so take note. Now after having this, it has to inherit from the iAccount repository, isn't it? So quickly we do that from here. And it is inheriting from this. So this control period, we can implement all the interfaces. Take note, we have these interfaces in there, and that's what we need to implement. Control period, control plus dot is going to give you that. Now in C# version of 12, it has introduced this, I keep saying, because maybe this is the first time you watching a video from Netcode-Hub and you might not know. I'm telling you today. So that is all. Okay. C# version 12 has introduced primary constructor. So all the services that you need, you want to make it available in the whole body section, put it in the primary constructor. So write less code and efficient use, okay? Powerful performance. Yeah, efficient use and powerful performance. So here we're going to be using our appdb contest. So pass in here as appdb contest. This is a contest. I think so. There's a contest class that I create. I'm going to say appdb contest. Oh. Now let me do it again. So yes, and I need this. So this control period, we need to add a namespace to the section in here, and we have that control period KD. It has formatted. Okay, so this is what we need. So instead of creating it and initializing the field and doing a whole lot of code, you can do this just on one line or a piece of line. Okay, half piece of line, and you are way through. Okay. So you don't want to focus on get refresh token, get user token. No, you want to have first with the registration. If I click on registration, what should happen? Let's save this first. So first you want to check if user has already registered. So I'm going to use this. So that first or default, you want to check the email to lower, and I will compare if user is already there. This must be an async. If it is there, that is, if user is not now, then return user already registered. But if in case user is not there, okay, user is now, then this is what you're going to do. We're going to be using appdb content.save changes numerous times. So, you know, in doing that, we can cache we can create one method to handle that, so we can be calling. Remember that in programming or in developing, always remember to follow the instruction or the rule of dry. Do not repeat yourself. So if there's a way out, please try to find that way out, and now have it one code which you can use them often. Do not repeat yourself. So we have this, and that's a commit. So appdb content.save changes async, and that's what this method is going to do. Anytime that you call this, it's going to save the changes. Okay. So here we check if the user is not null, it means user is already there. But what if in case the user is null? Then the next thing to do here is we want to prepare user account. Remember that here we have user, so we want to add this user account. You know, this user account here is a data table that we have. We want to create a section or a record for this user. So, you know, we're going to add this, and on the password, we want to encrypt it. So we are using this package, bencrypt.net.bencrypt.hash password. We pass in the string password, and it's going to encrypt it. So if you can use this, you have to install bencrypt.net. Control period. Let's see if you're going to have access to, and not this one. So it means you have to include it ourselves. So quickly, let's go back to solution. We can just copy this bencrypt.net and go to Solution Explorer. Right click on dependencies, dependencies to the server section, and I click on Manage NuGet Packages. So let's make a search out of it, and that is a b.net. So that is this one. So we need to install this package to the server. Take note, not the client. So that is this one by Chris, and that is stable version 4.0.3. So install this peacefully, and we can now move on with this. Apply, and okay, so it is done. We go back in there, and now you can see from the control period, we have to include the namespace of this, and hopefully, where's the namespace? I'm not sure it is done, right? So let's quickly check. Install. Okay, it did not install. Let's find out. So apply. So do we need to return this before this can be saved? Whoa. So throw this not implemented exception. Throw it here. Okay. Now try to get it installed again. Okay, so it's done. So in here you can see we have it set. We can just remove what we copied earlier on. So here, this is going to save the data to database. In order to get the ID of it, we have to append .entity to it, so we can retrieve the ID, the already saved data, the currently saved data. Okay, append this .entity to grab the ID in here. After grabbing the ID, you know, when we save any record in database, you have to call in update appdb content.save changes async, and that's why we committed. So that's very simple thing that we are doing. Aside from this, we are going to check. Let's assign roles. So let's check if there's admin already there. In application, the first person to register is the admin. So we're going to check if we check system roles.name.lower equal to admin. We want to check if admin is there. So when we check and admin is null, then this is what we want to do. You want to create an admin and now add a current user to an admin role. So if admin is null, then please do add a new role as an admin. Get the entity, as you know, I've explained this earlier on, so you know, save it, and now with the user role, add the row ID and also the user ID. So we are creating a relationship between them. Save it in here and now save it. Okay. But what if in case the person admin row has been created, it means that there's a first person registered. Now the second person has to be assigned to a default created row as what user, because you want to handle 2 rows now. You can add more than that in here, or maybe later on you can manage user and you can be adding more, deleting and updating user information in there. Okay, so else, that's what we're going to do. We want to check if user is there. If not, then we create it and now add a current user to it. So we're going to check. We are making a check. Let me just put this in a new line like that. We are checking if the user is already there. Okay. If the person, we have this row ID to 0. That's the row ID defaultly. Now we are checking if this user created is null. That's this one. Meaning the user is not created. Then we are going to add a new row as name. We cache in the entity so we can retrieve the ID. Then we assign this row ID here to this cache in that the user record added. We want to get its ID here. So we assign it to this one. And aside from that, we are now going to add the user row to the user row table by adding or grabbing the row ID and now the current row which has been created, or the user ID and then the row ID as well. So that's what we are doing here. Now if we are using this ternary operator to check. We're checking that here default row ID is 0. We want to check if this user row has been created or not. If it is the first time of being created, they're going to have this row ID set to the current ID of this. But in case it has been created already, then it's going to skip this. And when it skips it, it's going to have row ID of 0. So we are checking if equal to 0, it means that's a new creation. No, that's the old that's been created already. But in case it is not, then it's a new creation. And in such case, we want to return the row ID. We set the user ID in here and I will commit it by saving it. So by doing so, we're going to have our 2 rows created with anybody that tries to sign up with the application. So I believe you've gotten the idea behind it, right? Yes, that's good. Now at the end, we want to return an account created. That's going to be a service response. So after saving this, then do return this, because you know at the end of this, either an admin is going to be created or a user is going to be created. Then at the end, we want to return this. So what we are having here is administrator is going to be created once, and aside from that, no one can have access to it again. So the first person who's going to register is going to be assigned to an administrator automatically. Aside from that, the subsequent ones are going to be assigned to a user row, because that's what we are checking first. We see if there's a section or a field in that row, system rows, which has a section name of ID. If it is there, then we want to skip it. We'll come to this. But in case it is not there, then we want to create it. So after creating, anytime the system checks, it will be available. So no creation anymore. It's going to skip it. All right, so we have this set. Now, what of the login? Quickly, let's do the login. Or do you want us to try this account first? Yes, we can. We can do that. Let's try that and see. Oh, we have not created our controller. So this is going to run, but we don't have access to the controller yet because we haven't created it. So let's go to Solution Explorer. Now you see we have our controller folder. Let's expand it. And we're going to create one controller, and the name is going to be an account controller. So right click, then add a new controller in here. Since it is running, that's why we can see this. It is blur. So we have to stop this, and let's wait so we can stop it and now move on with that. So I've closed it up, and now let's quickly go there and I'll try to create our controller in here. So that is it. Add a new controller, and the name here, do remember, it's an account controller. But maybe you can decide to name it anything that you want. You can even put in your name. Make sure it's an API empty one. And we see account controller. Let's click on this. Now inside this account controller, you know, we are still going to use the new way, and that is a primary constructor. So let's pass it in here. And I think we need to include our iUser account, and that is the interface that we created. Let's include it in here. And the first method I'm going to do here, that's the registration. So registration, you're going to have an endpoint as register. So that is it. You have there's a route as register, and we are returning an action result of service response, which has a Boolean expression, and also it has a message property. If I right click on this and I pick this, pick definition, let's see what's going to happen. If I pick it, you can see we have this service response which contains a flag and now a message, right? So that's going to return to the user. Okay, so in case it is not to then return this, model is not, but you can customize it and now return some meaningful message instead of using this. This is just for a testing purpose, okay? And I will call this account service.register. So this is going to create the person account and also going to assign a role to the person if an admin or a user is going to do that. So quickly, let's run this, but we have to do the one thing after this. We have to create dependency injection in this before we can run this. So quickly, program.cs file. And in here, we can make a duplicate of this like this. And we're going to say I use an account. So I user account. And here is an account repository, right? So account repository or user account repository. Yes. Now we are good to go. So the app is running, and this is what I want us to do. We are not done with the UI, so we navigate to the Swagger. So we can have access to the endpoint, and I'll test the registration and see if we're going to have access to the service response, which is success, account created. So we have this, and our email is this, our password is right here. This is our password, and everything is working. Click on execute this, and let's see the response in here. Yeah, that's fine. You can see we have an account created, and now this account here, defaultly, this user here is going to be assigned to an administrator because that's the first person to register. Now let's add user 1 to this, and now let's try to also register this. We're going to have the same thing, account created, right? So you can register multiple accounts in here, but when we check this from our object, right click on this system rows, let's open view. Let's open token information. Okay, so token information is empty now because we have not created any token yet. Click on view data for user account and a user row, right click, and I click on view data. Now let's go through and see. So you can see from here the user ID 1, row ID it is what? 1. User ID 2, row ID 2, meaning 1 for admin, 1 for user. Check the account here and you can see we have ID 1. That's the user. The first person registered is assigned automatically as what? ID 1 to row ID 1. Check system rows, ID 1 is what? Admin. So the first person created assigned to admin, the second one assigned to what? User. User controller. You see we have the ID 2 here is for the user 1 in here. When you check the rows here, ID user 2 from row 2. Check the rows, row 1 is admin, row 2 is user. If we want us to add another one, it's going to be assigned to a user, not admin. So let's say user 2, click on execute, and now let's go back again, refresh the table, and now check it out. So if from the rows, it's going to be the same because you have 2 rows in here. If I click on this account, I'm going to have 3 accounts in now for user 2. Check the rows. I'm going to have 2 repeated twice. You can see, so row ID 2 is going to have this. So it means only one person has been assigned as admin. The rest are going to be assigned by what? Rows. Not is it rows? User row. That is it. Okay, so we have this working perfectly. Now let's go back to the login and try to finish it quickly, so we can push the next video on how to consume this into a Blazor WebAssembly project and a whole lot of stuff. So quickly, let's go back to this using account, and here we're going to specify the login. So let me just comment this, and now from this login, I can just close this. Save this. So here we can check if this is null, we can return model is empty, and that is the same thing that we did for this response. Even here we did not, so we can include same. So if this model is empty, here we are returning a service response, so it is not a login response, and we say false model is empty, we can do same in here. But since we're going to use data annotations by data, we don't need to use this. because definitely this will not be null. But well, it's good that you prepare yourself and keep it. Maybe in the next future, if something happens, you know how to deal with, isn't it? Preparation is very important, so let's put it in there. This must be an async. That is why we have this issue here. So make this as an async, and this is going to be saved. Yes, so that is it. Now, if this is not null, it has data, what are you going to do? We want to check and find user. So is user in a database? Get from the user account first or default. Is user found in there equal to the, you're going to use the email. Is the person there? If the person is not there, return user not found. But in case the person is there, then what is the next thing to do? We want to verify the password. That means here we are checking the email, and we have to also check the password. We don't want system to check only email and now send a person in. No, we want to also verify the password. And we're going to use also the same bcrypt.net, and here we're using this verify password. And now we need to specify this raw password, and now we need to specify the hash password. We got the hash password from making a query from database, and now we can complete or compare the hash password in here, and that's going to return true. So we are negating it, and now we are saying if it is false, return invalid username or password. If it is false, if password did not match, return this. It is not advisable to return invalid password. If it's a third person who is trying to log into the account, it's going to know that yes, I have a working email, so now let me try the password again and again and again. But as soon as you display invalid username or password, be confused which one. So is the email correct or the password is incorrect? Is the password correct or the username is incorrect? Then reset confusion. Okay, so that's fine. Now we're doing that, and here, but in case everything is working, then we want to generate tokens. So here I created as one token, one method to handle the two tokens. Okay, so you can see we have an access token, we have a refresh token. It's the same method that we're going to create. Now, where from this method we have to add or update this token. But before that, let's have a definition for this token. So we want to create this token down here. And now with this token, it's going to accept. So let me see, it's going to accept just a single line. Okay, a single line. We're going to handle that using this. Let me put it down here. Okay, I believe this is going to make it simple for you to read. So we are using this random number generator, and it is coming from that is, if you check here, it's coming from this cryptography. Yes, security.cryptography, and that's what it's coming from. And you can see we are converting this to be 64 string. We want to get the number of bytes. So here for access token, the byte is going to be 256, and for our refresh token, it's going to be 64 bytes. Okay, so we're going to specify it. Anytime I want to create an instance of this, we want to get the value from this, you have to specify in the token byte that we need. Okay, so we save this peacefully, and we can now check it out. So no, let's edit because you're not done. So this generate token here is going to be a subsidiary of a giant one method, and this method, that's the method that I'm going to put on here. So this method, we're going to say private async task, and you can say returning an access token as a string, and it's returning a refresh token as string. So it's returning two strings in here, and I will say generate tokens. You can see generate tokens, so it's a plural form, isn't it? Now here we create an access token by getting the generate tokens, and you know this method is calling what? This is a method. We pass in a number of bytes in here, and here we need 256 for the access token. We need 64 for the refresh token. Then here we are going to verify token, because I was thinking about, I tried to figure out and see, would there be an instance whereby this token could be, we could have same token in one database, because you know these tokens are going to be kept saving there, and now one token for one user. So what if in case this token tries to get the same token maybe the next sometime, and now we have the same token generated? I do not know whether it uses time to generate the token. It uses the time, milliseconds and nanoseconds and all this stuff. If so, then we can have a different token altogether. But well, I don't know. So maybe later on I'll try to find out that, and in the next subsequent video or the project, maybe I might have a better solution to this. But for now, I'm trying to check after the token has been generated. I'm trying to check from the database and I'll see if it is not there already. Then we want to add it. But in case it is there, then call that method again to get that token regenerated. And I'm just using this while loop. So you see, we have this method as verify token. So this verification token has to get access to database, make some magic, and now check if the data or the token is not there and return something in there. Okay, so what are you returning? We want to have this simple method on top, because it is also sitting on top of this, or I should say beneath. So let me put it here. Now when you check this, you see, so first by default, you come on the next line, and this will come on the next line too. Now when you check this, you can see that this is a verified token. It's returning just a Boolean expression, either true or false. Here, it accepting refresh token can be null, and access token can also be null. Now the second, we create a token object as token info. Then we are checking if this is not null, refresh token is not null. Then it means refresh token is what you want to check, because one instance should be created or should be called, or one property should have a value, and that's supposed to be null. Okay. So we say that if this is not equal to null, it means you want to check this refresh token. Check through this token info, and now check if refresh token is there. In case it is not, if it is not, return true. If it is not there, return false. By this, we can simplify this. So we can say return token is null. So if it's null, it is true. If it's not null, it is false. It's going to return this to the user. Okay, and I believe, okay. So we have this set. The next thing to do here is we are checking if it is not, refresh token is not, is empty, meaning access token is not empty. Then we're also going to check. So we're using else here, so that one runs at a time. Then we also get an uncheck access token is equal to this access token. Return, this is null, meaning you're going to return true in case it is null. But in case it is not, then return false. So this is sitting on top of this get generate token. Now generate token here is also going to use this verify token to check it over there. Okay, so we have this verification token method created, and aside from that, we also have our verification, and that's a verify method in here. This is a verify method which is going to verify this. This is a generate tokens, going to generate the tokens and return. Calling this verification method to verify it, and now generate token here to pass in the number of bytes and now generate it. So with the 3 lines of code here, we can able to generate our token peacefully without conflicting or having the same token generated in a database. Yes, you don't do that. You know, maybe you're asking yourself, why don't you put everything in and one folder? Is it one folder, one method? Well, it's good that you create one definition of a method at a time. So here, generate token will have one method, verify will have one method, and maybe check have one method, etc. All right, so you can put them, you can be calling them all the time in one method. So do not put everything in one. It makes reading very difficult, and it must also be clean and also be easy to read as well. So once we have this, we have to save the token. Okay, so in order to save the token too, we have to check, is the token already saved? Is the user token or the user details have been saved already? Maybe the username, the old token or the new token that has been added, is it there already? Or the person, the first person logging into the application? So if so, then we want to check if the person has record already, update it. If the person doesn't have any record, then save to the new one. And that's what we need to do in here. So I'm going to call a method, and now this method is going to either save it or update it. I'll pass it down here, add or update the token info. And we are also calling a method known as save token. Save to token info table. I pass in the ID of this, the token, and then the refresh token. This is coming from the token info. If I peep this token info in here, can I have any token info instant in here? Okay, so I'm not having it. Now when you go to this Explorer, you go to the data folder. That's where you have the token info. You know, we have ID, user ID, access token, and a refresh token. Expiry date and uncreated date have their own default dates. So as soon as the token has been created, it set an expiry date to 1. So that's 1 day. Aside from 1 day, you cannot have access to the token again. It has expired, and you cannot use this to make a query or do a whole lot of stuff inside this application. So now when we go back to this user account in here, we need to save this, provide the user ID, which provide the access token, now the refresh token. So we have all this specified, but I need to create this method. So here, save to token method is very simple, and we have to also define it in here. So maybe I can put it down here. So it can also sit on top of all. Now, if you check this, we are making a check and it is accepting these parameters as a user ID, access token, and a refresh token as the payload defined here. Now, we are getting from databases from the token info and now checking if the user ID it is there. If user ID is null, it means the person is a new person and then we can add a new one. So you can see we are populating it, user ID, token to token, refresh to refresh, and now we commit it. Remember, we have the commit method, right? But in case user ID is not null, then we are updating, because as soon as this get from the database, it has tracking on. So we can now get the ID and I have all the necessary data or the response that we have. So we can now update it in here, and after that, we need to also commit it by saving it, and we want to update the date expiry date to 1. So anytime that we save or we create a token, the person logs in and the token is being created, we want to increase or we want to add expiry date of 1 day to the current date that person created. So if the person created it today, then it's going to add 1 day, meaning tomorrow the token must expire, right? So if the person doesn't use it, tomorrow if we try to use the token and it says that's expired, unless we call a fresh token to generate a new token for that user. All right, so now we have this, basically we are going to call this token, this method inside our controller. So we need to create an endpoint for that. Let me just close this. So we have this method created, and that is what they are working. It's going to work. Trust me, it's going to work. Okay, so because I've tested it and it's working. So trust me, this is going to work. Let me just close all these empty spaces in here. And yes. Now let's go to the account controller. Okay, so now in here, we have to have our login. And it's the same thing as this. We can just make a copy of this, or we can put what we have, very simple one for the login. So we can just have it here. So the route here is a login. And this should return not a service response, rather it should be a login response. So for this login must be a login response, because that's what we are returning. So this must be login response. And now you can see we have this login model, and you're going to return a response in here, and I return okay with it. In case it is null, then return model is null. So we are checking. By all means, the mechanism that you've put in place, this cannot be passed on to this method why it has no value, because you're checking it inside the controller and also checking it inside the repository in here. You can see we're also checking it in here. The first line, we're also checking it. So 2 checks, hi. The security is very tight. You cannot pass in an empty model to the method. Okay, so now let's run this application again and now see our login section. So we have our app ready, and as I said earlier on, we are not working with the UI, so we need to go to the Swagger to have access to the API endpoint interface, and that is where we are now. So we're going to log in. Remember that we have registered already. So as soon as you log in, we must have a token generation from random number using the number of base or section of 1256 for the token itself, and 64 for the refresh token. Now let's see, and that's our access token. So try this out, and we have the same thing, and at this time around, it is an administrator email. So click on execute, and now let's wait for the response. Good, so you can see we have it, flag is through. Now message here is login successful. This is our token, and we see we have our refresh token. Yes, so that is it. Now in the next video, we're going to talk about how do you consume this inside the Blazor application. So we can append this token to the header, and now we can restrict this. We can restrict our endpoint, so you cannot call an endpoint whereby you don't have a token attached to. There are some default endpoint that we cannot protect it. Example is the get product. So get category, because when the app loads, it has to get a category to display the UI. Whether you are logged in, you're not logged in, you have to be able to see this. But only if you want to add category, that is our administrator issue. We have to provide category, we have to provide a token. If you want to make a payment, you have to add, you have to log in, you see? So with these 2 occasions, it means our authentication is very important to that. So what we're going to do here is, for all the get method, which is related to the product display, category display, we're not going to protect it. But the rest, post product should be by the administrator, and also this post category should be by the administrator. But when you get to the add to cart, if you want to retrieve cart items, we need your ID, isn't it? So you must have that. So maybe it's very useful, and it's going to be useful to that as well. We're going to have a look on how to generate a token, that's a refresh token for a user. So let's close this and let's have the implementation for the two interfaces left. So let's go to Solution Explorer. Now we can close all this, or we have this user interface in here. So I'm not going to close this. Okay, we have this interface, and that's the definition for that. You see, from the previous video, we created this. We had this implementation. We had 4, and we defined 2. Now we have extra 2 left. If you don't think it is true, then check the interface from the repository iUser interface or iUser account. You can see we have 4 here, and we did this 2, so we have this extra 2, that is a get user by token, and our get refresh token. Let me tell you what the first method is going to do. Now, you know, we have a user data spread across multiple tables. Example is the token itself, which has the user ID, the refresh token, also the access token. We have the user account, which contains the username and now the user information, such as an email and etc. We also have the user rows, which contains the user row. So we have 3 tables in here. Now, how can we link them so we can generate one method out of it, one property out of it, or one model? You want to have a model that we created in the first video, and that is a user session. When you check this DTO, it has a user session model, and it has name, email, and a row. This name here and this email is coming from the user account table, and we can get it straight from the user account table. When you check the row, it is coming from a user row table. User row table contains the user row ID and the row ID. So we have to first take in the row ID and also look to the system row table and then grab the row name. So you know we're going to work on 3 tables so we can populate this user session and use it for our token or our refresh token. And also as soon as the person registers and then try to get these claims, we can return this user session as claims, because that is what you're going to be using in our authentication state provider to set the claims to the user and display it on the screen for the person or the client to see. So quickly, let's have a look on this, the first method, and that's going to be the get user by token. This method can be found inside the repository for this user account repository in here, and that is a method in here. So first of all, we have get refresh token and then get user by token. Let's first handle this. You know, the return type here is the user session. So at the end of this, we must be able to populate something like name, email, and a row. So maybe you'll be asking yourself, we have this token. Now, what the heck from this token is, where is it coming from? Now, this token is actually going to be a token from the header of a client request. If a client tries to add data, try to add product, or try to add category, or try to add item to cart, or do any stuff which is protected, then the token which will be sent to the client as a response after registration, after login, supposed to be added to the header. And at this header, when getting a resource or a data information from this endpoint, we can extract the token from the header of the client. So we extract it, we decode it, or we encode it, then we can pass on to this method to check if that token exists. If so, does the token have an expiry date, and is it expired? If yes, then we can return something. If no, we can also return something with it. So that's what we are doing. So the first method doing here is, after retrieving this token from the header and I pass on to this method, this must be an async. And in here, we are making a search. You know, we want to check the token from this token info. Do we have it in there? If we don't, return null. But what if in case we have this token? Then we can now have access, because since we have the token, it means we have user ID, because this token has user ID. This token info has user ID. So if I click on this token info, you can see it has this user ID in here. So we can now call this user ID and now check to the user account table and now find the specific user which has that token. So user repository, and the next thing here is we also want to get user information. We check from the user account table, and now in that we are using first or default, and I can say whereby ID is equal to this result dot user ID. So you want to also get it. If it is null, return null. In case user is found, what is the next thing to do? It means that we can now have access to the token. So we want to check the token. Is it less than today's date? Is the token expiry date less than today's date? If yes, return null, meaning it is empty. So token has expired. Okay, it's going to return null. In case it is not, it hasn't expired, what do you want to do? We want to grab the user row, because here we want to populate the user information so we can use it in the session, user session model. So we can do that by also getting the row. And now here we are getting the row ID. If it is null, return null. But in case it is not, then we want to also get the row name. So the first method here is going to give us the row ID. But we don't want to pass in the row ID. We want to pass in row name. So we have to get the row name from system rows. Then we can search through the system rows and now grab the row ID, which corresponds to the ID in there. And we can return. In case it is null, return null. In case it is not, then we want to return new user session, whereby we need to populate user name, then user email, and a user row. So in here, we pass an email here is equal to this get user info. That's the second method, because it's coming from the user account. And now the name also coming from the same user account. But the next one here is coming from this row name.name. It is coming from this because this contains only the row ID. And now here you can just extract the row ID, the row name using the ID in the system.rows. Okay, so at the end of the day, we are going to have something like this as a result. Okay, that is when user token has not expired. So now we have this. Let's also have a look with the second method. So at the end of the day, we can create a controller for each of them. Now take note that in here we have to encode, or we have to encode the URL that is coming in. That's the refresh token, because I'll tell you that when we get there. Okay, so let's close this. Now this get refresh token. I know this refresh token here is coming in with the payload of refresh token DTO. Now this post refresh token, if I pip this, it has only one property, and that is the refresh token. So when the token comes in, what is the first thing that we are going to do? We are going to decode the token. Here we are decoding the token. So this is a decoded token is equal to, we are basically for URL decode the token, and that's this model token here. So before you pass on to this model, it's going to be encoded. So we're going to decode it in here. Then to get a normal token, we have to use the UTF-8 and get string to decode to get a normal string as is the database from this token. Okay, so I believe when we have that, we can also make a search through the token info and now check, do we have this token in there? And the table name is token info. So do we have this token in there? So get whereby the token info.first or default, and this must be an async. I hope you know that. And start from that, you can see we are checking, is the refresh token equal to this normal token coming in? If it is not, return null. But in case it is, then return and move on to the next one. Definitely, this is not going to be null, but you know, for sake of this application, we have to do this. So in case and there's an error in that, we can have it solved. Okay, then the next thing that we're going to do here is, after getting this, after getting the refresh token, it tells you that the token is there. Okay, the person is an authenticated user who has a token in a database system. Then we can now generate a new token for that person. So we have to do that. You know, we have a mother method that we call to generate tokens, and that is known as generate tokens. So we are using this tuple, whereby we are making an explicit variable to hold the output. So we have a new access token. We have this new refresh token. Okay, so this is going to be the new one, and I will call this method. So what this method going to do is going to grab, if you check this method, control period, that's this generate tokens, not this one. This is generate tokens. Where is it? It's going to be here on top here. I think so. Generate tokens. So that is this method. It will return an access token and then the refresh token. And now, what does it entail? So when you open it, you can see it is calling this generate token here, passing in for access token the byte of 256 and a refresh token the byte of 64. So as soon as it runs it, you're going to have access to this access token and the refresh token. So at the time, try to put separate method in a separate class, so we can be calling them over and over again. Okay, so after doing this, then we need to update or add the token, because you know it might be that the user has already a record in the token info. And now as soon as you have a new token, we have to update it, isn't it? So here we can call the next method to add or update the token. And as you do that, we call the same method that saves to token. We provide the user ID, the new token, and now the refresh token. So when it checks this save token method, what it's going to do here is it's going to check, is the user already there, then update it. But in case it is not, then add a new record. And that's what it's going to do. And that is all. So after that, you want to return login response as a refresh token completed. And now this is your token, new access token, and that's a refresh token. So the old token has been discarded, and now we have a new one, both the access and then the refresh token. This is very simple. Let's save this. And now what you need to do here is you go back to the controller, account controller in here. And now here we have to retrieve the token from the header of the HTTP client request and now pass on to the method, that's the proprietary method that we have created. So how are we going to do it? Do you have any idea? Let's have a look with it. So inside our controller here, we first want to get this method, and that is a get user info. This is going to be the get type. So as soon as we send and the access token to the client appends it to the header and I make a request. So when the request comes in here, we want to get a token from the header. So I create a simple method to handle that. Okay, so let's have a definition for this. Now generate token or get token from the header. And you know, header contains a list of string values. So with that string values, we have to use a dictionary to handle that. But in here, we can use for each loop to handle the request.header, because it's a list that is coming in here, which has a key and the value. So it's like a dictionary form, a key and now with its value. So we are checking if the key is equal to this authorization, then take the value in here as a string, convert it to string, and now keep it and now break it. If not, we have about 14 or 15 header. It's going to loop through all the 15 while to retrieve what we want. So break it and now to move on to the next one. And now return the split, because this is going to return something like the bearer, and now we're going to have the token. Okay, so let me put it in here for you. It's going to be like this bearer. You're going to have bearer, then you're going to have space. Now this space is going to have a token here. So this is going to be a token. We want to grab this token string. So we want to split it using the space. So we split it with the space and then grab the last or default. So this is a last or default. This is a first or default, and this is a last. So we grab the last or default. That's going to be the token itself, and I return to the user. And that's what we are doing in here. Okay, we close this peacefully. Now let's go back to the method that gets this method called. Close this. So you see that here we get a token from the header, and this is going to return a string. We check if the string here it is empty. It means there's no header attached to the client coming in. It means that the user is unauthorized, so return unauthorized. In case the method is in there, they want to grab the token info. So you get user by token. You specify the token in here, and now this token is going to be decoded using the web encoder. Then you're going to get it from the database and I return to us. Okay, so we are checking that if this is null, then return unauthorized, because we don't have any information about it. But in case it is not, you're going to return a user info. That is the email. You're going to have not a password. You're going to have an email. You're going to have a name. You're going to have a row, and so on. So 3 properties. And this is going to come from user session. So we can make it as user session, or we can make it as iAction result. Anyone is still going to work. Okay. So you're going to return a user session. If I put a cursor here, it tells you you're going to have a user session, and this comprises of the name, email, and now row. Okay. So let me just open it again. All right, so that's where we are, and I return OK with it. Now, what if in case I want to get a refresh token? If I get an authorized, that is a 401, error code and I call in a refresh token endpoint, which I'm going to handle it. So this method will handle that for us. So we should not worry at all. So we have a simple method in here. Let me just close these gaps. Okay, so here you can see we have a refresh token that is a route, and I'm going to return a login response, which comprises of you know what it takes in. So let me just click on this, and you can see it is a record class. Now this record class contains flag, message, token, and the refresh token. Okay, so in here, if the model coming in here, that's a post refresh token, which has only one property as a refresh token. In case it is null, it means empty model were posted, return unauthorized. In case it is not, then passing the model, which is going to be encoded, and I'll get from the database, and I'll generate a refresh token by calling our generate tokens, passing in our 256 byte for the token access token and 64 for the refresh token. After that, return the result, and this result is going to be a login response, which is going to have access to our token, our refresh token, our message, and our flag, right? So when you receive this from the client, we can now remove the header, the old header, append the new one, and I remove the old data from the local storage, and I'll save the new one in there. When calling the method again, try to use the new response from the refresh token section, and I get called, or you can now have authenticated with it. So this is what we want to do now. Now with this method, when we try it in the Swagger, I'm not sure it's going to work. The reason why, because there's no authorization append to the header. So we have to do that from the Blazor, but we can still run this and see what I'm talking about. So click on this. So we can navigate back to the Swagger. There's an endpoint in here. And we're going to have our for endpoint in here. That's the user information. Now, if I click on this, take note that I'm going to have a 401 as a response status code as unauthorized because there's no header specified. And also, if I go for the refresh token, I must provide in the refresh token here. Let's copy any of the token in here and try to pass in, and I'll see if it's going to work. So let's assume this is a token that I have. Let's grab this. Now let me paste it in here, and I click on execute, and now let's see. So you can see we have 204 minute is undocumented and it is not found, so it is not working. This can work only when we create our Blazor application, when we try to consume this in there. So quickly, let's try to do something with this by consuming it into our Blazor WebAssembly application. So we can now close all this, and we are temporarily done with the server, so we can now hide the server like this, and we can expand the client. That's what we are going to work on. Okay, so first of all, we need to create an interface, a service interface for the user account. So let's create that in here. Now in the same services folder, right click on it. I'm going to add a new item, and this time around is going to be an interface. Take note, and it is an user account service. So with this, we're going to have the same two methods that we made or we copied in the server section. So we have them in here, service response and a login response for login and for registration. So control period, we can include the namespaces, and now that is it. We have it set. It comes with the user DTO and the login DTO. The user DTO is what we're going to use for the registration, and the login DTO is what we're going to use for the login as well. So we're going to use both these two guys here in our login and our register components. So as soon as you are done with our service created as an interface, we have to implement the interface as well. So in that, we have an organized way. So we can put it inside the client service. And we have this iProduct service, iCategory service, and I'm going to have the next one here as iUser account service. We need to implement the interfaces. That is the two interfaces that we have. We need to implement them in here. So quickly, control period is going to help us do that fast. So let's implement it, and that is this one. So implement. Now when you check down here, let me just comment all the product because we are done with these guys long time. Now we go to get random. We are done with it. Category 2, we're not working on that now. Okay, so we're working on general method, and we have this register and our login. So yeah, I'm going to say there's going to be an authentication. Okay, so aside from this, you make sure you save it, then we can now move on. So for register method, what you should do here is we're going to call our endpoint. So this is the endpoint that we need. So we have a post as async, we have this authentication base URL, and now this authentication base URL must be specified on top. As you know, we've been doing for the subsequent ones for the product and the category too. We have to also do same here. So I'm going to just, I will go up in here, and now where we have this. So in here, let's paste in our, create our authentication base URI, and that is our API/account. So in here, we can get it set here. You know, this must be an async tag, so don't forget to put it as an async. I believe you're on the track as I am inside the track as well, okay? Okay, so we have this, and you know, we are passing here /register, that's a route. So API/account, then the register as a route in here. We generate a content string or string content first, and also we serialize an object in here. And at the end of the day, you can see results equal to, we check for response, and now check for response, this is a method. So we accept as a HTTP response message. Then if I open this up, no, I don't want to check this. So if let me just close it. Okay. So if I click on this and extend this up, you can see that here we are checking if a status code is true or is within the status code. Then want to return the response. We want to just return true. So here we are just checking. In case it is not, they want to return false in here. And the type that we are returning here is a service response. So you take note, it is the same thing that we return in here. So if it is a false, return result. And the result is going to come here with what? False, error, okay, try again later. So we can be using this for a general one. I always say that try to create a method which can be used over and over again. So do not repeat yourself at times. Do not do that. So you can see we have an API response equal to await. Then here we're reading content. This is a general method that we created. So this is a read content. And now we pass in the payload of response message that is from the API response. And we can now read content from this. So how do you read content? It's very simple. You see await response at content.read as string. Now, if it's a list or even the model, it's going to be a string as a string async. So in order to convert this into a model, we have to convert it by deserializing this. And that's the reason why we are deserializing this in here. Service response, we pass in the API response. We've done this, I think, in the video part 2 or part 3. So please do check that for you to get the better understanding and better explanation than what I'm doing now. As for this, I'm just brushing through. Okay, so that's for the registration. Register going to happen that, okay? So when you call this anywhere, you're going to return a service response, which is going to have a property of Boolean, which is going to be true or false, and the response message. Is it created or there's an error in it? Now let's go to the login. It's a matter of the same thing, but you see there are some methods that we cannot use. Example is this to check response. Check response return a service response, but here we are returning a login response, so we cannot use that. It means we have to manually write it in there. So what are we going to do, or what can we do to handle the login? It is also quite simple. It is the same thing. So let me just have something in here to do that, and that is this what we want. So response equal to await HTTP client.post. So let me put this in the next line. Now within the post, you can see we are authentication URL. You can see we have it /login as a route. And now you can see we are generating string content since the post. We're serializing the same thing, and now we're passing the model. So this is the model that we're passing as a login DTO, which comprises of the username and password. Okay, so here, you know, why are you having this? Async, isn't it? So put it there. And now it is off now. Okay, so you see from here too, we are checking the status ourselves. Here we checked it using the general method, but since we are returning this service response, no login response, we have to do it ourselves. So we do it over here, and now we read the content from this. For the content reading, we can do the same because it is accepting as a response and as returning what a string. Okay, so read that string, so we can return a string, and now deserialize the string in here as a model from this login response. This is a general class that we created. If you don't know this, let me just peep this in here so you can know what we created. So we created this serialized object. It's a generic class. So it's not limited to one entity or one model. You can use any model to do that. What you need to do here is specify the model as T, and now you are good to go. We did this and we've done it in the video 2 or part 2 or part 3. So please do check it out over there, and the explanation will help you understand that. Okay, so that's for login, and this is working perfectly. So although we haven't tested it, but I can assure you it is working. Let's save this. The next thing to do here is to create our authentication service. And definitely we're going to create a custom authentication service. The custom is going to change, it's going to check anytime the page navigating to another page, is going to check if what we need is what we have. Okay. By this authentication service, we want to also handle refresh token method. So we have to create it in a single file so we can create dependency injection. We can inject it in the components such as the custom auth state and also all our other components, so we can be using to check and now recall the refresh token method anytime we have a status code of 401. And when we have the status code of 401 and the header of the HTTP client has a token, it means the token has expired. Maybe you could have 401, but this time around the header might not have a data, might not have a session known as authorization. So we need to check all these things in here. But to do that, we cannot overload the custom auth state. We want to make it simple, so we have to create a separate class so we can be using it off and on everywhere. Universal class, everywhere that you go, you're going to find it in there. So we have to create that one, and after that, we inject them, register it, and now start using this class. So let's say we go to the solution. We can just create a folder in this and I'll name it as authentication. What do you think? Maybe you can also name yours, any name that's all that you want, but I cannot edit it because I am running this. So quickly have to close this up. Have you done yours? So let's rename this to authentication. You can give it any name of your choice. But if you want to follow this, then I prefer you name it authentication so you don't you don't mess up things. Okay, so let's have a service class created. And now the service that I'm going to create here is add a new class, and I'm going to say authentication service. So with this, we have to register this class in a program.cs file. So quickly, we have to do that before we forget it. Okay, so we have to do that quick. And I'm going to also register another class that is the iUser account service with 8 implementation class as well. So go to the client section, program.cs file, and in here maybe we can give a breakpoint. You can just give a breakpoint in here. Then let me just paste in this and in this. Yeah, so this is what we are registering. The registering iUser account service, and I think this must come here. We can group them like this. And this is authentication service, and this is a message direct service. We did this earlier on in the first or second video, so you can check that one out. Okay, but what you're focusing here is authentication service, and now the dependency injection for this iUser account service, and now this client service. You can see that all these interfaces have been implemented in one file, so we can handle them the to and fro very easily instead of I'm creating a method and I'm passing to other pages and moving up and down a task at a time. No, we can do that. You can put everything in one file if only we can manage it well, and you can do that and then go away. All right, so now we have this. Let's save this. We've saved this already, and we can now go to the authentication service. And in here, what is the first thing that we can do to handle this? We can introduce the C# version 12 primary constructor by injecting our HTTP client and also local storage, because you're going to be installing the token to the local storage. This means that we have to have a method that we can have access to the browser local storage, isn't it? And thanks to Crescenti, we have this Blazor.local storage, so we can install this package. So quickly, let's run into that and install this package. We go back to the solution, and this time around, we are not moving to the server, rather the client section. Right click on dependencies, and here, manage NuGet packages. And we're going to search for Blazor.local storage. So I have it in here already. I'm going to click on that. And this is by Crescenti. As you can see, Crescenti. So click on this and install this package. Alright, so I think it has been installed already. So we go back to the authentication service, and in here we can inject. Is it inject? Now we don't say inject, okay? We can put them in the constructor since we are using the C# version 12 technology that is known as the primary constructor. So we inject this local storage, then we inject this HTTP client as well. Okay, so in here, in the middle here, we've injected and we've initialized it, so we can now go ahead and now move on. We have to create one method known as get user details. So remember that get user details is going to call a controller endpoint to retrieve the data or as soon as the person registers or log in. So we can use that one as a claims in our authentication system. That's a custom auth state. Okay, so we can have a public async task, and now this task method is going to be get user details, and now this is going to return a user session. Remember that this user session here comes in with the email, the name, and now the role. Okay, so that's what we need. So let's extend, and here we have to create a method. So let's create a method to get token from the row. So first we have this get token from the local storage. So we want to access the token from the local storage. So in order to do that, what can we do? We can have a private method down here. So let me put them here as private method. Private method means only method in this model here, the scope here, can have access to this method. So these are private. When we make them public, it means as outside the scope of this file, any other page can have access to. As soon as the page injects this into its header. So that is the access token name, the name of the key that we want to store in a local storage with. We say access token. So here we want to retrieve it, and it is a form of a string. And since it's an await, we have to set as an async, and this is an instance of the local storage service that we are using. So when you call this method, it's going to get at the value of this access token key in the local storage of a browser. Okay, now we're checking if it is null, return null. Yeah, that is it. If it is null, return null. But in case it is not, what do you want to do? Then we want to add the token that we have received from here to the header of an HTTP client. Okay, so we can just put a next method in here. So via HTTP client here, we say add header to HTTP client. Now the header here is going to be an authorization header. Then at the end of the day, we are deserializing this token here, and now this token we want to deserialize it into a model. Now what model are we going to deserialize this into? And that is the token property. So this token property, what is the token property? Let's first have access to this header first. Then we come back to this model to create it. So anytime that we call this method add header to HTTP client, we're going to have a public variable. So let me say here is a public method. So even aside from this scope, everybody, if even you want to have access to this method, it's possible. Okay, so try to have access to the method on my computer, and it's possible. So let's see. Let's see, the public means it is for global use. So within the application, any method can have access to this. Now this is going to return an HTTP client. So here, we have injected HTTP client in here. So this instance, we are going to remove the authorization as soon as you call this. Then the default one here is we're going to add a new one. So we're going to add it as a bearer type. And now in that, we're going to deserialize this string. Because this, you're going to deserialize this. This is going to get the string from the token, isn't it? This is going to get the token, not the string from the token from the local storage. And now when you get a token, we want to convert it into, when deserializing, we want to convert it into this model, token property. Now the token property has in two properties, and that's the token and the refresh token. That is what we are storing into the local storage. So quickly, let's create this here so you understand what I am talking about. So we can create that model inside authentication because it's limited to this class, this project. So add this as token property, token prop. Now this token prop, it has in only two properties, and this is what we are going to use to store into the local storage. You don't want to store a lot of data which is not necessary, which the user doesn't need. You want to store only tokens and a refresh token. User information is not. It's going to be make a call from the API and now set it to the custom authentication state provider. So this is what we need in there. Now we're going to convert this into a JSON or into a list where we're going to have token and now the refresh token. So when you go back to this auth service, you want to convert this back to this token. So you're going to have two properties in it. And in that two properties, you want to extract, you want to get the token itself, add it to the header of an HTTP client, and I return this client to this. This is a return type. So anytime that you call this, it is return an HTTP client, which has the header of a bearer token set in here. Good. Now let's come back here. So let's go back. So we call this now. So we're going to have an HTTP client with a header added to this. This is not a free header, but that's going to be a header, token header added. Okay, so you can see aside from that, we are deserializing the string here, this token, because here it gets the token, deserializes it, and now append to the header, but it is not returning the token itself. So here we want to also return the token, so we can be using it for the other method, other operations. So we deserialize it here, the token, so we can have access to this token property, which comprises of the refresh token and now the main or the access token. We check if it is null, or if the token itself is null, then return null. Okay, we get just checking it for instance, for sake of maybe a future error, but I'm sure it's not going to be a null, but let's do that. Okay, aside from this, if it is not null, then what are you going to do next? We are going to make a call, so we can retrieve a list. We can retrieve the data from the user, from the endpoint. Remember that when we created the account controller. So when you check the server, you can see that from the account controller, we created this user info. So get user info. This get user info, it is accepting what token from the header. So it takes in token from the header. As you can see from this, it has a token from the header. So now that in the application, we've also added a token to the header in here, it means you can now make a call to that API, that endpoint, isn't it? Yes. So we're going to check. We call this method to make a call. And now we're going to check if the status code here, it is in a success mode from 100 to 200 or so. Then we want to return get user, because as soon as it returns it, we're going to have this object in the string format. We want to deserialize it by calling this get user session, which is going to deserialize this into a model. Then we can now return it to the application. And this is going to happen when the header contains a token which is valid. So we need to also create this get user detail from an API. The reason why I'm separating this is we're going to be using them often. You can use them once or twice here. So it's a matter of do not repeat yourself. Take note all the time. Do not repeat yourself. Try to make it in a classes so you can be calling them one after the another. Okay. So we have this, and this is going to be a private method. So down here, let's also create a private method, which is going to get detail from the API. It is returning an HTTP response message. So we call this client, as you can see, we get an instance of this client in here. And as soon as we use this add header, it means this client here has a header. That is a bearer token. And now we call this endpoint. We do not need to specify any parameter here, because the endpoint is going to retrieve the header from the client and the HTTP request, and it's going to process it. And in case you get the header, you get the value, it's going to use that value as a parameter, search the database, and I return the list to us. So we can return this HTTP response. Now, when it comes here, we are checking that if it's in the status code, then we pass in the response, because this is a response that is coming in. So we have to decrypt, or we have to translate this response to a model so we can return it to the user. So we create another method. I did that because we're going to also be using it again. Okay. So let's see, get user session. So maybe we can put this get user session under the public, because maybe I'm sure we're going to be using this again somewhere else. So we have this public is a get user session. And now you can see it is coming in. The payload here is a response, because if we are passing the response here as an HTTP response message, and now we read the content, we deserialize it into a user session, and I return. So as I speak, this return is going to return what? Take note. it's going to return, let's see, it's going to return a user session. As you can see from here, it's returning what? A user session. Okay, so aside from this, that is if and only the token has not expired. That is when it has the status code of 200, 201, 204, and etc. It's going to work. But in case you have 401 as unauthorized, that is when the token expires. Because you know, in an API, we are checking that the token can be expired. If the today's date or if the token expiry date is less than today's date, you should return null. And as soon as you return null, we want to return unauthorized. So in such case, when it's unauthorized, what can we do? We have to first check if the header has a token, has a section known as authorization, and based on that, the response is an 401 before we can say that the token has expired. If not, anytime in case, if any, there's even a response of 401 to any part, and this time around there's no header attached to that client, we're going to still call a refresh token, and that's not what we want. Okay, we want to make sure we do this while this happens. We do this if and only this happens. That's what you want to do. So let's save this. So down here, after I return this, so if the status code here it is not equal to success, it's going to skip this. Then we can now check. So let me put it here. The next line will help. So I'm saying that, or you and I, we are saying that if the HTTP client or default header request dot contains authorization. So meaning if it contains authorization, it tells you that there's an header added to it. And so this true must be true before this can run. And if the status code is unauthorized, that is only when we want to execute this method. Okay, now what are we going to do? We are going to encode this. So here we need to install this package. So we are going to encode the token. I already explained the encoded token in the version of the part 8. To trim it, remove all //, and all other things which are not needed for us to have access to an URL format. So we do that, we get a byte out of it. And also we could see we are using this web encoders.base64 URL encode. So if you remember, when we got to the account session, we decoded it. Is it here, or that is a account repository? So account repository in here, where can I find that? So it's account repository. And in here, what we did here was we decoded. You can see base64 URL decode. So we have to encode before we can decode. So we make sure that we trim it, we remove all / and all these stuff, and package it very well. But when it gets to the application whereby I'm going to make a search from the database, it has to convert back to the normal one before it can make it. And that's the reason why we use a decode. So to package it very nice and now present it well, we have to encode it. And that's the reason why we are also using the encoding in the auth service. Okay, so we have to install this package. So let's do that quickly. So even if I click on this control period, it's going to tell me that install this package and make sure find and install the latest version of it. So let's wait, and it's going to install this Microsoft etc. Okay, so we have to install that, and maybe at the end of the day you have to include a namespace as well. Control period, it has been created already. So that is it. So you package it, prepare very well before you paste it. Now we see after we prepare to get a valid token, we are setting the valid token to this refresh token in here. Okay, so we set it in here as a refresh token, and that's a valid token in here. So once you have this, we are not going to make a post, because when you have a status code of 401, please send the refresh token so that you can retrieve the new one, the new refresh token, and also the new access token. So once you have this prepared, the next thing to do here is we have to send this on the endpoint so we can retrieve a new token. So we have to do that. And we can do that with this method. So down here, we can have this method done. And you can see we pass it to this API account, refresh token. That's a route. API, it is a route. Account is a controller. Refresh token is a route that we specify. So we generate a string content, but then we have to serialize this model. That is a post refresh token DTO, which contains only one property known as refresh token. That is this one. So we serialize it into a JSON. Then we now send it. After sending, we have to cache it here because there's going to be a response. So let's get to read the response. At times, the response could be 204, that is undocumented, maybe when the token is being deleted. So we want this to execute if and only the status code is okay. And now it is in the success mode. So success start from, I think, the 20 or so, 100 up to, I'll find out, and maybe later on I'll tell you that, okay? So if it is success and the status code is okay, that is when you want to perform this operation. So I think we have to close it. One is left. Okay. So Control KD, you have to format it well. So if it is working, then as you can see from here, we can now read the content as a string, decrypt it or deserialize it into a login response. So we have a new token at hand in this response. So that's the login response. And now once you have it, the next to do here is we have to update, or we have to set it to the local storage, so that anytime that we call this method, add header, we can now, it goes to the token there and now grab it there and now add it. So as soon as you get it, make sure you set it to the local storage. And we can do that from a single method in here. So here we're going to add it to local storage, as you can see. So set token to local storage. Then we're going to create a method known as set token to local storage. And we know we have to serialize it because local storage handle string, not object. So we have to serialize it into JSON before we can save it there. And now this token property here contains two properties, such as the refresh token and the token itself, the access token. So we have to serialize them in here, and that's why we have token, refresh token. We set the values here from the response coming in as the new token and now the new refresh token. Okay, so now we have this method. What can we do? We have to create this definition for this method and now set the token to the local storage. So this also is going to be a public method. So here we can also get a public method down there. And now this public method, we are setting item to local storage. As you can see, set item async, then the same name. So make sure you have the same key. You pass in the string content as token, and now we have this saved to the local storage. Okay, so that's what we are doing here. So after doing all this, what is the next thing to do? What do you think will be the next thing to do? Tell me. We can now call the API again, and now calling the API, that is this API, get account, okay? So that we can retrieve the token info, the user info, email, row, and the other one is what? Name. So name, email, and then the row from the user session. So once we are done with this, down here, we have to call this method, and that is call the API again. So get user detail from API, and then that is a method. If I peep on this, if I click on peep definition, we see it is calling it to the API account, and now this. And now before that, we call this add header to HTTP client, which is going to look to the database, not the database, the local storage, fetch in the token, add it to the header, and I return an instance of this client. Then we can use that one to call this endpoint, which contains the authorization section. Okay, now if this is in the status code, then return get user session here. The same method that we created, we see we are still using it again. So we use the same method somewhere else here, and I'm using the same method in here. That's the reason why I put it in one class. So instead of making a repetition here, no, we don't do that. Do not repeat yourself at all time. Try not to. So we have to return. But in case the status code, so in case the status code of this, it is not success, then maybe you can return now, because at the end of the day, this must return now. Okay, so if it is now, it means the user data could not be retrieved, and maybe there could be an error in that. So down here, let's return now. That is, if all of this could not work, this is the default one, return now to this. And now we can now go on with what you want to do. So now with that, we have this set. Let's save this. We are going to be using some method in here. So Let me just close this up. Then we need some method, and this method is going to be public method. So where we have this public, let me put them down here. That is remove token and also set. So this is a remove token. If you want to remove token, just remove item async, passing the token name, and that is all going to be removed. And now when you have this claims principal, meaning if you want to set claims, then we are retrieving. So you pass in this user session. This user session here contains the name, the email, and the row from the API. Remember that. So we can also be used. So we're going to be using this in the custom or state. Okay. So that's what we have now. So this service is what we've created, and now it is working. Although we haven't tested it, but trust me, this is working. We are going to look at creating authentication state provider to support our .NET 8 WebAssembly e-commerce app. Authentication state provider is going to help us in navigating through pages, and it's going to actually check before you navigate, are you authenticated or not? What are the features that an authenticated person can see? And what are the features that a person who is not authenticated cannot see? It is a work of this auth state provider to do that. We're going to create a separate class that is known as a customized auth state provider, which is going to inherit from this auth state provider. And it's going to implement or we're going to use the class that we created in the previous video. Let's get into it. So what we're going to do here is we're going to create our custom auth state provider. So let's close all these. These are the tabs that we opened in the previous video. I'm going to save all. Now I go back to Solution Explorer, and I can see from the client section, this authentication folder, we are going to add one class. And the name here is going to be an auth state provider. That is a custom auth state provider. In that, it's going to inherit from authentication state provider. So we have to inherit from this. And now this auth state provider comes from component. Let's see. It comes from this package, Microsoft.ASP.NETCODE.component.authorization. So we have to install this package. Let's install that. So with this, I just have to install package, then find and install latest. So you wait for this to get installed. So while it is installing, we are going to create an anonymous for claim principal. This anonymous is going to be used anytime a response returns null. We have to surround it with a try catch, so we can be using the auth state section or the auth state class that we created. Now you can see from here that we have this authentication state provider. It has its own abstract class that we can implement. So control period, you have to implement this abstract class, and that is get auth state. So let's implement this first. And that is a get authentication state async. You create anonymous for this. Now what we're going to do next here is you're going to use try catch block to handle while we try to access the authentication state of a user. How are you going to handle this? We're going to handle this by first, so let's make here as an async. We're going to use this authentication state service that we created. We're going to get user detail. This get user detail is going to call an API, and this API is going to append the HTTP request. It's going to append the header to it. As soon as it gets to the API, it extracts the header, verify it, make a call, and I return a user info to this. So that's what we are storing it here. The return here is an user session, which comprises of the email, the name, and now the row. Let's include this service here. And with the new feature of C# version 12, we can use primary constructor instead of injecting it and initializing it on top here. Very simple one. Okay, so we have it. Now we check if the response of this is null or email here is null. It means you want to return the anonymous one, which is the new instance of this claim principal. And it tells you that there is no identity. The person currently it is not registered. But in case it is not something, it has data. What are we doing? We create a claim principal. Then you can see we are setting up the claim principal. If I peep this definition, you can see here it takes in the user session model, that is a response from the API, and also it creates an instance of a claim principal. Then you can see we are setting it over here for name, email, and row. And I return a claim principal. So as soon as we click on this or we save this, it is returning a claim principal. Aside from that, we return this authentication state, then we pass in this claim principal. So the instance that we created here now returns data. So it means the user is not authenticated. In case we have any error or you have any issue trying to get this, we want to return anonymous. It means that the person or the connection couldn't go through and the person by then wouldn't be authenticated. Aside from this, what if in case I log in and I want to update this? Is it possible? Yes. This method gets executed anytime the page is redirected to another page. From one page to another page, this method gets executed. If we want to update the token, what can we do? We can also create another method in here, and this is going to take a payload of token property. If you've watched that's the video 9, part 9, you know what I'm talking about. This token property here, it is the property that, or there is a model that we are converting into a JSON string, and I'm saving it to the client browser local storage. It contains only two properties known as the refresh token and now the access token. So that is what we're going to use here to send an API request to the API, the controller, to retrieve the data of this current user. So in that, we're also going to create an instance of this claim principal in here. And now we're going to check if this is null. It means the user wants to log out. So if this is null, we want to log out. And this is the state that we are doing. So that as soon as we call this method and pass in null, it means you want to log out. So we say that if token property is not null, or if the token here it is not null, token property in this token model is not null, that is when we want to perform this. Else, what do you want to do? Else, we want to remove the token from the local storage. Okay, so we're going to pass in else. We want to remove the token from the local storage. And this authentication service contains a method known as remove auth token from the local storage. We create an instance of this. We set this claim principal that we have here to anonymous. This anonymous is what we are using as an initial value here, instance here. Now, if token is not null, what are we doing? So first of all, we want to set it to local storage. So this is what we are doing first. After setting it to local storage, what are we doing? We want to get user details. Get user details is going to call a service, whereby this service is also going to call an HTTP client. And this client, before we get a client, it's going to get the token from the local storage and append to the header. When you check the definition for this, it tells you the same thing. So you can see from here that we have this method. It's get the token from the local storage. Aside from that, it calls a method to add a header, that's authorization to the HTTP client. Then it makes a call in here. So get user detail from API, and now this method here also going to make a call. So if our people, you can see it is making a call to this API account and a user info. We did this in the previous video. Now, after getting the user details from the page, we also check if it is not null. If the request is not null, what do you want to do? We want to set claims, because by then data will be received from the API. So the data that we are going to receive, we want to set it to the claims in here. Claims principal, get the user session from the API, and now set it in here. Now the instance that we created here, that is what we are storing the output of this in here. And at the end of the day, we are going to notify state has changed. So anytime a call is being made to the API and now the data is being retrieved, we're going to set the principal to this, and now we're going to notify the state to get re-rendered, and that's again we're passing the claim principal in here. So you pass in now of this token property model, and now it's going to remove from the local storage. You pass in a model with an instance with a value, and now it's going to update it. So we're going to use this for login, and we're going to use this for logout. You pass in a model value, it's going to be for login. You pass in a model with an empty value, it's going to be for logout. See, so we have one method which is going to serve two purposes. Okay, So we have this custom hosted class created nicely. The next thing I'm going to do here is we have to register this custom hostage in the program.cs file. So let's save this. We go to solution. Now the client section, we go to program.cs file. And now in here, we have to register this custom auth state to this authentication state provider. So now we have this, we have to create our login and our register component. So we can be calling this method init anytime we try to log in. So let's go to solution. The same client, we see our pages, open it. Let's add another page to this, and this is going to be account pages. You can name it any name that you want. So new folder, and I'll say account pages. Now with this account page, what we're going to do here is we are going to add one page or two pages. The first one is going to be register. So let's create a page in here. And I will say this is register component. So that's the register page. And now in that registration page, we want to specify the routes in here. So first of all, we need to use the route. And that's identity/account/register. This is my customized route. You can also do yours. Now aside from that, let's create an instance of this user so we can be using it in our model. We have this, and that's going to be for user. We create an instance of this. Control period, we have to include the namespace of this model. So we have to add a model in here. What I'm going to do here, we can just cut this. We save this, go to the import, and I'll paste it in there. So you can use it globally, the whole application on this client section. So we have an import, and now in here, let's include the DTO here. Okay. So now we have this register page, and it's supposed to work. Okay. Now let's create our edit form. Now this edit form is going to handle only user data for registration. So we can put it top here. What are we doing? We have an edit form, and now this edit form, this is a model as user. This is valid submit. You have these two guys here to check for validation. We have our class form group, and you can see we have this label and our input text. You can see we have this as name, email, password, which is the password type. And also we have confirm password, and it's the same thing over here using an input element. And here we are having this show save button. We did this in the previous video. That's a part 2 of this, showing a button. So this is a show busy button. As soon as I click on register, I must have at least something to tell the user that there's a process going on. So I created this component, and that's what we are using in here. So you can see we have this message dialog service that show save button. And now this is the button itself, which has a type as submit. We have to create definition for this handle registration method. Now with that, we can just create it down here. So if I click on this, I want to handle this. That's the syntax of handle registration. Now with that, what am I doing? We have to include, when you check this, maybe you'll be asking yourself where from this message dialog service. That's in the part 3 or 4. We created a service that we can handle to display message dynamically. So when you check the import, you can see we added the message dialog service in there. So that's what we're using to display message to the user. So when the page loads, we have to subscribe to this because we're going to have a message dialog action service that we need to subscribe to this event. So in here, register page, when the page loads, you make sure you subscribe to this. Now we have to implement iDisposable so that when the page is dying out, we also unsubscribe from that event before the page dies out. So in here, we can now use when the page public void dispose, we can now unsubscribe. Now since we are using plus here, it means you can also use minus to unsubscribe from this, and that is it. Aside from that, we need to include our message component that we created earlier on, so we can use to display message show pop-up to the user. Now aside from that, when the page loads, and now when I click on this save or register, first of all, we want to hide the save button, and that's the save button. We want to hide this. We want to show the busy button. So we want to show this, and I'll hide this. How much time are we hiding? We are hiding for this process to be done. And so we're going to copy this. We call this endpoint account service.register. Where from this account service, we have to now create a register this account service. So let's go back to the import.razor, and I'll handle that in there. So when you go to the import, we have in here, we can add in our account service, and that is a service that we created in the video part 9. So we are using this account service, and it has a method known as a register in this. Now here we're using the tuple to get and to extract or to get the values or the response explicitly. So we have our flag and we have our message. Now in there, we want to display something to the user. As soon as the person registered, if it goes well or it couldn't, we want to tell the user something. We want to give the user update. So in that, we are going to check with we're going to use if to check. So if flag, meaning if true, if everything is working, we want to set the value as success, and that is the message that's going to come out. We clear the container, but in case it is not, we want to set it as danger, and are passing the message that is coming from the API. Aside from that, there's one method that we need to call, and this method is going to invoke and now raise the JavaScript method to call or to show the dialog box, and that's a set message dialog. If I peep on this, you know it has inbuilt methods, and that is what we did to show. You see, we have set message dialog, and it is showing this message dialog box. It is setting busy button to false, and now setting or show save button to true, and it is invoking an action in here. Okay, so that's all that we need to do for this registration. Now let's do same for the login. So we have to also create our login page, and I handle it in this way. So we go to solution. Now the same accounts pages, we right click and now add a new component. And now the name of this component is going to be login page. So we have our login page in here. The first to do here is we have to specify our route, and this coming from accounts, identity/account/login. We have to implement iDisposable since we're going to use a message dialog, and we have invocable method in it. So we have to do that. And now when the page loads, we have to also subscribe to this as we did in the register page. So we subscribe to this message dialog service. And now when the page is about to die, we have to do same by unsubscribing it using the public void dispose method to do that. Okay, so now we have this. We need to create an edit form. So our edit form is going to handle this, and we have only 2 properties in the login, and that is for email and password. So that's what we have in here. Edit form, we have it. Data annotation for checking up and errors in there. We have a handle login. Okay, we have an email, we have a password, and it's the same thing that we did in the section, that's the registration. Show the save button. So after doing this, the next thing that we're going to do here is we need to create and instantiate a model, and this model is going to be the user model. So with that, we're going to have login DTO, then we're going to have our user, which and you can see we assign it to a new. Let's close this, and now let's open it again. Okay, so you can see we have it in here. Now there's a button handle login. So if I click on handle login, what am I doing? We can just handle this. So this is what we are doing down here. You can see that we have this account service.login. We call this. Now we show message dialog. As you can see from here, we set this to false, and now we show the busy button. Now in case this is true, that is the result.flag is true. What are we doing? We are calling this authState provider. That's the class that we created. And now in that, we are updating a method in it that we created. And now that updating, you can see we are passing in this token. So let me just put this here. We are populating the token for the results, and also the refresh token, because it is coming for this token property. So control period, we can include the namespace in here. Custom auth state, we can also include the custom auth state on the header. So we have to use authentication state provider, and we can do that from the import. So down here, let's include our authentication state provider, and also let's include a navigation manager. Okay, so here it is coming from namespace here that we just created. So it is coming from Microsoft.ASP.NETCODE.component.authorization. So we can now check from the login page that we have everything working as expected. And so this is what we're doing, because we are calling this method. Now pass in the token and then the refresh token in here. Aside from that, we want to navigate to this page and now force reload. We force reload so that I can just reload the custom auth state. So we can pass in the claim that we have from an API that we called, and also authenticate the user. Okay, so once we have this set, the next thing we're going to do here is we have to save this and use cascading authentication state provider to surround the route components. So let's go to the same client section. You can see we have this app.razor. Now in here, we're going to make this as authorized route view. So don't forget authorized route view. And now on top here, let's use cascading authentication state, so we can surround it with this. Okay, so that's what we need to do. So after doing this, then let's navigate to an app bar so we can display maybe information there for the user. Hello guest, hello username, that we can display in there. So go to layout, and you can see we have this navigation bar that we created in the first video. Now here where we have this brand, we are going to add something in here, and in that we can display the name of the user. If not authenticated, then we can display something like hello guest, right? So maybe you can display hello guest normally. So let me paste this here, and you can see it's an HTTP that we're using, and you can see it's an authorized view, and if it is authorized, display the name. If not, then display guest. And also after doing this, you can see we have this drop down from the section, and this for accounts. As you can see, there's a drop down, and you can see we have a default one for the Bootstrap. So we want to remove this and now include our own, and now this is what we are creating in here. Let's have a look. So it's just a URL. That's an other list that we have as a drop down, and if you are authorized, as you can see, we want to display this logout. And if you're not authorized, then we want to display this register and now login. But to do that, we have a button, and now we navigate to this. We pass in the login in here. Now we do same for the navigate to this, and that's an on click. So that is what we have in here for navigate, and it's going to call. So this is going to render when you are not authorized. Okay, because we have this authorized attribute. That's an authorized component surrounded. And we have this button, so let's define this button, and that's what we have down here. Navigate to the URL, and as you see, we have the identity/account. We pass in the URL that's coming in here, because when you check the route for this login, it is identity/account/login. For registration, the same thing /register. So we can do this to navigate to those components. All right. So before you run this application, I want to make some slight change in here from Solution Explorer. You see from this, the same navigation bar, there is also a link in here that I want to change. And that is, if I click on product, I want to navigate to this product, not services, so product. Okay, now I think you are good to go. So let's try to run this application and see what we have now. Okay, so it is ready, but we have an issue here and unable to resolve this. When I know what it's talking about, you know, we have to include this, the service to Blazor local storage. Quickly, let's go back to the program.cs, and that is for the client, and we have to add, let's make a copy of this. Then in here, it's going to be .add Blazor local storage, and that's all. So we can now run this again. All right, so we can see that the app is now ready, and we have hello guest because we have not authenticated. Now let's see. So let's click on, you see we have this login, we have the register. So let's click on register. Now we have this page. So we're going to pass in some things in here. Let's say this is netcode, right? So there's netcode, and normally the name here is going to be an user because we've registered already, I think so. So there's no need for us to even register, but we can actually try this out. So let's say this is user. Well, let's make that admin at gmail.com. We have a password here as admin at 123. Admin at 123. That's our password, right? So you can see it is the same. Now click on register, and you can see we have processing, and we are waiting to see the account created. That's fine. So this is a dialog box that we have, and you have it type as access. You can see the button and the text here is access. Click on OK. Now we can go in there and log in. So let's try to log in, and this time we're going for an email. So this is going to be an admin at gmail.com. Let's see, this is our password. Click on login, and now let's see what happens. So from login, we have logged in, but as you can see, we did not see that indicator, that busy button. Now you have hello netcode, isn't it? Now to click on this, you see we have logout. Hello netcode, and now this is what logout. That's fine. The next thing here is if I click on product, so there's nothing here, isn't it? But let's say if I click on inspect elements, we have to add product to this. Click on console, and it is saying that it does not contain any elements, so that's fine. We want to add product to this. So now let's go to product in here, and now let's add product. So we've done this. I'm going to add multiple products, so I'll come back in order to waste time. I'm going to add product. So let's wait for this to get open. As you can see, this is the form. It is opened, and I'm going to add some products in there. Okay, so I just added a few products in here. Now you can see what we have this. If I click on product, we are navigating to the whole product, and you can see that I have logged in here as hello netcode. So we have these categories created, and I can just click on this because we did this in the video 7 or 6. You can just sort them out. We have only Apple iPhones, we have only Samsung phones in here, and we can click on all, get all. We have this recommended product. As you know, we've done this already in the previous video. Now what you're focusing here, it is authentication system. So we are now trying to add a header to make a request. So if I click on add product, let's say I tried one here and it's working. So let's say I have Samsung maybe Z419, and I'm going to select the image in here. I'm going to choose any image that I have downloaded here, which is only PNG. So the image must be only PNG file. Okay. Now watch here. As soon as I click on save, a product is being called, and this is the post method. Now we see this post method, it has in the authorization, and that is the token that we have created, right? So this is the token. You can see the token is working because we have this product saved. Now let's go to the table, and I'll try to check the token, and I'll set the date. Change the date as an expired. So we can do that from the SQL Server object. We have the token info. I click on this, and I click on view data. And now in the view data, let's wait for this to get pop-up. Then we're going to change the date. So we see this is an expiry date, and that's the token in here. It starts with what? That is here we have ZPD. So ZPD, let's check which token are we using. So this is ZPD TDR, and that's what we use, I believe so. So that is what we are using, isn't it? TDR, that is it. Now this is expiry date from 19, so we're going to set this to 17, or maybe any day at all. You see we have, so it's set to 19, so let's submit to 10th or 02nd. So second. Now let's save this. If I refresh it, let's see. Okay, so second. Now let's see. Now let's try to make a request again. So I'm going to choose another image from here, and this image could be this PNG. Okay, now I'm going to say Samsung. I don't know, just give it any name. Now watch here, I'm going to clear this, and if I click on save, let's see. So a request is being made from here. Now let's wait and see. Okay, so product saved. Let's click on OK. Now if I click on this, there's the authorization header that we have. Now there's the product that we have in here. Okay, so we are retrieving the product featured, that is 3 and 4, so retrieving all. But here you can see, although the date, the token is not up to the date, it is, let's say, it has expired, but it still works. The reason is we have not implemented that in the session yet. So let's quickly go back again and try to finish that. So let's close this and we go back to our client service. So we have our service. You see when you open this, we have this client service which inherits from all the components, all the interfaces. That is for product. It has product, iCategory service, and iUser account service. Okay. Now the method that we have here, not all that we need to protect it. We need to protect only if you want to add product. That is where you need to add a header. Get all product is the default one. So whether you're authenticated or not, you have to still get the product so you can see on the screen. But this must be done by the administrator. So in this, to have access to this, we have to include, let's include the authentication service that we created. So we have to include into the constructor here. Okay, so there's a constructor. We include it here. Okay. Now, when it comes to the page, right, for instance, this add product, in order to protect it, it's very simple. We have to then call the method in it, and I'm trying to use that. So we're going to create a private method in here because we need the HTTP response header. So we need a private HTTP response header from this authentication service. We have this method that we are calling, which get the token from the local storage and append to the header and I return. So we're going to use this, copy this, we're going to use this instead of the default one. We use this here. It is only add. Now when you go to add category 2, we have to do same to it because these are the things that we need token, or we need header, a token in the header. So we go back, there's a category section, and in here we create an instance of this. Let's use this private one and call the method in here. So this is what we are calling. But in order to check for this and I'll get a refresh token, we have to include just the method that we created in it. And that is the method that we created, get user details. So it is anytime a call is being made, it's going to check if the header contains authorization section and the response here is 401, it's going to generate the refresh token. You're going to make a call to the refresh token. Now we're going to have it. So it's a matter of calling this into any component. So let's go to the add product in here. And now let's also call this here. So this is going to authenticate us. It's going to check everything that we have been preparing for. Now with that, after doing this, what we need to do here is we're going to run this application and let's check it out. So it is now ready. Now if you right click on this, you go to inspect element, you're going to see that as soon as we finish the registration, the token has been saved into the local storage. So let's check it out. So here, click on this application. Okay, so let's see this application. And I want to check the local storage. We have to get the access token, and that is the token that we have created or recreated. That's a 7KWQ, right? Now I want to check this. We must have the same token in here, but if we see that the token here does not correspond with this, so maybe this is what we're going to do. We are going to delete this. Let's also delete this one. Let's go to the browser here, and now what we have in here, let's also delete it. So if you refresh this application, this is going to be guest, not hello netcode, because you are not more. So you can see that we have hello guest in here. Now let's try to sign in to this. So you click on account, then try to log in. Then in here we have an admin, a Gmail. So let's use the user. That is the admin type. and the password here, that is string. So let's see if this is going to get set. Click on login, and now you can see we have processing. Please wait. Now let's check it out. You see we have in here. Let's see. So it is still loading. Now when you check the network tab, you can see that a call has been made here, and that is the user info. Now with that user info, you can see the authorization has been added as a header, and there's a token that has been received. When you go to the response, you can see there's a token, there's a name, email, and then the row is the user. So you see we have the row in here. Now when you check the local storage, you can see we have the access token, and that is it. So anytime that we try to refresh this user info will be called again. Let's see if I try to refresh this again. Let's see what happens. You can see that the user info will be called again, and it's going to get the same data from the endpoint. And that is it. You can see we have it over here, and the same response has been retrieved here. Let's go to the database, and now in here, let's refresh our table. That's the token info. And now we're going to see the data in here, and we are going to modify this. So expiry date is 19th. Let's change this to 10th. So today is 17th, 18th. So you can see from here that the created date is 18th. And now if the expiry date is less than today, it means it has expired. So meaning today, this expiry date is 10th, today is 18th, meaning this has expired. Let's save this. When we refresh this, make sure you keep the date as 10. And also you can see from the access token, the refresh token, you see it start from 30, right? Now let's go back to the app, and now let's clear this. So if I click on, let's refresh this. So when you make a call to the API, it's going to return an authorized. As soon as it gets an authorized and a header has been added, it calls the refresh token endpoint and passing the header, as you can see. So user info, you can see it's 401, meaning it is unauthorized. So check it over here. It is 401 unauthorized. And there's a header. So as soon as this gets called, and now you can see there's a token. So it gets a refresh token call, and now it passing the same token. When you check the response in here, it check the payload first. It passing the refresh token, and now the response from an API, it gives you a new token and then a new refresh token. It stores it, it appends to the new one, and now see we have the information over here. When you check the header, you can see the header of this is JLY. Check the header of this, you can see this is 30, and it's the same. So this means that the refresh token is also working. Now we try to update it. So we can just go back to add category, and it's going to do the same. So with the category, when you go in here and I try to refresh this, now it's going to still update it with the new token. So refresh this. And now you can see from here that you have a new token also in here. And now with the expiry date, we're going to also change the same thing to 10th. Okay, let's save this and refresh this. Let's go in there and try to add category and see what's going to happen. So from this side, I'm going to add a new category. So new category. So with the new category, I'm going to clear everything. Now check, save this. You can see it gets it called, and now it is 401 return. Refresh token has been get called, and now you can see we have the status 200. There's a payload, it passing the refresh token. Response is this, a new token being added, call this user info, and now it's able to retrieve it, and now you can see we have saved. So this means our refresh token is working, and it gets executed as soon as a response status code of 401 has been occurred, and that is what it does. All right, so with this, our authentication system is set and done. We have our refresh token, and also we have our auth state token also as well. We're using the access token, and that's what we have. We are going to look at how to handle add to cart service in this project. So you're going to have access to the product, and as soon as the user clicks on add to cart, it has to be added, and the UI has to be updated automatically, and you must see the number of items in it. And when I click on this cart item 2 or this icon, it must open a page whereby I can see all my carts, that my item that I've added to the cart. And also maybe I can update it from there. You know, by default, you're going to add one item to a cart. And maybe when the person goes there, you can then change the quantity of the item. And we have to make it possible as well. Aside from that, when we go to the product service, you have to also include pagination. Because when you have multiple items here, we don't want to be looping through or be displaying them all over here. When you have hundreds or thousands of items, then it's better that we have to integrate in pagination. We're going to do same in here, okay? First of all, we're going to implement this pagination to this. So we're going to make it, going to use, I think, 6 items per page, because you're not having much items here. So we're going to use 6 per page. Maybe you can increase it to maybe 10, 20, depends on how you want it. So I'm going to show you the way, and you can just optimize and customize the way that you have seen yourself, okay? So quickly, let's jump into it. I'm going to close this, and that is the app that we have started together. So, you know, with the pagination, we are going to handle it in the client section. So it is not on the server side, rather client section. So there's a component known as SyncFusion component for SF Pager. Now, this pager actually helps a lot in doing it. It's very simple, and is the easiest way to integrate pagination in your application. Let's have a look. Remember that we've installed this package already, and that's a SyncFusion component. We've installed it already. So what we're going to do here is this component comes from the SyncFusion.blazor.navigations. Yeah, navigations. So if you haven't installed that, please do install that to the client section. So if you want to check, you can go to the client section, you go to dependencies and packages, and you can see we have SyncFusion.blazor.navigation. So this is a package that you have to install if you haven't done that. And as you know, when you install this package, you need a license key. So if you don't know how to claim free license key, I have a video link this description. Check it. I'm going to show you how to get a free license key. If not, you can have a notification to get a license key. Okay. Now, first of all, what we're going to do here is we need to specify some properties for this. We need to specify the component name that is an SF pager. We need to specify the skip value and also the tick value. So it's going to get to the list of all products. It's going to skip the one you specified, and it's going to take the number that you're going to specify. So skip and tick is what it's going to use to paginate this component. So let's click on. I can just close this peacefully without any issue. Now let's go to the pages. You can see from this product pages, this is where you want to apply it. Now which component are you going to apply to? It is a product list page, because this page contains a whole list of the items. As you can see, it is looping through. So what we're going to do here is in the code section, let's specify these properties. Then we need a SF pager, and we need the skip value and the tick value as well. Aside from that, we're going to need event. As soon as you click on any of the buttons, either the forward or backward, it's going to skip and tick the value. So we're going to use this pager item click event ask, which is going to contain a number of clicks and also the current item and etc. So we have to get that. You can get the values here from this ask here. Okay. So you can see we have ask.current page you're going to have access to, and that's what we need. All right, so once we have this, we need to then apply the pager itself. So how are you going to do it? It's very simple. When you check this, you can see there is a card. Where is it? Do we have the card in here? So you can see we have a row and we have this, and we want to put it beneath this. So after we have the for each, you know, there is a row. So this row, we can put it somewhere here. We're just making as a deflex for just a bootstrap class. We want to center this, and you can see we have using this SF pager. The reference is very important, and you can see it's the same name as specified in here. Take note. Page size is going to be 6, so the number of items that I want to display is going to be 6. For me, it is 6. You can make it 10, you can make it 12, you can make it 20, you can make it 50, or etc. Now, number of items count. Let's say if I have the pager, I want to display page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4. That's the number of items count. Display them. You can make it 3, 2, 1, 10. Just do it. Okay. So 4 is going to be okay for me. I think it's also for you as well, since you are just learning this. Then total items count here is going to have the all product here dot count. So where are you getting this all product from? That's what we are looking through in here. So we want to get the whole count here. And now when item is clicked, you're going to handle by this, which passing this argument as parameter, and that's what we are retrieving here, and I'm getting the current page out of it. Very simple one. One last thing that we need to do here is we have to apply the rel bus itself, and that is escape and take. So you're going to pass it on top here. Make sure you put it not within the for each loop, but rather here. So instead of using this all product, I'm going to cut this, and I see right here. So I'm going to copy this, now replace it with this for each, and that is it. Very simple and fantastic. Now let's see. So I'm going to save this, and we're going to run this page again. You're going to see that the pagination is going to be simplified, and it's going to be simple for you to know and understand it. Okay, so let's run this and see. All right, so let's click on products, and now let's see. That's right. So you can see we have a product in here, and you can see we have only 2 items. It is skipping 0 and taking 6. So you can see we have 6 items here. If I click on this, we have the others in here. Isn't it beautiful? Do you love it? Yes, very simple. And it's provided by SimFusion. So you can just check it up and now do it. If you know you couldn't do it well, then pause the video, go back, and now do it again. But don't worry, when I'm done with this, the project of this will be available at the GitHub, and now the link will be in the video description. So you can just go in there and grab it and grab the whole project. Okay, you can do that also. It's possible. I'm going to make it possible for you. Okay, so now we are done with this. Now let's go to the add to cart system. We're going to implement it into this application. Now let me give you a scenario on the cart system before we try to integrate it here. There's going to be a service that we're going to implement in this. Okay, now this cart is going to be handled by the client. So we don't want the server to be handled the cart. It's going to be handled by the client in such a way that if the client decides to add product, it gets stored in the local storage. Since that product is not purchased yet, we don't want to put in the server. We don't want to worry the server. We want the server to get rest and the client to process everything. And now when it gets to payment, that is why we send the list to the server, and the server can also verify. Maybe if it has been tempered, the server will verify and now give us the correct prices, and now we're going to have access to it, and now we can now pay. Okay, so for now, everything here is going to be handled by the server, not the server, the client. And after that, when it gets to proceed to cart, that is only when the server comes in. So for now, we are not adding proceed to cart. We are adding all the cart service and everything stuff. So here we are focused on the client service. I hope you're good to go. Can we move on? That's right. So now let's go. We have to first create our cart service to handle this. And you know, our cart service has to come in with an interface and what? Implementation. That's correct. So now let's get this done. And you know, when you close this project, we have a services folder in there already. So we're going to add it to that service. As you can see here, that is the services. Where is it? It is here, isn't it? So we're going to create an iCart service. So we'll click on this and let's click on add new class. So here is not actually a class taken. It's going to be an interface, but class is what I saw. So there's going to be an iCart. Now in this iCart, we're going to implement some methods in this. So the first method that we need, we're going to implement these methods. Now what are these methods waiting for? We have an action. So there's a cart action. This action is going to be invoked. So any page you get to subscribe to this cart action can have the current action taken. It's going to affect the page. Let's say when you have this cart count, you want to display the number of items in the cart. Definitely this page is going to subscribe to this cart action. And as soon as the count increases or decreases, that page get notified. Okay. Also, we're going to have get cart count, a method to get the cart count and assign the value to this property in here. Also, if I click on add to cart, what do I want to do? I want to add a cart. I want to also specify quantity. Maybe later on, if I go to my cart list and I want to add, increase or update the quantity from 1 to 2 to 3, I can also do that. And also, we're going to create an order, and that's going to be my orders. This order is actually not going to be what is going to pay, but rather all the cart items or the product that has been added to the cart stored in the local storage. That's going to be the order. Okay. Now this order is going to contain the name, the properties, such as the name, the image, the price, the total price, or the subtotal, and etc. And also, you're going to have this delete cart in case maybe I want to remove one from the cart. I cannot buy all. I want to remove this. Is it possible? Yes. We're going to make it possible in here. So it's like going to make a CRUD operation in the cart system. And also, we're going to have a cart loader visible so that when the cart is loading, we don't see just a blank table. Rather, you're going to see this loader that we have created already, and it gets loaded on the screen. So the cart is well prepared before the loader takes off, and at the cart list, we place it. Let's have a look. So we have to create these models in here. So maybe since this is limited to this client service, you can create a private model to handle this. You don't want to put this inside this shared project, okay, because it is limited to only this project. Well, that's what I'm thinking of. You can also add it there. You know what? So we can do same. Now let's create a folder to the client service, and I'm going to add a new folder in here. And I'm name it as maybe private models. Well, to me, private models will be okay. And now this private models, we want to create one property. And this property is known as, is it property or class? A class or a model. So let's add this model. And this model is an order. Now with this order, I'm going to have these properties in this order. So we're going to have an ID. Name, price, quantity, image, and our subtotal. Now the subtotal, we're not going to have get or set assessor. We can only have this get because we are setting the default value here, quantity times price. We'll give you the subtotal for this. So if the user tries to pass in 4 quantities for this specific item, then it's going to be 4 times the normal price, so that's the unit price for each. We're going to have the subtotal for that specific product. That's right. Now we can save this, and the next product that we need to create, the next model that we need to create here, it is maybe the storage cart. Well, you'll be saying, what is a storage cart? It is simply a model that you're going to use to save the product to the local storage. You know, we cannot be saving the product ID, the product name, the product price. If not, the person can just go to the local storage and now change the price of that product. Okay, so if maybe it is 10, the person can change it to maybe 1. And in that case, it's going to be a problem. So you want to handle this by storing only the product ID and the quantity. The quantity is what the user has specified. So if the user updates the quantity, well, they're going to multiply by the price. If the user changes the product price, then they're going to buy another product, isn't it? So that one is safe. So we have to create this model to handle that in the local storage. And that's supposed to be the limited one. So you put in the same private model. And this time you say it is a storage cart. Within that storage cart, you want to have only 2 properties for this, which is going to be stored in the local storage. And now we need only the product ID and the quantity specified. So these are the models that we need for this cart system. Now we can go back to the interface and we can include this. So we have included them, and as you can see, everything is working as expected. Okay, so let's save this. Now we need to implement this. So we're going to copy this iCart system or the interface. You go back to the same solution. Now you can see we want to do everything in one folder or one class file. So that's why we started as a client service. So here, because this is about client, so you want the client service to handle that. You go to the service in here and the client service. We also want to include this interface control period. We have to implement the interfaces. I believe you know that. Okay, so we have to modify this. So I can just grab this and now modify it very simple way. So with this, we have our cart action. Now I believe we have to include the other ones too because it is not done. We have these interfaces here. That is the action as a cart action. We have the cart count and our cart loader visible. So yeah, that's what we have. And also when you go down here, we're going to have our implementation for this and that is it. So here I'm going to say it's a cart service. So var space, I'm going to say cart service. So we can just minimize it. So I'm going to make it simple for us to read. Okay, so we have all set and done. Yes, so we have, you see, and that is our account service. we have, let me add service to this. It is our authentication service, a cat service. Okay, so first of all, that is get cat. We have my others, add to cat, and now delete cat. So these are the ones that are going to implement them here. Before we work on this, we need some general method. And if I say general method, if you have been following this video, you know what general method is. We're going to be using them often. Okay, so here we want to create classes whereby this class can be called multiple times. We don't want to repeat ourselves. So the common class that we're going to be using, we can put them in one class file, so we can call it, and we can return the result to that specific class being called. Now we need this local storage, and we have installed that already. So what we're going to do here is we have to inject it in here, and there's going to be local storage, and we say this local storage, and that's all. Now when you check here, we have it set, and that is it. So here you can see get cat from the local storage, and you know it is returning a string, as you can see from here. It's returning a string. This is the name, that the key that I want to store with. So this is the key that you want to retrieve it. And now if you want to store it, this is the key, and that is the value in here. This is also a string, as you can see, it is a string. And if you want to remove it, it's the same key that we are passing in here. Okay, so it's like getting, setting, and now removing. Very simple one. So first, we're going to be working on my orders, and now my orders means it's going to get the whole item from the cat. So we're going to get it from the local storage. We're going to convert it, deserialize into a list form, and we're going to return to the user, and that's the UI. So this is what we're going to do in here. We defaultly set is cat loader visible to true, because as soon as we click on cat item, we want to load all the database, not all the product in the local storage. We want to run them from the strings to convert them to a model, and now you want to check them. You can see we have only the ID and the quantity. So based on the ID, we have to search the database or the list that we have, and then try to populate them here. So in doing this, it's going to take a lot of time. So a little bit of time, that's why you want to display this. Is cat loader visible? We set this to true, so that at least it's going to update the user that there's some process going on. So please do wait for us. Okay, we are coming. That's what we are doing. Let's make this an async here. So you know that from here we set this to true. Now we create this as an empty order list. Then we get a cat string from the local storage, and you call this method is return a task. As you know already, it's returning a string in here. And aside from that, we check if it is null, return it. In case it is not, then deserialize it to a list form. And now get all product, we set this to false, so you can get all the product and populate it to the all product container that we have in the service. Aside from that, so if you don't know, that is this is a model I'm talking about. This is a list content I'm talking about. Now aside from that, what it's doing here is we are going to get a cat list. As you can see, the instance that we created here is .add. We're going to add new order, and you're going to populate it ID, name, quantity, price, and our image. Take note that we did not add subtotal, because subtotal is defaultly calculated. So we added to the list, cat list here, and now we set this loader to false, because by then this have been finished preparation. So after preparing this, then we can set this to false, and now we call this method get cat count, and we can now return this cat list. So they're going to return a cat list of order, and that's what we are returning in here. So get order from local storage, deserialize it, run through the list, get to the list of the table, the list of the product that we have, populate them with the name, the item, the image, and I return it to the user. That's what this method is doing. Now, when we are done, we have a method known as get cat count. So this is going to get the number of cat count in here, the number of products in this cat list, so we can display it on the UI. So where from this method, what can we do to write this method? Is very simple as well. So in that, as soon as the value changes, we want to invoke the action. So we have get cat count, and that is this method. So here, this is what we are doing. We get the whole cat string from the local storage. This must be an async. Aside from that, we check if it is null, then set cat to 0. It means no item has been added. But in case it is not, then deserialize it into a list, and now .count, because so count the list in it, and I return cat action.invoke. So any page that's going to call this method, you have to subscribe to it, and as soon as the changes happens here, that page is also going to refresh or re-render, and to get the current or the updated value. Okay, so that's going to be the get cat count. Get cat count. Wow. So let's see the next one. That is if I want to delete task, what am I going to do is very simple as well. So to delete tasks, we have this in here, and now we can see we get a cat. We initialize it from the local storage, and now we have the list. If list is null, then you want to return this. But in case it is not, then you want to remove. We get it from the list that we have. You find by the ID, then remove it. This must be an async, and I believe you know that. And aside from that, we are going to remove from the local storage. So as soon as you click on call this remove, it's going to call the key, remove it, and I'm going to serialize this here into a string, and now set it. And now when setting is coming, you're going to contain a string, and now set it local storage. Get a cat count, call that, and now return this. So when removing, as soon as you remove, you want to update it. If it is a 10 item in the cart, you want to get a cart count again, so you can have 9, okay, in that order. So that's why we're calling this method all over. Okay. Now let's go to the almighty, that is the add to cart. So with the add to cart, what can we do in here? This is what we are doing. It's a very simple one. We create a list in here. Let's make an async before we have these red lines. So you store a message here. We create an instance as null or empty. Then we're going to create a list of my cat in here as a new list. Then we're going to get from the local storage. You know, when we get from the local storage, it's going to be a string format. So we check if it is not null. Then we want to visualize the list into an actual list of models. And now here we want to search the model coming in. Is it already added? If it is null, it means it is not. Then we want to add a new one. Then set this message to product added to cart. Then, so you can see defaultly we add a quantity to equal to 1. So default quantity here is 1 defaultly. Else, it means that this model is found, and it is found. We want to set the quantity to the quantity. This quantity come in here. Okay, that is, we want to set this quantity to this quantity come in here, and we want to set the product ID to this model ID. So if you want to update the quantity, maybe you went to the my cart and want to update the quantity from maybe 1 to 2. So as soon as you do that, this model is going to be called and passed in. And also, this also will be updated to 2. And now we can now set it to the quantity in here and now update it. So you can see after doing that, we remove this from the local storage. And now from the list that we have, and we add a new updated product in here. Then we display this message. But in case it is not, so check here. In case this is null, it means that this is the first time of the user being adding item to the cart. So in doing so, what are we doing? Or what can we do? Then we're going to add a new item to the cart. And I will return product added to the cart, maybe successfully, or etc. After that, we call this remove cart from the local storage. Okay. So once you have the list in here, user has now updated or added a new product. So it's in the list here. The old list in the local storage has been expired because it is not up to what we have. So in doing so, what can you do? You can just go in there, remove it, and now set the new one. So you can see we're doing the same thing here. Remove it, and now set the new one by initializing the list into a string, and now send it. Get cat count, and I return this message, which has been dynamically created in here. So that's what that we are doing. Very simple one. Okay, so that is it. We save this. The next thing that we can do here is we have to register this interface that we created by creating dependency injection into it before we can now create our UI. So we go to solution. Now the program CS file in the client service. We can just make a copy of this, and as you can see from here, then we change this to iCat, and that's all. Okay. Now let's close all this because we don't need them for now, okay? And let's close this in here and click on solution. When you go to the imports.razor file, we want to add this cat service in here. So we can make a copy of this. And now in here, instead of the iUser, you're going to say iCat. And now with this iCat, what do you think would be the name for this? You're going to say cat service, isn't it? That's right. So save this. And let's create the cat page first. So let's go to the pages folder, and let's add a new folder to this. I'm going to say cat pages. So in this, let's create one component and I name it as my cat. So that is the client cat, not your cat. It's a client cat. So you can just make it his cat. Okay, so my cat page, and that's what we have in now. So this is what we're going to do first. When we're going to use this to check. So we are saying that if cat service.its cat loader visible, we want to display this loading page. Do you remember this loading page? It is just a loading symbol that we use to represent the page when the page is now preparing itself to gather things up and get us what we want, okay? But in case it is not, then we're going to use this else. That is when this page is set to false. Then we can now design our cat. So this is going to be a table that I created. It's a table. So let's go to the table and I'll check things up in here. So this is what we are doing. You know, it's just a page. It is just a container fluid, and you can see we have a row. We have our column edge 3. So we're dividing this into two. We have column edge 3. That's the first one. If I close this, and you can see we have the same column edge 9. So we have 3 and 9. Now the 3 contains the card, which has a card summary as a header. And I can see we have my cat order.sum. So you can see we are summing all the total. We convert into a string into this double session, and now we have to call that. Okay, that's what we are doing. We have a button in here, and this button is known as proceed to checkout. Although we haven't implemented this, but we have this button in here, and that is what we have. Now, when you go to the next one, so let me just close this. Now, when you go to the next one here, that is the column LG9, and you have the banner on top, which displays the random product as an advert to the person. And aside from that, you can see we have this table. Check it out. We have the same card. Within the card body, we have this table stripe in here, and that's a card header. So with this T header, we are having this number, image, name, price, quantity, subtotal, and the action. So we create a list of my cart orders, and now you can see from here, we also adding the same pagination. I hope you remember this. Yes. If you don't remember, go to the starting. I think I explained this in here. And we're doing same here. So skip and take, we pass over there. And as for this is the list. So we're going to pass the list here. And on the list data, we have to replace it in here. Okay. Now we have to, within the each item, we can specify the properties under each item. And that is exactly what we are doing in here. Now, if I click on this, on change event, so you can see we have an input. This is a number. The minimum is 1. That is the quantity updating. The weight is 25, and then the value here is the item, the quantity. So default, the quantity here is going to be 1 as a default. But as soon as you want to click on this or the value of this changes, we want to call this method in here. We want to pass in the item so we can extract the ID and now the value that the user typed. Okay, we can pass it in there. And also this is the subtotal that we want to display to the next table here, and each must correspond to what we have in here. Take notes, so take time and I try to match them well. Aside from that, we have our delete cart, and that's going to be an FA brush. That's the font awesome. It is a trash. This trash, did I say brush or trash? Brush, trash. Okay, this is a trash. And now this is a can. Okay, so you can see this is a delete cart, and now you're passing the object in here as a model. Now let's go down and implement it. So you can see from here we have a cart footer, and we have this SF pager, the same thing. Here I want to specify the page size as 3. So this is going to be the count, or the skip is going to be tick is going to be the same as 3. We have the count in here, and you can see we have this click. Now this down section, we have this recommended page, and that is the recommended product. So you can see we are using two dynamic components here. This is using the recommended page, and also we have this banner. Okay, we are using them, even 3 loading page. Now let's implement the code section here. So at code, we can implement this. So we can have a simple CSS style, and now this is going to turn all of this. It's going to turn all which have this edit symbol as well as a cursor or as a pointer. And also we're going to have this message dialog component that we created earlier on. So we can have a message pop up or message displayed to the user. Okay, so after having this, we want to also have the same thing, the same property that we specified in the first product list. Pager, skip value, and also the take value as well. Okay, so after doing this, you're going to have a list of orders. So there's going to be a list of order. That's a list of order. And now when the page loads, we want to get the list, and also you want to subscribe to this cart action. So you're going to use on page initialize. Okay, so that's where we have to specify this. So instead of passing this in empty space like this, we're going to use the override method. So override method, and now we can have access to an initialize async. Now with this, we're going to specify what we have in between this. So in here, we're going to have my cart orders equal to await cart service.my orders, which is going to return the whole list. In the process of doing this, it's going to set this to false. That's the my cart to false. Now after finishing, set this to true. So we can just be hiding and displaying this loading page. Also, there's an order, so we have to include the namespace in here. Okay, now we subscribe to this. Now, as soon as you subscribe to this, when the page is disposing, we have to quickly dispose. And to do that, we have to implement this disposable on top of this. So let's also specify this, and also specify the route for this page. So we have another disposable because we have also our cart. Now this is going to be the route. So cart slash my cart, his cart. Okay, not your cart, his cart. Okay, so after doing this, the next thing that we're going to have here is, if I click on product change, what should happen? Let's see. So once we have this already set, we have to implement this handle change and etc. If I click on product change, what am I doing in here? So let's see. Now within the next method, we are passing an e argument from this. So when you check, you can see we are passing this e argument, and when you check here, we're passing the e argument. You're passing that is an item, and here that's a change Microsoft.esp netcore.component.change event args, as you can see from here, and that is what we are passing in. So we need to also retrieve same to this, and that's how we are passing it here to receive it. And also we're passing this order as a model that we are receiving from the client as soon as the person is as soon as each component or each product is clicked. Okay, now you can see from here, we are, since it is coming with a string value, we want to convert it into an integer, and we have to also make it a toString first. So you can see we have in.pass, try to convert integer string to integer. We check everything in here and I return, but in case it is not, then you want to get first or default the specific ID product from this order. Okay, then we update the quantity. So get order.quantity is equal to the quantity that the user just passed in. We're going to retrieve it here. And aside from that, we're going to display response. Now this is going to work in hand with the SF, the message dashboard that we created earlier on, and we add to the cart service. And at the return here, we're going to store it to this, and that's going to be displayed. So where from this method, it's very simple. We can just put the method down here. So display response, we can just paste this in here, and then this is taking in with a service response, and that's going to be the outcome for this service call. If I peep on this service call, click on this, and I peep the definition, here, I'm not sure this is getting given us. When we check the client service itself, client interface, it is calling a service response in there. There's it. We have our iCart. It is calling that service response. So that's what we are receiving in here. We pass on to this method, and there's a method that we see from this. And now we can check if flag, if it is true, then make it as access. If it is false, make it as warning, and now display it in here. Aside from that, if I click on the pager that we have specified in here, this item click, we want to do the same that we have been doing already to the first component. And now let me grab this, and in here, we can just paste in this for the click and also for disposing. Now you can now save this. But before we save, we have to include the namespace for this in order to get any error for that. Okay, so there is set and done. Now you can see, and I believe that is all. So we're going to save this, and we're going to try to add product to cart and see what's going to happen. Okay, so we have this set. We can just run this up. So we have an error here. Let's figure it out quickly. Now it is saying that this lack an awaits. So let's see. And also we can have access to does not exist. Which one are you talking about? Okay, so delete. We did not implement delete item here. So maybe we can just comment this for now. Let's save this and let's run it again. Oh, nice. So we have the app ready. Now we're going to navigate. So let's go to product list. And now this is going to pop up the product list. As you can see from here, we have this product. So you have Samsung in here. We have our product. Let's right click on this, go to the inspect elements. Now we go to the application so we can add product and see what is actually happening in there. So currently we have an access token. That is what we need for this authentication. We have not authenticated yet, so we can actually we can remove this for now. Now this is what we are doing in here. We can just click on this. So let's see what happens. If I click on this, I must have the been added, but did we actually let's go to the product. We did not actually call this. As soon as I click on this, we did not bind an event to this. So quickly let's go and now handle that, and we can get that from the solution. We go to the product list, and now here we have this product list page. So in here there is a add to cart. As you can see, there's an add to cart icon. So you can bind and unclick in here to it. So in here where we have this, the anchor tag, we can remove this from here and specify this at unclick. That is an add to cart. Okay, so this is what we want to. We can also specify a style. Since we have removed this, we're going to have this symbol. We want to make it as a pointer. So we specify the style in there. Now let's go implement the definition for this at the base here. That's the code section. So in here, what can we do to add item to the cart? You know, we have included the cart service already. So we can just call the cart service in here. Okay, so you see add to cart. Then we call this cart service.add model. The response in here, we're going to navigate to this and now call this message dialog service to display it. But before we do that, you also have to include this message service. So the instance will be created in here. Okay. So now that we have this, what can we do? We have to subscribe to this message action when the page initializes, and now when the page is disposing, we have to unsubscribe from it quickly. So we can do that from the page dispose. Then please do unsubscribe before the page dies out. I don't want to die with this. That is what it is saying. Okay, now you have to implement this disposable interface, because that is where we can drive the dispose method from. So on top here, quickly put it on top here, and now we can now move on with this. That is it. So now let's refresh this page and see what we have. Okay, so the app is ready once again, and now let's check it out. So inspect elements. Quickly we go to the application, and from the local storage, you can see from here we have no key, no value, isn't it? Now let's go to the product service and let's try to add item to cart and see what's going to happen there if the item is going to be added in here. So if I click on this, I want to add this iPhone 15 Pro. If I click on this, you see it has been added, and we have the message product added to cart successfully. Click on OK. If I click on this, you see we have the quantity here. Defaultly it is 1. Do you remember? And then there's the product ID. So this is the storage cart model that we created, and that is what you want to display to the user local storage. Also, let's see, if I click on this, it's going to be added to this. I'm going to have 2 items in here, and I can be adding more. And if I click on this again, see what tells me product updated. Okay, so it doesn't add it again because it has been added already. What it's going to do here is going to update the quantity for you. So if you specify the quantity, it's going to be updated for you. As you can see, product updated, and it's still the same. Check it out. We have product ID 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, now if I click on this, product updated already, and it is the same. As you can see, if I click on this Samsung, product has been added. Now I'm going to have 5. So check it out. I have 5 items in here. So this is working perfectly for us. Now let's go to the this. Let's click on this. Now when you click on this, nothing happens because we haven't bound any event to it. So quickly, let's also do that. So let's should I close this? No, let me just minimize this. Let's go to solution, and we did that in the layout, and here it is a navigation bar. So that's why we have the span shopping cart icon here. So in that, you're going to have a simple event which is going to bound to that. Okay, so I'm going to, and so we're going to change the style of this. So here, let's remove this symbol, the H reference. Let's add go to cart page, and let's set the cursor to pointer. So this is what you want to have. Aside from that, the count of items that we have in here, instead of displaying just a one as a static, you want to display the cart service dot count. You see? So that's the count item that we have. Now let's define a method for this go to cart. But before that, since we are subscribing, we have to implement the interface in here. Do not forget, it's very important, else you're going to have an error in it. So let's specify this top here. And when you go downstairs, we can also specify it when the page initializes. We want to subscribe to this event, and let's paste it here. That's it. When the page initializes, we want to subscribe to this cart service.cart action. We want to also get this cart.get cart count, so it can populate it and assign the value to the cart count property. So as soon as we use the cart count property on top here, we can get the current value in here. Now with this, I want us to remove some of it because we will not be able to implement all. So let's move to the services. You want to maintain only this product. Okay. So in there, in order to set it well, you can set a specific style to each, and you have this home. So maybe with this, we can have a specific style to this. And I know there's a reference here. It is a home, as you know. We can set the same style to this for product. And we have this account. So it's going to say straightforward for us. Okay. So that's what we have. Very simple one. 2 properties or 2 tabs. We have 1 drop down. You can actually add more when you have the concept here. And I believe you can do that yourself. Okay. So let's see from down here. Now we have this. We need to subscribe to the page, or we unsubscribe when the page is about to die. Don't forget. It's very important. Okay. So that's a public. When the page is disposing, we have to minus it up. So unsubscribe from this, get a page count. And remember that in our page, I forgot to include logout. We have to include logout in this. And also because, we have this login register, we have a logout, and we did not implement any action, isn't it? So if you've watched or followed the other video, we forgot to implement it. So later I got it and I made it. So let's see. It is just a logout that we have, a method that we have called. Now let's go to the definition for this. It's very simple. We call the same logout method. And now down here, for this logout, we just log out, and we call this logout model. We set it to null, and it's an instance of this token property. Okay, so from this token property, we also bind this authentication state provider to this custom auth state. Then we can now call an update method passing this logout model, which is null. And as soon as it is null, it's going to update and now remove from the local storage. And now that's going to be all for this. False reload to the home page, and the user has now logged out. Okay, so that's what we have in there. So we have to implement the method that is known as go to cart page. Do not forget that. If not, it's going to have an error in it. Okay, so here, go to cart page. And now, normally, I would like to put this at the bottom because that's the end, the last statement to execute. So put it here, create a var space, as you know, create it right here. Now go to cart, so you navigate to the shopping cart and now my cart. So Control KD, we can just format everything, save this. And now let's run this again and then see what we have in there. So if I now click on this, no, it hasn't updated yet. And let's wait. So now the page has now refreshed. And here we are not using authentication now. As you can see, hello guest. It means that the person is not authenticated yet. we have the number of cart items in it. So you can see we have product added as 5. Okay, so here we only want the user to, you want to check if the user has registered only when you want to click on proceed to checkout. So the user can just come to the app, add some items. If the user doesn't purchase it, we do not need the login requirement. Okay, as soon as the user wants to proceed to cart, that is where you want to identify the identity, and you want to do that. We do that to just save some time, processing time from the server, so it doesn't worry itself doing a whole lot of stuff with it. Okay, so that's what we're doing. But for now, we can just log in and see our token has been expired for now because we did that long time ago. And this is also the next time that I'm doing this video. So let's try. If we try to log in here, let's see what happens. I click on this, and I'm going to right click, go to inspect element. Now from this network tab, I'm going to click on the same so register here, and let's see. So this is a register and login successfully. So I've logged in. So I have a new token created, and the token is going to be used. So when I check this application, I'm going to have an access token key in here. So this is my access token, and that is my cart items in as well. Now the name that I used was string. So you see we have hello string. Okay, yeah, so hello netcode. That could be all. Maybe later on you can update it by changing the name of the user. Have a method that user can update his name or the info. You can do that, and I trust you can do that. Okay, so if I click on the account, as you can see, I have this logout. If I click on this again, you see now access token is set to null, token null, and as you can see from here, it is set to null. Okay, so there's nothing here. Now if I try to refresh this and I get this, it's going to get this token here, and it's going to be null. So this means that the user is not authenticated. Do not return anonymous. So you are not into this authentication now. We are into add to cart. As you can see, hello guest. So that is it. Now let's go to this. You see we have this count here at 5. If I go to product list in here, now let's try to add one more and check it up and see if this is going to update or not. So I'm going to add this Samsung, and I can see it has updated to 6. Check it out. If I go to the next page, update this, check it out. 7, have you seen? Now 8, because of the action that we invoked, and we are subscribing it from this navigation.razor component. All right, so we have it set. Now if I also click on this, then it goes to my cart list, which displays all the card that we have in here, and that's what we created. This is the card column LG3. We have the item in here, and that is a subscript. Now this is a superscript. Okay, so and you can see we have this at the banner. As you know already, this is a banner that we created, and the same thing that's what we are using in here. Okay, we did not change anything. It is the same. Now this is a cart list that we created. We have a pagination, 3 items in here, and I can see this is a quantity, so we can now update this. So if I click on this and I try to pass in the next one as 2, you will see product updated because you want to update this. Now when you check the cart list, they're supposed to get updated. So now let's check it up in here from this application. Now the cart list, and let's see, one must be 2 because that is a 2. Let's try to update this to maybe updated. Let's make this also to 3. Now let's see, one more, 3. Now check it up. We must have 2, 2, 3. As you can see, 3, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, and that is it. So it is working. Fine. Now this is working, but the next thing here is to delete. So if I want to delete any of them, if I want to remove from the cart, is it possible? Now this, maybe you're asking yourself, is it going to be static, or as soon as I refresh the page, this is going to go off? Let's try that and see. So it is now loading the cart items, and now we have for this specific item, go to page 2. And now you can see we have the iPhone. Is it nice iPhone? Is it nice iPhone Pro 15 Pro Max? You have it as 2, and I'll check the next one. We have the next one as 3 and 2. So it is working, and that is it. Now check the price, the subtotal. If I change this to 1, see what happens. It updates automatically. So if I change this to 1, you see it has been updated. No, change this to 3. So let's see, reduce this. I can buy all. I'll say check this. You can see it's working simultaneously. And I'll check this. I also want to add a new one. So I want to increase this. Check the price of this. It's going to also increase. 4. And you can see it has also increased as well. So as soon as it's a live event, as soon as you add a quantity, you also get the amount that you need to pay. You get the cart subtotal as well. Okay. Now let's go to how to remove this. So let's close this, minimize this. How do you remove that? When we go back to the product list page, we added or we commented one HTML element. Is it product list page? And that's an update one, and this could happen in the, yeah, that's my cart page. So here, let's uncomment this. Now, if I click on this, I want to pass in the item itself. Okay, so the item that I'm passing in here, let's go down here and I retrieve or receive this method and pass in the item, and now let's perform some magic with this item that we are going to receive. So we can put it down here. So down here, since we have a base method, that's a base response message method, we can be calling it at the end of here, so we can have this message popped up in this. Okay, so we have this, and now what are we doing here? You can see we are using this confirmation JavaScript, and now we say, are you sure I want to do this? If yes, then we want to remove it. We search from the cart order list, then with the ID, and I remove it, and also delete it from the cart itself, from the local storage. Okay, aside from that, it's going to return a response. So from this response, you can see it's going to return a response of service response, which is the boolean and then the message. So you pass the response in here to this, and now we can display them based on the type, based on the flag. Is it true? Is it false? Was it able to delete, or it wasn't able to delete? Then display the message accordingly in here. Okay, very simple one. Okay, that's what we are doing. Do you want us to try? Let's save this and let's give it a try and see. Okay, so maybe this has to get refreshed. Let's do it again. So we are going to check it out now. We have 8 items in the cart, and we are going to remove maybe 2 or 3 of them to remain 5. And as we remove, you have to also check and see whether this also gets updated. If not, you're going to have 5 items, but at the count, you're going to have maybe 8. You don't want to do that, okay? So let's do that and see. First, do you want to do this? Yes, of course. And as soon as I click on that, check what happens. We remove successfully. And immediately we have the 7 over here. We can also do that and remove the other one too. And it's working. Fine. That is it. So we have our cart system working. The next thing to do here is to implement the proceed to checkout. And this is going to be maybe this time, okay? We're not going to do that. But what we're going to do next here is, you can see from here, if I click on this, shop now, I want to also add it. If I go to the home page and also click on this, buy now, view details, I want to also check it out. If I click on this, I have to also view detail of this. Okay, so let's also have a look on how to do this as well. So let's minimize this. We go to the banner. And this banner can be found in the product pages. You see we have, this is a banner page. We have 2 banners, okay, so 2 products that get automatically displayed. And in that, you can have properties related to a specific banner. So we want to have a button known as an add to cart, and that is a button. We have it already. So we're going to add an on-click method to it, so we can add it to the cart. So maybe you can just have on-click event to the first one. We pass in banner 1 since it is the banner 1 that we're getting from the random product. We also do same to the next one in here, and this is going to be banner 2, isn't it? So you can just come down here and specify it, the same thing. Now make it as banner 2. Very simple one. Okay, so we have to define this method. So let's check it out. Now down here, we have to create our banners down here. You know, from this subscription, it must be down. So let's put it down. So since we are going to be using the message dialog service, you know, what comes to mind? We have to subscribe it, isn't it? So let's subscribe the page to it. Now the page is about to die disposing. Let's also unsubscribe to it, because life is sweet. So we don't want to die with anybody. We don't want to attach ourselves to people who are going to die. Yeah. Okay, so just by the way, now in here, we're going to have access to a method known as the add to carts, and that is the method that we bound to the buttons. And aside from that, we're going to have the same here. Maybe later on in the future video, you could do something like this. You know, we've been using this multiple times. So we can also create one class, create dependency injection, and I'll be using it in there. But for now, let's maintain what we have in here. Okay. And you know, that's what we are having. So as soon as I click on display, add to cart, We call the same method as add to cart, and the response in here, we call this, if it is true, display. If it is false, display both using the success or the warning, and now display the dialog element. So that's what we are doing, and this is going to work. Yes, so that's for the banner. Now the next thing here that I'm going to do here is when you go to the page itself, when you check this page itself, here too, if I click on buy now or details, I have to navigate to the page, and if I click on this too, I have to do the same. Okay, so we have to work on that too. So let's go back, and this page, we named it as front page and a featured page. So when you check here, you can see we have this front page, and this is a featured product page. So let's have a look with this first. But before we can do this, we have to create this product detail page, because if I go to the page and I'll try to click on this, maybe product, if I click on this image, the product itself, I have to go to the product details so I can read everything of this, isn't it? The description and all the stuff I can read in here. But currently, you can see I have only the names in here. So what can we do? We have to implement the product detail page. So it can just pop up here. We're going to use this hide and seek to hide the list and then display the product itself, or the product detail page. So let's get this also done. So let's create a page in the product pages folder, and then the name is going to be product details. Maybe you can give it any name of your choice. Okay, you know, since you're going to subscribe to this message dialog, we have to implement it on top. It's very important. Do not forget that. This is going to be a usable chart component. So we need not to specify a route on top here. You don't have to do that. Okay. Now, aside from that, you want to create a container. And now with the container, you want to have a card. And now maybe you can use a div class of div flex. And you're going to have justify content in between or evenly. So we can separate the image beside and the description also beside. So we have a container fluid. You can see we have a row called Measure 12 to contain the whole full screen. We have the card in here, and that's the product detail from the card header. Within the body, we have this justify content between, and it's a deflex. And we have the image set 1, and you can see this. So we have two items in here, the image and then this div. Now, when it comes to this div, is a card body, and we have the V stack, the vertical stack, gap as 2, so we should set the space to 2. And we have the first one. And this is also the A stack. So you can also have this. This A stack comprises of the category. We're going to use the category in here. So here we want to use category.name. Remember when we're creating this, we added a relationship 1 to many and now many to 1. So in order for this to work, we have to go to the server session. That is the only thing that we need to implement in the server. We go to the server session. You go to the product repository, and now where we have this get product, so get all product here, where this we have to include this. So now what are we including? We want to include category, and we do say we can just make a copy of this, and I can see we also get the list in here. So with the list, we have to also include this category to it. So that's now it returns to the table or returns to the app. The category relationship has been retrieved and added to the list, so we can make a reference to it. I hope it's very simple. Yes. Now that's what we are doing. So we get the category name, we get the quantity from the A stack, we also get the description in here, and then we can now move on with the price. We set it to toString, then we could see we set the text here to danger. Aside from that, we have two buttons beneath from the card footer, and that is a back clicked. If I want to go to back, I can click on this. And if I want to add to cart, I can also click on this. Okay, let's have definition for this method. So down here, we have to first create our message dialog component. We have to include it because we're going to be displaying message. So let's add that in here. Aside from that, we're going to create two parameters. And now send is going to be a chart component. It means definitely we must apply a property or a value to it. So we have to get a product, and this product is what we're going to display here. We set this event callback method, so it can notify the parent as soon as an event happens within the chart. Okay, so this is a handle back clicked, and that is it's returning a void. So because when I click on this back button, that is when this have to get called. let's give definition for this method. So when this page or when this button is clicked, we are going to call this, invoke this async in here, and it must be an async with an await. Then, since we're going to use the message component, we have to subscribe to this when a page initializes. And after doing this, what is the next thing to do? Unsubscribe when the page is doing what? Correct, dying. Yes. So that's disposing. And in here, if I also click on add to cart, if I click on this button as add to cart, it is coming with this product. So we can check if the product is not null, then we want to add the product to the cart. But if it is null, then return it. So add to the cart. And this is going to come with a method, a response, service response, and we have to display. So we're also still using the same method in here. So now we've used this method about 4 or 5 times, and it is not good to use copy and pasting method. We can just create one service, but I'm not going to do it here. I leave that one up to you. Okay. So let's include the namespace, and now we are off to go. So this is what we are doing in here. Now this is going to, if I click on that, it's going to add that product to cart. So let's save this, and now let's check this page and then the banner page, and I'll see what's going to happen here from this product detail. But before we can run that, you can see this does not have a route, so we cannot navigate to this. So it means you have to use this in the product list page. That's the home page where we can click on product detail. So in order to do that, you go to this product list, and that's where we have the list. So no, edit it. So go to solution. And from this, not the server anymore, we are done with the server. We go to the client, and from the client, we have this product list page, and that is where we have the individual page in here. So if I click on any of the images here, I have to navigate to the product detail from this specific item. Okay, and I can just click on add to cart in there from the product detail page. So how do we navigate in there? So first of all, we have an image here. So if I click on this image, I want to set the cursor to pointer, and also go to view product details, passing the current object, that is the item. Aside from that, if I also click on the name, do same. So we have the name in here, but with the name, we have it as an H6. So let's also specify the same on click event here. Okay, so to set the name in there. Now we have to write definition for this method that we have created. And since we are going to be adding add to cart or view details, we have this message dialog here already. And the next thing to do here is let's define the method in here. So if I click on view details, what should happen? That's what we are doing. So view detail, where can I put this? Let me put it on top here. So with the view detail, you can see we accept this product as view product. We invoke this handle product detail event. So this means that we have to create an event which is going to handle it and now send it to the mother parent as soon as an image or an item of this page is clicked. So we can save this. This means that when you go to this product list home page, we have to retrieve this event in there. And that is a product list home page. That is this one. So here you can see we have the category page, we have the product list page in here, we have our banner, we have our recommended product. Okay, so from this list page, we have to retrieve when an item is being clicked from here. So in here, to navigate between the two pages, the detail page and this product list page, we don't need to create any home page again. We can just go to switch from using true or false with a variable. So let's create these two variables here, show product list and now show product detail. So if I defaultly product list is set to true because when you run this application, product list is true. So we want to display the product list. It becomes false as soon as the user clicks on any of the items. Okay, then we set this to false and now we set this product detail here to true. So what can we do, or how can we achieve that? So here we can surround this with, we say, if show product list, that's where we want to display this product list. And the next one, we're going to say if this is true. So this time around, it's going to be show product detail. So show product detail. So we're going to switch between this and that. Okay. And now in here, we are going to call this product detailed. So let me just have this. So we have our product component created. That's a chart component, product detailed component. And now there's an event known as a handle back click event. This is going to be a void. So this means a click event, a back has been clicked. You want to navigate to the list of products. So what we're going to do here, we're going to switch. We're going to hide this and I'll display the list. So we are into this detail. If I click on the back, I have to hide this and now display this, isn't it? That's what we are going to do. We need to also supply a value to this property so we can display as a product detail anytime that we click on any of the items in this. So let's have a method to handle that in here. So what we're going to do first here is we have to create a product list or an instance of a product, and I'll name it as product detailed. And that is this one. We set it to new. And that's how we're going to handle this product detailed here. It's a product type. Now, if this is clicked, what's going to happen? We can create a simple event to handle that. So down here, let's display this posing. So when the back button is clicked, that's the handle back button click. Then we show product detail to false, show product list to on. That's a true. And it's going to switch and display that. Okay, so that's what we are doing in here. So we have this beautifully done, but the next question is, this is a product list. So within this product list, it's going to have a separate items. If I click on that item, I want to navigate to this page, right? I want to come to this page. I want to show this page. Now, how do I retrieve the value from here and now get it here? We've done that already, and that is on an event callback. So if I click on this, we have an event that we created here, and that is a handle product detail page or event. Now, this product event, it is coming in with a product. If I click on this, you see the return type here is an event callback of product. So it means you can retrieve a product from this. Now, in the down here, okay, so at this section, we can now retrieve the values for the product model from here and now assign to this product model. So here, let's retrieve it. So we retrieve it over here. And now you can see we are assigning this product detailed here to this product. After that, we have to switch, show product detail to true, and now show this to false. So anytime an item is being clicked from the list, it's going to show the detailed and now hide the list. And also going to return the current, the specific item clicked to this method, whereby this method is going to assign the item to the object here. Take note that the object is what you're going to supply as a parameter to the product detailed in here. So the output of this product list page is going to be the input of this product detail page. I believe this is clear. That's right. Okay. So now I believe everything is set and working. Let's run this application and see what we have now. Oh, so we have a problem. Now let's check it out and see what the problem is about. So when we go to the console, oh, you have a lot of red lines. Okay, so let's see from the client service and it's from the line 84. So now quickly let's rise to that and now see, check it out. Client service line 8234. It is coming from this get async from this product base. That's an API/product featured equal to true. And maybe it is coming from because we made the settings in the server by including the category components. So the relationship has not been established, and maybe there's going to be a cyclical error in this. So let's try this to handle that. Let's handle that first so we can see in case you have any error on that again, we know what to do. So we go back to the library. Now you see from this models, we have this category and now we have this product. Now on top of this category, let's specify JSON ignore this attribute on top, and now let's reload this again. So it is now loading. Now let's wait and see if there's going to be a pop-up of the same error. So we can check it up and see. Okay, so I can see it is working now. There's no error here. So that means the problem was coming from that, and it is solved now. Okay, so we have the list in here. Now, we have the item as 6. If I click on this by, let's see, Okay, so this by there's no message popped up. This then also get increased. Okay, now if I click on detailed, nothing also happened because we have not added that. What we did was the product list from the featured. So let's see, the feature, that's the product details. So here, if I click on this, I can navigate to the product details. As you can see, this is the product details. And now in here, we have the product name, the category from here as the product category. And it's the category dot name. Okay, so here we have an issue here. We have to work on the category name. And also from the quantity, we have it here from description and the price. If I click on back, it hides that one and open the next one. Click on this again, and now you have the same item. If I click on this, add to cart, it tells you that this has been updated. And now let's see. So let's add one and see if this is going to work. Let's click on this, add to cart, updated. No, we want new one. So go to page 2. Now this, click on that. You have the details in here. If I click on this, you can see it gets updated. And that is fine. So this is also working. Now let's have a look with the category name and see what this is talking about and what we can do to handle this. So this can be found in the product detailed. So product detailed in here, we are checking if product is not null. Then we want to grab product. So we have to have this here, product.name.category, and that is an issue. So this is going to give us the category of that specific product. Let's reload this and see. It has refreshed now. So if I click on this Apple 14, now see we have the category as an Apple. If I go back and now check the next page as Samsung, click on this, you see we have the category as Samsung. So this is working. And now this too, this is also working, updated. Now what we're going to do here is, let's check it out. So we go to click on the back, and actually we have the Samsung, can go to only Apple, and I'm in here. Now when you go back to the home, let's try to configure this detail and this buy now. And if I click on this, it must go to the product detail. And also if I click on the icon like this, it has to also go to the product detail. Okay, so let's work on that too. So let's minimize this. And this can be found in the, let's see, so we have featured and now front page. So this is what you're going to work on. Let's first work on the front page here. So in here, you can see that from the list that we have, we are looping through this list and we get an image here. So we can just create a method, and this method is going to be cursor. We're going to have a style as pointers, and we have an onClick as view product, and I'm passing the model itself as product. That's the item in here. Also, it is not the image only. We want to also have this. Aside from the image, you want to also have maybe the name. Will that be okay? So maybe in here too, we can specify that. Also, let's also paste the same. So we have this onClick, and we're having the save view product. So we want to have the image and now the name clicked. Okay, so we have these two. And when you have, and come down, you can see we have these two buttons, buy now and now detailed. So if I click on the, maybe the detailed, I want to navigate to, so that's this one, this is the view now. So you can see this is the detailed one from this button. I can just click on this and I view product. And now if I click on the next button, that is this buy now, I want to also call this method. So you can see we have a view product method repeated 3 times. We have this add to cart method. So 2 methods that we need to define in here. So now let's specify the method definition. And when you talk about add to cart method, the 2 popular methods that we need to call, right? And I believe you've done this already before I even start to do this. Now let's see, from down here, I'm going to have my add to cart with the display response method. This is not a good practice, but here, let's manage it. We don't want to separate this from into a different method. Okay, so let's put this in. Let's include the namespace. And that's what we need to do. Also, when I click on view product, there's the next method that we need to. If I click on view product, I want to navigate to this new product in here using this nav manager. And I can see I'm navigating to this product and I'm passing the product.id so that in there we can make a search from the ID, and the list that we have, we're going to make a search using the ID and display it inside the product detail page, and I'll hide the list and I'll display itself. Okay, so once you have this set in here, let's go to the product list page, and that's going to be the product list home page. This one, you can see we have this product in here, so we need to also create another route for this, and this route must be with ID. We need to specify this down here. So there's going to be a parameter, and we can set the default property to 0. So we can check if it is 0, then we want to return, meaning there's no value passed in there. Okay, so to handle that, we need to use on parameter set async. I believe you know that. And if you want to update with parameter, that's a method that I need to call. It's one of the page lifecycle method. We can pass it down here. So protected override void on parameter set. Then here we are checking that if the ID it is greater than 0, that is where we want to handle this. So you want to search product details is equal to, you want to get the product service.all product, then search with the ID. When you have it, then we're going to have it. Then set the product details to true, and now hide the product list. Okay, so now let's check it out. If I click on this, buy this now, let's see what happens. So, we have an error here, and I believe we did not include the instance of this. Let's check from this featured product. No, that is our front page. Now, front page, we did not add the message component. Yes, we did not add the message component. So quickly, let's use that from the detailed. You can just grab this message component from here. We go back in the products front page and let's paste it down here. And also we have to subscribe to an event when the page initializes, and that is this. So we have to also subscribe to that. So we have to subscribe, and now when the page is disposing, we have to unsubscribe. So now let's check this out. So I'm going to refresh this again. Then we're going to add an item here and see if the message is going to pop up and it's also going to work. So maybe from the front page, a user can add item to it, to the cart. So let's try this out and see. If I click on this, buy now, yeah, product updated. So this is working. Let's go to the next item, click on buy now, yeah, product updated. So, and it also checks, let's see. So next one, buy now. So to check whether this is working, we can just navigate to this page and we can try to delete some of the cart items, and I'll check it there and I'll see if this is working. Aside from that, you're going to click on the item page, that's the view detail, to check the items in there. So let's remove some of the items. Okay, so we have this. Now let's go back to the home page. And now if I try to buy this now, product updated, so this has been added already. Now let's check here this 4. So if I click on this, install, let's see the next one, and still, let's see the 4th one, and we see product added here. You can see the updating has been done, and we have it as 5 carts items in the carts. And if I click on view detailed, let's see, you see it is navigating product page, and I'm passing the ID of 2. Now this ID of 2 is going to look to database, that's the list that we've cached, and I'm going to make a search. When it gets it, it's going to hide the list page and then display the product page. We have it. We can also click on add to cart, and now you can see product updated. We can go back to the list, and let's see, we have the list in here. We can navigate to the list, as you can see. So this is also working. Now let's go in and implement this. You can also implement this, the same thing, and I leave that one to you. You can also do, so now let's go there. When you go to the home page, we have the featured product left. So let's also do this. So let's close this up. So let's go to the solution. And in here, we go to the featured product. Now, on the featured product, let's expand this. And down here, where we have this image, we want to attach an on-click to this image. So if I click on this, you want to call this view product. And it is the same that we are doing here. So the definition is going to be the same. We go to definition in here. And now from this view, we can pass the same thing method in here. Navigate to product, pass in this product ID. Now when we save this, let's also have a look at the next one, and that's going to be the recommended product. So for the recommended product, you can see we have it here. Now the recommended page, we have the same thing, and we are looping through the items in here. So if I click on any of the item which has the image, so that is an image in here, we can also attach the same on-click event to this. So this must be an on-click event. So we add this on-click event. And now when you come down here, we can have the method definition in here. Very simple one as we did for the first and now the second one. Okay, so let's go down. And we're going to have this event in here. Okay. So that is what's going to happen here. Now, when you check this on-click event, we are passing in a product. As you can see, this is a product. And now with the on-click event, we pass in this product. So we have to make a copy of this. And now change it to this event in here. As an on-click, you can change this to this event. Okay. And that's what that we need to do for this image. I'm sure. Yeah, that is it. So we can just, let me just put this on the line. That's fine. Okay, so let's see. Now we can now save this. And now let's run this again and see what we're going to have. Okay, so let's see. Now if I click on this item, there's an Pro 15 Max. So if I click on this, you can see it is navigating to this with the product of ID 1. Then I have the details in here. So this is working. Now let's see. So this is a featured one. So this is also working. That's the 14. It is working here. Now let's go to the home page where we have this recommended item in here. Now this is 15. So if I click on this, this has to, there's an image. If I click on this image, you can see I have it over here. If I click on this too, you can see I have the same thing in here. And if I click on this, I have the same thing displayed in here. The same thing happens to this. So this is also working, but here we made it to only this image. You can extend to the whole div here. When you click on it, you can just extend to that. So quickly, we can just check that one out as well. So let's go to the page itself. Now, where we have this recommended page, instead of setting here this on click to this, we have the div here. So we can set this as an on click. So maybe we can make a copy of this on click and now set it to the div itself. So in here, we can just do that. So there's a div column LG2. So here, you're going to have this on click and now everything is going to work. Okay, so that is this one. Now, the last one that I'm going to have a look on is the featured. So here, if I want to search, if I click on this and I want to search any product and I want to display them, how am I going to do it? Because you can see that everything here is working now except only the search. So let's handle the search first. So let's close this. And now this search is the component that we created inside the solution. So here, when you go to the other page, you can see we have this busy button loading message. No, now that's not the one. When you check this layout, we have our pages and we have a private. This is a layout because we have the search component. It's just a form and we have this input and then the button. So let's try to create a method to this and we can now work on with this. So with this form, we're going to change this one a little bit and we're going to use this form. So we have this method as post. When submit, you want to click on this. And now when that method is being called or when the form is being submitted, we want to have a method to receive that. and that is a filter. We set filter to this, we bind it over here, and now we set it to empty for default. We check if it is not null or white space. We want to navigate to this page. Now I'm passing this filter and I'm passing this property. We want to force load this. Okay, so we save this. We have a form created. Now let's go to the product list page, product home page. I need to also specify another route for this. So that is a page in here. Defaultly or previously we have 2 routes specified. Let's add one more. And this time around, it's going to be product filter / filter. So this is going to be the filter that is coming in as a parameter from that component or that form. Now in here, we need to specify a parameter to hold that. And you know, this is going to be a string. So we have to create another one as a string, which is going to be for a filter. Now after creating this filter string, we want to also check from the when parameter set. So when parameter set, you want to check, and now what can we do to handle this? We go to the parameter method. So when it changes down here, we also want to check if the string here it is not null or it's not empty. Then you want to search through the product list, and now you're going to use where name contains the filter. You're going to compare, you're going to ignore if it is lowercase or uppercase, you're going to ignore that. Grab them and return as a list. Now, when we do that, we have to set an initial list here to handle that. Okay, so we create a list of products. Now, this list of products, let me put it where we define our list properties. Now, here is going to handle that. So once you have this is what you're going to do. If I click on maybe Apple and I search all the lists and I have it in here, I want to display this Apple in the list. So what am I going to do? I can just copy this from here. We go to the property or the component where we are passing in the list, and now let's also paste this here. And now we said that we say if this is not equal to null, then display this. So the first time is when the passing search is going to populate the data and add it to this container. If it is not null, then display this. It's going to skip the rest. If this is null, it's going to check this. Is this product by category is also null? They're going to display the product or product. So we are using null check to check for these property containers to display one of them. Now, if I click on category here, check this. If I click on category here, I have this category ID. So I want to get a category and I'm going to populate it by category. So this list here is going to get populated. So in order to skip this, and I have to set this list here to null. So within this, after here, let's set this to null. And now to do that, we can use this list. So this dot clear. If it is null, if it is not null, then clear it. So let's see. And now when the data or when the app loads, we call this load data method. So when this is loading, we are populating this product service. So after populating this, we want to set the list to the internal product list created. So we set the list in here to this, so we can handle this and I make a search from this. We don't want to touch this because many of the component depends on this all product and don't want to handle that or to skip or to remove some of the product list based on the search. So we create a simple or a separate or private list for this to handle the search option. Okay, so by now everything is going to work. Let's save this and let's run the application and see what we're going to have now. All right, so the app is ready now. So if I'm going to search for an Apple fonts and check, so if I pass in all Apple fonts and I'll type in this search, now let's see. So you can see it is navigating to product / filter, then Apple, the product that we specify as a filter. It's going to make a search in here. Now you can see that the page has reloaded because of we use a force load to true. It's going to reload the page. And now whilst reloading, it's going to populate all product list and I'm going to filter it where each product has the name as Apple, then it's going to add it to this. So you see we have only 4 Apple products in here. Now let's search again and I'll add Samsung. So I'm going to use Sam, then hit on the search. So it's going to change this to Sam and I'm going to refresh the same page again while it tries to populate it and I'll filter only names which contain the SAM and I'll display them in here for us. So let's wait and see. So when this is done, and we click on this apple, it's going to also get the whole product. So you can see we have this person, I have only Samsung product in here. Now the pagination here is only one. But if I click on this all product, see what's going to happen? Because I'm going to have all the product in here. So I can make a search, which is going to filter this. And if as soon as I click on any of the product categories here, I'm going to have all the product based, or if it is a category related, I'm going to have the specific product related to this specific category created. And after that, I can click on this add. I can add to the cart, and I'm going to have a message. I can also click on back to come to the list, and I can do everything here. If I click on this too, you see you have the details specified in here. And also if I click on this, you can see I can just navigate to the cart itself, and I'm going to have all the cart items that I have. I can just update this, which is going to update the price as well in here, and also the subtotal as well. 785. I can update it, and you can see that updated to 1571. I can do same, and it has also updated to 2357. While this also has updated as the checkout amount, and I can also remove this from the page. I have the pagination also set in here. All right, so that is what you want to have a look today. I believe this is clear and you are okay. You're happy with, isn't it? I'm also happy as well. So the source code of this and all the images, everything will be in the video description. So you can just go in there and grab the source code for this. I believe we all enjoyed it, and I hope you also like it. So if you do that, then don't forget to subscribe and also give a thumbs up to this video.